अनेक प्रिय शब्दर संयोजना आमे प्रस्तुत किए भी पार्टी रे तुंडी दे बसु किंतु आमे कहबू रोक ठोक
लोक अभियोग जे विकासर गाड़ी गड़िला नहीं धिमेई गला दूरेई गला
ओडिया हाथ में पथर इथे जीवन पाए सुताक्षरे सौंदर्य भरी जाए
विद्युत जोगैबा आज जाए 18 वर्ष बीतीगला कहीं संभव हो पारुनी यार जवाब आज लोके मागबे
चित्र देखु आमे माने ऑडिट करिवे आपण माने
Today, it is the most preferred and the fastest growing news channel in Odisha.
I wish you all the very best, and you will definitely make a big difference to the Oriya society, Oriya people, Oriya language. Jai Utkala Janani and Jai Bharat Mata.
Argus News. The curtain has risen. The journey has begun.
Thank you. शिक्षा खाद्य वस्त्र आउ बासगृह पर आम समस्तंकर अन्यतम मौलिक आवश्यकता भितर गोटे जहाँकि आमर भविष्य गठन में सहायक होता है समय अनुजाई आवश्यकता अनुसार शिक्षा प्रदान करिवार शैली बदली उन्नत मानर शिक्षा प्रदान करा जाउछि तेबे सारा विश्व को यही महामारी कोरोना किछि समय धरी रखिबा परे वर्तमान शिक्षा रे आछि एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आजिर पीढ़ी एवं आगामी पीढ़ी पाई शिक्षा क्षेत्र में मुकाबिला करबा पाई आमे केमिति शक्ति जोगई पारिबु आमे केमिति आहुरी साहस जोगई पारिबु तांको केमिति इक्विप कले आजिर पीढ़ी आगामी समय रे शिक्षा को उचित भाव में ग्रहण करि पारिबो एवं निजर भविष्य को सुंदर भाव में गठन करि पारिबो एही लक्ष्य नै अर्गस न्यूज रो आजिर ए कार्यक्रम शिक्षा और अनुसंधान डीम्ड टू बी यूनिवर्सिटी अर्गस एजुकेशन नेक्स्ट 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, our motto of conducting today's conclave lies in the very literal meaning of it, education next. It is simply about the education system for the current and the next generation in the upcoming times, that is, the post-pandemic era. We are very, very happy to have the policy makers, the industry leaders, academia, influencers, and stakeholders from across the country today with us, especially all the students who we are dedicating the event to. We will be happy to take all your suggestions and opinions throughout the day. We are going to have the inaugural session, many theme-based sessions in between, and finally a valedictory session. We hope you are all going to be with us today, enjoy with us, and of course, exchange knowledge. So now, let me take the privilege of welcoming our honorable guests to the dais for the inaugural session. Let me welcome on the stage Honorable Vice Chancellor, Maharaja Sri Ramchandra University, Professor Kishore Kumar Basa. Please, with a big round of applause, let's welcome him on the stage. Along with him, I would like to welcome Director IIM Sambalpur Odisha, Professor Mahadev Prasad Jaiswal. Please, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to welcome on the stage our Pro Vice Chancellor IGNOU, Dr. Shrikant Mahapatra. Please. We will welcome Director Institute of Rural Management, that is IRMA Anand, Dr. Umakant Das on the stage, please. We would welcome on the stage Editor-in-Chief Argus News, Shri Sanjay Jaina, please. Gentlemen, welcome on the stage. As our custom goes, I would request you all to kindly light the lamp and start the conclave, please. आमे ओडिया आमे वर्तमान ओडिसा रे उपस्थित निश्चय भाव में आम माटी मार गान करवा तापर आम कार्यक्रम को आगेवा. I would request everyone to kindly rise for Vande Utkala Janani. Please play.
Vande
Thank you everyone. Please have your seats. वर्तमान मु अनुरोध करी एडिटर इन चीफ आर्गस न्यूज श्री संजय जेना महोदय आम समस्त उद्देश्य रे स्वागत अभिभाषण रखिबे।
धन्यवाद। अर्गस एजुकेशन नेक्स्ट ये कॉन्क्लेव को आमर अतिथि मंच उपरे बसी अतिथि मंच तले अतिथि विभिन्न शिक्षानुष्ठान आसीथिबा अध्यापक अध्यापिका एवं छात्र छात्री समस्त को अर्गस न्यूज पक्षरु हृदय स्वागत करुछि। आम गहन रे आमर अतिथि माने अछंती विशेष भाव रे आम मंच उपरे थिबा अतिथि माननकु मु आजिर ए कॉन्क्लेव को स्वागत करुछि। आम सहित डॉक्टर किशोर कुमार बासा महाराजा श्रीरामचंद्र यूनिवर्सिटी बारिपदार भिसी अछंती तांकु ए कॉन्क्लेव को स्वागत करुछि। तांको सहित आईआईएम संबलपुर डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर महादेव प्रसाद जयसवाल अछंती। सर आपणको ये कॉन्क्लेव को मु स्वागत करुछि। आम सहित डॉक्टर श्रीकांत महापात्र अछंती इग्नूर प्रो वाइस चांसलर। सर मु आपणको स्वागत करुछि। आम सहित डॉक्टर उमाकांत दास डायरेक्टर इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रूरल मैनेजमेंट इरमा आनंद आम गहन रे उपस्थित अछंती। मंच उपरे बसिथिबा समस्त अतिथि माननकु मु अर्गस रो एही एजुकेशन कॉन्क्लेव रे स्वागत करुछि। आमे समस्ते जानिचे विगत 2 वर्षर महामारी कारणरू देशर स्वास्थ्य इमरजेंसी विश्व रे तो हैला ओडिशा रे भी हैला भारत रे भी हैला ता संगे रे देशर इकोनॉमी तो प्रभावित हैला सबुठु अधिक प्रभावित आमर कैंपस लाइफ हैला। ये चैलेंजिंग सिचुएशन भितरे भारत केवल स्वास्थ्य महामारी रो दृढ़ मुकाबिला कलानी ता सहित इकोनॉमी को बंचेकी रखिबार जो बड़ उद्यम ता सहित हैला। ताठू सबुठू बड़ कथा ए देशर यूथ रो एक्टिविटी रो सेंटर कैंपस चली पारिला नहीं ता परे भी ए देश डिजिटल शक्ति रे ए देशर युव शक्ति को ए देशर पिला माननकु एंगेज करी रखिला टेक्नोलोजी रो बळ उपरे 2 वर्षर महामारी परे जेतबळे देश देशर अर्थनीति पटरी उपरे चलिबा को आरंभ करूची निश्चित भाव रे आमर कैंपस माने आमर शिक्षा व्यवस्था सठिक भाव रे चलिबो निश्चित भाव रे ये आह्वान को ए देश ए राज्य सफलतार सहित मुकाबिला करिबो ये आमर दृढ़ विश्वास। एई विश्वासर आधार रे गोटे दायित्व संपन्न गणमाध्यम भाव रे आमर दायित्व शिक्षा आगामी दिन रे को दिग को जीवो को गति को जीवो पैंडेमिक रो परवर्ती परिस्थिति रे आमे केमिति आमर कैंपस को व्यवस्था को संभाळिबा खाली कैंपस चलिबो नाही कैंपस रु ही देशर भविष्य निर्माण रो संभावना तैयारी हबो। आमे अर्गस न्यूज रे केवल आमे गणमाध्यम नुहे आमे ओडिशार समाज को अधिक एस्पिरेशनल करिबा पई एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट हबा पई चाहूचु। ए इंस्ट्रूमेंट हबा प्रक्रिया रे ए देशर युवक ए राज्यर छात्र को आगो को बढ़ाइबा पई जो पॉजिटिव भूमिका गोटे गणमाध्यम नहीं पारे से भूमिका को आमे निभेइबा पई बद्धपरिकर से प्रक्रिया रे आमर ए कॉन्क्लेव आमर सार्थकता सेतिकी बेले हबो जेते बेले ओडिशा रे आमे काम करूचु ओडिया समाज को ओडियार युव पीढ़ी को आगेबा पई आमे गोटे छोटिया भूमिका निभे पारिबु से उद्देश्य से आशा रखी आमर आयोजन आज आमर अतिथि माननकु मंच उपरे समस्त को स्वागत करुची। आज दिन तमाम देशर राज्यर शिक्षा क्षेत्रर शिल्प क्षेत्रर अग्रणी व्यक्ति विशेष माने जोगदेवे। आम सहित आमर कनक्लूडिंग सेशन रे राजीव चंद्रशेखर आमर स्किल डेवलपमेंट आईटी रो मंत्री मध्य जोग देबे तांकर मार्गदर्शन रहिबो मु समस्त को स्वागत करूची उपस्थित थिबा समस्त छात्र छात्री मान को अनुरोध आपण माने ए कॉन्क्लेव रे पूर्ण मनोप्राण रे उपस्थित रहिबे इंटरैक्शन करिवे ओडिशार भविष्यतर चिंतारे आपण मानकर मध्य बड़ योगदान रहिबो आमे समस्ते आलोचना करिबा आ रास्ता काढिबा धन्यवाद आपण समस्त को आउ थरे आम अतिथि मानक स्वागत करिकी मु मो वक्तव्य शेष करूची धन्यवाद वंदे उत्कल जननी
Thank you, Shri Jena. Now, to let you know, Professor Kishore Kumar Basa sir is chairing the session. With your permission, sir, I would like to take it forward. Thank you. For the next address, I would invite Director IIM Sambalpur Odisha, Professor Mahadeva Prasad Jaiswal, please. Sir.
Good morning, everyone, and I convey my thanks to Argus Media for organizing this Argus Education Next 2022, and special guest Professor Kishore Kumar Basha, Professor Srikant Mahapatra, Dr. Umakant Das, Mrs. Sanjay Jena, distinguished guests, media, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. As we all know that Government of India has come out with new education policy, NEP 2.0, which is a historical document and which talks about multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary education, and also talk about creating some top university from India. In this context, we have to analyze what changes are coming in the society. I could visualize there are three major disruptions which we are undergoing through, and I call it 3D disruption. The first disruption is due to digitalizations. Digitalization is disrupting everything. We have seen during pandemic, every industry, including education and health services, could saved because of digitalizations. And digitalization is making disruptive change all across. Whether we like or not, we'll have to accept that what are the new methods, new mode, and new market which digitalization is creating, and we must grab that opportunity. And fortunately, India is world #1 in providing digital services for many years. So that's a great opportunity for Indian education system as well, and also for Indian business. The second disruptions, which is called disruptions due to decarbonization. Sustainability is becoming the focus. The way our society has progressed in business, it has created huge amount of challenges to social development. There are environmental challenges, there's disparity, and we have seen the global warming, many challenges which are coming, and that's how the global society, including India, has decided to get into how to reduce the carbon footprint across our industry and across our systems. And we'll see that next 20 to 30 years, major industry which exists today will not exist. The coal industry will be closed, oil and gas industry will be closed, automobile industry will completely disrupt, and only electrical vehicles and which runs on renewable energy, only they will survive. So those kind of disruptions which is coming, we must be prepared, and our education system must gear towards creating a sustainable society. So that second disruption, that is called disruption due to decarbonization, is another challenge, another opportunity as well for a country like us. The third disruption, which is much more powerful than the first two, and that is called democratization of business. You must have seen the way the startup systems are coming into business, the future lies with the innovation-based startups. The large companies will get disrupted. We will not hear the large company. Today we know only large companies. They may not be able to compete with the startups. And you must be happy that India is again number 3 ecosystem in the startup world. US, China, and number 3 is India. So democratization of business means every industry, including education, will get into democratization. It means every person will be the owner of business. And we have seen in taxi services, whether we have seen in digital payment, we have seen in housing, real estate, OYO, all these industries are actually owned by almost every person of the country and every person of the society. So this kind of changes which are happening, how is our education system geared towards that? Will continue to teach the way we have been teaching in class? I would say that the teaching will be completely disrupted. The teaching will shift to learning. And the moment we shift teaching to learning, the role of student becomes the focus, not the professors. The student will learn themselves using digital technologies. They will grab the contents wherever it is available across the world, across the institutions. No need to come to the class to learn. No need to come to the class to learn something which is already learned. So what further they will come to the class? They will come to the class to create content, not disseminate content. And that is where the learning will become research inside the class. Today's education, research happened in the library on lab, and teaching happened in the class, and then we go and use in industry. All three are disintegrated. In the coming time, these three will get integrated. Industry will come to the class with their problem statement. Student will come to solve that problems, and professor will have to provide the research model that how the problem to be solved and create new contents. This is the kind of change which we can visualize in coming educations. And if Indian institutions, some of Indian institutions take lead in this, creating the new age of education, that is the focus of this conclave, that what is next? The new age of education is that every class, starting from primary school to PhD class, focus will be create content, create new knowledge, and we know India is already number 1 in terms of young population in the world. We are number 3 in startup ecosystem in the world. We are 6th in the economic system in the world. I am sure if this model initiate in Indian institutions, the glory of India will be back. The Nalanda and Takshila will be back. And that should be the vision of our education. And that is the vision of NEP 2020, which Government of India and Modi government has brought. I think it is the responsibility of all the educationists in this country, including Vice Chancellor, directors, and students and professors, and also social organizations, to come and create disruptions. And let's lead the nations through educations. We have seen whole world, only those countries are the number 1 where educational systems are number 1. I think India has a future because we have the highest percentage of the young populations. And we are also, if you see India as a demography, India is one of the most beautiful countries in the world in terms of natural beauty. We are best in the richest in the world in terms of natural resource, including Odisha. And we are best in terms of intellectual resource. We are only lacking in terms of synchronizing all of this, because education systems, what Macaulay taught us, has been ruining this country for years. I think time has come when we have to reform, and Government of India has already started reforms. Come forward, initiate the process of reform, disruptions, and lead the world. That is what I would like to just say in my opening remarks. Thank you very much again to the Argus for inviting me for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jaiswal, for your address. I would now invite Pro Vice Chancellor IGNOU, Dr. Shrikant Mahapatra, to the podium to present his address.
Very good morning, dignitaries in the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and very dear students. At the outset, I must compliment and congratulate the Argus TV channel for igniting all of us to discuss about a very, very sensitive, pertinent topic, that is National Education Policy 2020. Yesterday, that is on 29th of July, we have completed 2 years of implementation of the National Education Policy 2020. And we got this National Education Policy after almost 35 years, 34 years, because last policy was in 1986. And this policy came in the context of the pandemic, which came to us in early part of 2020, and the policy was announced in October 2020. The basic tenets of this policy is to make India a knowledge superpower, to make the country a knowledge society, a knowledge economy, to put the country in the knowledge super highway through equity, quality, affordability, flexibility, Indianization of our education system, internationalization to make India a Vishwaguru, to make substantive improvement in research, and to extensively use technology in the teaching learning process. This technology part was much emphasized after the pandemic. That is, the chapter 24 of the National Education Policy 2020 was written in the light of the pandemic, where the Commission talks about using technology in the teaching learning process. How technology can be used in the teaching learning process in the country like India. Friends, those who are sitting here, they are the digital natives, born almost in the 21st century. We, the frontliners, and including people like us sitting in the dais, we are all digital migrants. That means that you are born with technology. We were not born with technology. We have adopted technology. We have learned how to use technology. But you are comfortable with a laptop, a desktop, a smartphone, and so on and so forth. And we struggle to learn. As parents, we also learn from our own children how to use technology. So the National Education Policy is for next 20 years. And the policy is not for us, people like us, it is for you, who are the students, who are the next generation of this country. And it says that in a country like India, where there is a digital divide, where access to technology is limited, almost 50-50, we should have a blended method of teaching and learning. That our traditional face-to-face method should be clubbed with technology-oriented teaching and learning. I come from an open university, and we have been using technology from the very beginning, much before the pandemic. There also, we combine face-to-face, limited face-to-face, with extensive use of technology. So what is that technology? Who can afford this technology? When I was interviewed as a Vice Chancellor by the Honorable Governor of Odisha, he asked me, what is your dream of a university? I said, my dream of a university is to run my university from my mobile. The day I can run my university from my mobile, I'll consider myself to be very successful. And believe me or not, you can run your university through a mobile by use of technology. Today, you are all using Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and all the social media platforms like YouTube. Earlier we thought that these are for our networking, for our friendship, but subsequently you realize that these can be extensively used in the teaching learning process. And you don't have to pay anything. These are all almost free, unless you want to use it for commercial purposes. The digital platforms are also available to the teachers. And many teachers in our country who were using and comfortable with face-to-face teaching suddenly came to these digital platforms like Google Meet to contact the students. Initially, during the pandemic, we thought that our first job is to get connected with our students. And when we get connected, we started communication with our students. And when we resumed communication with our students, we started interacting with the students. And during the pandemic, I could expose my student to the best teachers in the world, best teachers available in the country. I was confined to Bhubaneswar and Sambalpur, where I had limited resources of teachers. But when you use technology, you can invite any teacher from any part of the world, from any part of the country, to engage the student in the teaching learning process. So the beauty of technology is that it is accessible, it is universal, and it is interactive also. Now in a country like India, can we use internet only? I have a strong reservation on this. When we say technology, it should be television, it should be radio, it should be community radio, along with the network, internet-based technology. And if you see the budget of this year, there are two important decisions that Government of India has taken. One is a digital university in the country, and second is 200 educational channels in India. Earlier there were only 12 channels from class 1 to class 12. We had only 12 channels. Now there will be 200 TV channels. That means every state will have minimum 12 channels from class 1 to class 12. There will be separate channels for higher education. There will be separate channel for technical education. There will be separate channel for vocational and skill education. So television is coming in a big way in our teaching learning process, other than the internet-based technology with which we are almost now familiar. So therefore, what is required in this country is we should have a solid technology infrastructure in the country. Our teachers should be well versed with technology in teaching learning process. We should develop excellent content. The students who are sitting here are more comfortable with video content. We as teachers are more comfortable with text content. So there has to be a mixture of video content and text content. There can be discussion forums for interaction, both synchronous and asynchronous. And then the greatest challenge of use technology is assessment and evaluation of the students. Whether it can be center proctored online examination, whether it can be a remote proctored examination, so that you can sit at home, but you have to be monitored constantly, and you appear the examination, whether that is possible. So all sorts of debates and discussions are going on. And finally, next generation of students should know that the next generation of technology in the field of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, machine learning, data analytics, These are Internet of Things. These are the areas where employment can be generated. They will kill employment. The traditional employment is going to vanish. A new kind of employment will come. And I request all the young generation of learners to get acquainted with the new technology, the technology of the 21st century, so that you will be more relevant for the society and you can contribute meaningfully to make India not only a technology superpower, but a Vishwaguru in the whole world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, for your address. Now I would like to invite Director, Institute of Rural Management, Irma Anand, Dr. Umakant Das, to kindly deliver his address, please.
A very good morning. I can see many students here. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I must, at the outset, thanks Argus Education Next for giving this opportunity to come over here and express our feeling, opinion, and providing a platform where we can interact not only amongst the experts but also amongst the students. My predecessors, Dr. Jaiswal and Dr. Mahapatra, they talked about the challenges and how things have changed. I think this pandemic, which has not taught us just how to live, but how to progress, how to become a good human being as well. So coming from so basically I have been there in the technical institutions. I've seen students coming and going. So just I want to, when I was asked to talk about what is going to be the ecosystem, education ecosystem in the post-pandemic, it's always good to know what is the ecosystem that we are talking about. When we got independence, we inherited a system which is mostly driven by the colonial thinking, which most of our students, parents, without understanding, we started believing that this is the best system. Each system has its advantage and disadvantage. So when we talk about an ecosystem, generally that is what we do in management or in economics, we say an input-output system. So what are the inputs? What is the transformation process that the input goes through? And what is the outcome and output? Whether that outcome or output is relevant for us, whether the outcome and output is adding any value to our society, who is going through the system, and society. So when we talk about the input, of course, when we say our human resources, the content, the value system. So when I say value system, you might be saying, even at least I have gone through myself and I've seen many of my friends going through the same thing. 70% of the students, they come from the rural background through vernacular language. Their first schooling is in the vernacular language. When they come to college, the first shift from vernacular language to English, you feel an experience or go through a system where you feel as if you don't know anything. Suddenly changing from vernacular to English, your friends are talking in English, accent is a British accent, US accent. After we graduate, we enter another environment where we do not know whether what we learned is relevant where we are going. Whether I'm going as a doctor, I'm going as a academician, or as I'm going as a bureaucrat, I don't know what I learned, whether that is relevant to me. Again, learning, de-learning happens everywhere. What I learned in the school, I did learn when I come to college. What I learned in college when I go to higher education system or higher education institutions, I learn something new. And I've seen in systems like particularly IIT system, I come from a system which is number one, we say, in NIRF ranking for the last 7 years. But nobody has seen what is going inside the system. 40 to 50% of students, they come without knowing what they are going to face. 50 to 60%, they don't know whether they want engineering or not. 60-70% is they go for management after they graduate. So that's the goalpost keep changing because they don't know what is that they want to do. So I think that is where we have to understand what the ecosystem that we are talking about. How am I going to integrate my ecosystem so that at the end of their career or when they pass out or graduate, it adds value to their understanding. It adds value to their thinking, indigenous thinking. It's not what is being told to us. I know even when we were students, even now we are doing. We think if we recommend a good book which is written by a professor in MIT or Harvard or XYZ University, that's the best textbook. If I recommend articles which are published in A-star, B-star, C-star journals, that's the best. If I give tons of material to my student, I will be treated as the best teacher without knowing whether that is relevant, that is appreciated by the students or not. So on the one hand, the system has to, when we are talking about the system, I think the system should, at least now through the new education policy, a lot of debate is happening. We are questioning ourselves. We are questioning our system, and we are questioning what should be the technology. Yes, the pandemic has taught us many things. The faculties who were reluctant to use even phone to send emails, now they are expert in using technology to deliver courses, classes. Students got used to online classes. So everything we could able to adapt ourselves. But again, what about the quality? What about the intent? What about the learning that was happening in the campuses because most of the time the learning happens not in the classroom. Learning happens not to the class books or the textbooks. It happens to the environment where they stay, live, and they interact with their friend circle. 50 to 60% is they learn from their peers, from the friends, and from the ecosystem that they spend for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or 10 years. So that is what we are talking about. So we have to think of an ecosystem that adds the value system, the Indian value system, respecting each other. It's not just competition. Competition is not going to take us anywhere. We have seen the capital system. We are seeing how the capital system is performing and how much weightage we assign to fellow beings. Now we are talking about cooperatives, and it's cooperative versus corporates. It's Indian value system versus Western value system. It's not that a particular system is good or bad, but at least we need to know what is good and bad, what is good for our context and what is good for our system. So when we are talking about the system, I at least agree with my panelists who talked about adapting to better technology, learning to better the latest content courses like be it artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's not just one particular program. You'll see students are now started doing not just one program, one degree. While doing their degree, be it BTech or BSc or BA or BCom or MBA, simultaneously students are registering for other courses. How am I going to hone my skill? More the skill I acquire, the better is going to be my market value. And fatter is going to be my package. Right? That's where we are leading, whether that is good for a country like India, whether that is good for a society. I think that's where now we are started focusing on the SDGs. So the development goals, sustainable development goals. Unless we talk about our environment, unless we talk about the human being, unless we talk about the poverty, it's not just degree, but it is learning as well as the way we are living, health, literacy, the environment, because now you might be seeing the Western countries or European countries, the heat wave. So I think the system should highlight, focus on these softer issues and which are more important for the life and living of the students, the society and the human beings. Second thing, I think at least I must say one good thing with the new education policy, besides what was already pointed out, is highlighting, emphasizing the vernacular language. I should not feel bad because I'm an Odia. I should not feel bad because I don't know English. I should not feel bad because I can't speak Hindi. If I know Odia, that is good enough, I can communicate. My thinking will be good when I think in Odia, not in English, not in Hindi. So offering degrees in the local languages, vernacular languages, we have such good reach of languages, be it Odia, be it Tamil or be it Kannada, we are rich languages. And when we think in our own languages, we think better, argumentative. You will see most of the people, most of the students, they never argue because they feel if I don't speak English, my teacher will not like, or my fellow, it's my, say, like how people are going to look at me. Whether I understand or not, I mug it. The definitions, the equations, I don't know, or I don't understand sometimes what is there in between two sentences. I think time has come, we have to highlight on those issues. It's not just what is written in the sentence, but what is in between the sentence that is more important. What is more important is what I think and whether I can express what I think in a language to my fellow beings, to my peer people sitting along with me. That is what is feeling proud of the language, feeling proud of the country as an Indian, I think, which has come back to a great extent. We were reluctant when we were student. We were thinking of foreign degrees are more important, valuable than Indian degrees. Not sure. I think that we have to talk about that system which is going to help us grow, not just wealth-wise, intellectual-wise as well, and as a human being as well. So that is what I'm expecting. I think the deliberation that we are going to have in this day, of course, there are many forums where we have been discussing, deliberating. Sure, the system which is going to evolve is going to be the best for the human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Das, for the really beautiful address. ମୁଁ ଆଶା କରୁଛି ଏବଂ ମୁଁ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ମଧ୍ୟ ଯେଉଁ ଛାତ୍ରଛାତ୍ରୀମାନେ ଆଜି ଏଠି ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ମଞ୍ଚାସୀନ ସବୁ ଅତିଥିମାନଙ୍କର ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଶବ୍ଦକୁ ଅନ୍ୟଧ୍ୟାନ କରୁଥିବେ, ସବୁ କଥାକୁ ଠିକ୍ ଭାବରେ ଶୁଣୁଥିବେ ଯେ ଆମ ଆଗାମୀ ଭବିଷ୍ୟତରେ କୋଉ ପ୍ରକାରର ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ଆସୁଛି, ଆମେ ତାର ମୁକାବିଲା କେମିତି କରିବା ଆଉ ତା ସହିତ ଆମେ ଆମର ନୈତିକତାକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ କେମିତି ବଜାୟ ରଖିବା, ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ମଣିଷ ହେଇ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମ ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ ଦିଗରେ କେମିତି ଆଗେଇ ଯିବା, ଏହି ସବୁ ଉପରେ ଆଲୋକପାତ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ଅତିଥିମାନେ। ତେବେ ସର୍ବଶେଷରେ ଆଜିର ଆମର ଇନଗୁରାଲ ସେସନରେ ମୁଁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି ଟୁ present his opinions and also to sum it up, Professor Kishore Kumar Basa, Vice Chancellor Maharaja Sri Ramchandra University, to kindly come forward and share his words with us.
Samastako namaskar. I am grateful to the Argus family for inviting me to this august occasion to discuss and deliberate and to learn about the challenges of education. All of us claim that we are educated, rightly so, But then, why this new education policy? Nobody challenges us that we had a very distinct and very substantial mode of imparting education in our ancient times, be it Takshila or Nalanda or Vikramshila, or our Lalitgiri, Ratnagiri and Udaygiri. Those were also the universities. Now, some historians say that until the Renaissance, until 13th century, perhaps India and the rest of the world were at par. But it is the Renaissance, I think, which made a fundamental break, and perhaps India lagged behind. And perhaps the worst thing happened, as has been suggested by my distinguished colleagues, about the Macaulay mode of education. The Macaulay mode of education wanted to create some job seekers who would remain slave to the colonial system. Well, after independence, two educational policies were done, I think 1960s and then 1986. And the attempt was how to decolonize our education systems. But perhaps we did not succeed much. Therefore, the 2020 new education policy is a challenge for all of us, because it is a model, it is an ideal, it is an aspiration how India could become a knowledge society and a knowledge economy in 21st century. Not at the cost of the values which we cherish most in India, but taking those values and keeping an open mind, a fine blending of what is the best in us and what is the best from outside. That is the essence of new education policy. I must say that I am fortunate that I attended the Sikya Samagam held in Varanasi for 3 days, from 7th of February to 9th of February, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. And mind you, the entire education ministry, when I say entire, the Cabinet Minister, Minister of State, UGC Chairman, AICT Chairman, name who's and who of higher education, all of them attended these 3 days. And I must say that I was very fortunate to have attended that, and I have submitted a report on that to the Honorable Chancellor's office. I also attended yesterday the completion of 2 years of new education policy, and certain new initiatives have been inaugurated or were given to the nation by the Union Home Minister yesterday. And I must say that I just arrived from Delhi and coming straight to this place. The point is, let me sum up what my distinguished panelists have said. There is a diversity in their views, and there is also convergence. Diversity in the sense that Professor Joyshwal is a director of Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur. Professor Srikant Mahapatra has an excellent track record of what is known as Open University System. And Dr. Umakanta Das represents, who is the director of the Institute of Rural Management. Anand, which we know as a kind of, textbook story, how an organization based on cooperative could be so successful. So you heard the different perspectives, because they represent 3 different groups of institutions which will cater to the needs of higher education scenario. Now, just to recapitulate what Professor Joyshwal said, he underscored resurgence in three manners or 3 aspects. of resurgence in Indian society. First is digitization and sustainability and democratization. I think to me, digitization and sustainability, there are some kind of, people used to say that these are the buzzwords. But to me, democratization in the name of startup, I think it is going to be a very important feature in the years to come. He also suggested or emphasized about creative knowledge, taking advantage of the demographic dividend of India. My friend, Professor Srikant Mahapatra, was highlighting how India could be a knowledge superpower, and on the basis of equity, equality, affordability, flexibility, Indianization, and internationalization. And he also emphasized on the blended mode of technology in terms of teaching learning, and how TV is going to play a very important role in years to come. Dr. Umakanta Das was emphasizing the importance of cooperation. You see, that is the value of Indian knowledge system. We do not compete with each other. We cooperate with each other. We handhold each other. Now, his organization represents that. So he doesn't have to say in words. If you want to know what is the success of cooperative movement, we can go to Anand. So here is an Indian model or Indian system which has some relevance to the rest of the world. He also emphasized on the vernacular mode of instruction. Some of us, we think that unless you speak in English, perhaps, you are not able to connect to the rest of the world. Yes, English is a language to be connected with the rest of the world. Nobody denies that. But it cannot be a substitute for your rootedness. Because if you do not have a root, then I'm afraid the language that you will be using will be nothing but superficial. Therefore, it is important that we should give equal emphasis on vernacular mode of instruction, which new education policy provides adequate scope. Now, let me come back to the questions of, let's say, what is, in my view, is important. You know, so all of us know about the flexibility of the system in the new education policy, because the rigid mindset of, you know, if somebody would study arts, he will study arts. You know, I don't know whether this system exists now or not. I think Professor Himanshu Patnaik is here. During our time, if you are a student of history, you can't take mathematics. You know, this kind of rigidity we had. So I think, forget about within arts, point now a boy or girl has choice to move from one discipline to the another discipline. He or she has every right to know, pursue the knowledge he or she wants. But then, the important thing to be borne in mind is that there is an integration between the academia and skill. I think here is a big challenge for all of us, because when we say skill, you know, we Indians sometimes will say that skill is relatively inferior. Unless until you do some white-collar job, you are not an elite. New education policy dismantles that kind of arrogance or condescending attitude. Skill is as important as your sort of the classroom teaching of any other subject. And then new education policy also envisages that if you are doing some kind of skill education, you can come back. You can come back to the formal academic curricula as well. Now, previously it used to be there, but now it has been made more sort of integrating. So therefore, if somebody is doing something in skill, after some time, he can come back to the kind of academic curricula. This academic bank of credit, then sort of shifting of one place to another. All these things are there. But another important aspect is that I am more concerned with Odisha. Now, to me, we should use this new education policy in creating an aspirational society, because our students are very good at fundamentals. Now, I have got certain reservation about my distinguished panelist. Yes, technology is important. Technology is very important, and nobody can sort of dispense with technology in terms of teaching, learning, in terms of research, in terms of startups, in terms of innovation. Nobody denies that. But at the end of the day, technology cannot be a substitute for human being, because it is the human being should control technology rather than technology determining the quality of individual. Because we are heading towards that. This question of artificial intelligence, the question of machine learning are challenges. Of course, those are challenges. But I must caution that if depending on technology to enhance your quality of knowledge is fine, but depending on technology to reduce your knowledge is dangerous. I'm giving you an example. You know, these days, if you ask in multiplication, the American kids are now, they do not know, they just go to the calculator. I think so much of dependence, I think, is not desirable. The basic arithmetic, Indian students are strong because they are strong in basic arithmetic. We should not lose that in the name of technology. Now, coming to Odisha again, I think in the next 20 years, Odisha should be the destination of students. I think the process has started. But for that, and I urge upon my students, you need to change a difference in perspective. Because how to welcome a foreigner, how to welcome a black African, because if you see a black African, then you say, kya kala hai, karke, you know, you just, that will not do. If you want that there should be a change of perspective among both students and the teachers and the civil society. Because racism, we always say it exists in Africa or in America, but I think, please interrogate yourself, how much racist we are. So, if you want to make Odisha as an international destination of students and scholars, it is important that we should have a change in mindset. And I'm sure we'll have many international students, because this is a challenge, because India at the moment, if I'm not incorrect, is getting about 50,000 foreign students every year, but we are sending 10 lakh students abroad. So we have to make a balance, and Odisha should take advantage of this. Now, when we speak about Odisha also, I think one has to make a balance between what is local and the global. In the name of the global, we should not, and I insist, we should not ignore our local identity or local level research or local resources. Because if a foreigner is coming, mind you, he or she is coming to find out how you are using your local resources, how you are using your local talent, how you are making the local resources to make a better society. That is the reason he will be coming to you, to India, or more particularly Odisha. Therefore, we have to create best practices in augmenting the cause of local traditions. When I am saying local resources or local knowledge system, I am not saying that one should be parochial. I am not saying that I will claim that Odiyas are the best under the sun. I am not saying that. But on the other hand, I would say that we should be proud of what we should be proud of. And lastly, I am coming from a university in an area where there is substantial tribal population. So as a Vice Chancellor of Maharaja Sri Ramchandra Bhansdev University, my challenge is how to enhance the aspiration of the first generation of tribal youth who are coming to higher education. So, on the one hand, we are talking of internalization and competing with the rest of the world, and on the other hand, they are in the gross enrollment ratio, our districts are not doing well. So, how do I combine to face the challenge of gross enrollment ratio, enhancing the gross enrollment ratio on the one hand, and preparing my tribal youth to compete with the rest of the world? Now, that's the challenge we have to face. But, having said that, I must say that education is a great enabler. Education is a mighty leveler. Education is a weapon through which India can win the rest of the world. Can we do it? I think the challenge is for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Basa, for beautifully summing it up and opine. Now I would request to play a video on the theme today, that is on the SOA deemed to be University Argus Education Next 2022. So let's have a look.
आगको माड़ी चली ओडिशा यह पूर्व भारतर सही उदीयमान राज्य जोठी लुचि रही असीमित सुनेली संभावना नूतन पीढ़ीर युवगोष्ठी ओडिशार भविष्यत सेमानंक जीवन रे शिक्षा एवं वृत्तिर भूमिका गुरुत्वपूर्ण आगामी भविष्यतर सोपान को नूतन आशा और आकांक्षा रे भरी देबा पाई अर्गस न्यूज उपस्थापन करने को जाउछि एजुकेशन नेक्स्ट। एही दिनिकिया कनक्लेव ओडिशा रे शिक्षार उन्नति को परवर्ती स्तर को नहीं जीवा पाई करिब प्रयास शिक्षा व्यवस्था रे थिबा असंगति और त्रुटि गुडी को दूर करिब एही कनक्लेव आईटी इंजीनियरिंग कृषि स्वास्थ्य सेवा और अन्य पाठ्यक्रम छात्र छात्री दक्षता विकास रे सहाय्य करी राज्यर शिक्षार परिधि को वृद्धि करने पाई प्रयास करिब। एही प्लाटफॉर्म रे एकाठी हेबे देशर कोण अनुकोणरू आसीथिबा शिक्षाविद नीति निर्धारक शिल्पपति बुद्धिजीवी शिक्षा क्षेत्र हिताधिकारी और यह प्रभावित करुथिबा व्यक्तित्व ओडिशार शिक्षा क्षेत्र में सकारात्मक परिवर्तन आनिबा पाई आवश्यक हेउथिबा रणनीति उपरे हेबा आलोचना खुला मंच वितर्क और मत आदान प्रदान माध्यम एही कनक्लेव ओडिशार शिक्षा क्षेत्र को नूतन दिग्दर्शन देवा सह ओडिशार युवपीढ़ी को देव सारा दुनिया रे गुरुत्वपूर्ण स्थान। अर्गस एजुकेशन नेक्स्ट भविष्यत निर्माण पाई एक समय उपयोगी पदक्षेप।
Thank you. Now I would request Shri Sanjay Jena, Editor-in-Chief Argus News, to kindly present mementos to our guests present on dais. First of all, I would request Shri Jena to kindly present a memento to Vice Chancellor, Maharaja Shri Ramchandra University, Professor Kishore Kumar Basa, please. Thank you very much, sir, for joining our conclave. Thank you. I would request Shri Jena to present the memento to Dr. Umakant Das, Director, Institute of Rural Management, Irma Anand. I would request Shri Jena to present a memento to Pro Vice Chancellor, IGNOU, Dr. Shrikant Mahapatra, please. I would request Shri Jena to present a memento to Director, IIM Sambalpur, Odisha, Professor Mahadev Prasad Jaiswal, please. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us in our inaugural session and making it more beautiful one. And now I would request our Associate Editor, Argus News, Mr. Shanti Bhushan Mishra, to kindly come on the stage and offer the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
धन्यवाद। शिक्षा को परवर्ती स्तर को नेवाई अर्गस ये प्रयास प्रथम सेसन रे एजुकेशन इकोसिस्टम इन पोस्ट पैंडेमिक एरा एंड द वे फॉरवर्ड एथरे जो अतिथि माने आम सहित थिले मूल्यवान मत रखिले को धन्यवाद दूची प्रोफेसर किशोर कुमार बासा भाइस चांसलर महाराज श्रीरामचंद्र यूनिवर्सिटी बारिपदा आपण मूल्यवान परामर्श आपण उपादेयता परामर्श जो पिलांग पे बेस उपादेय हो पार से आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अर्गस परिवार पक्षर आम सहित प्रोफेसर महादेव प्रसाद जयसवाल थे डायरेक्टर आईएम संबलपुर आपणकर मूल्यवान एवं उपादेय अभिभाषण आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आम सहित डॉक्टर श्रीकांत महापात्र थे प्रो वाइस चांसलर इग्नो आपण शिक्षार टेक्नोलोजी व्यवहार कथा कहले विशेषकर नेक्स्ट जेनरेशन स्टूडेंट केमती नेक्स्ट जेनरेशन टेक्नोलोजी केते जरूरी से कथा आपण कहले आपण परामर्श आपण बहुमूल्य परामर्श बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आम सहित डॉक्टर उमाकांत दास थे जे स्कूल शिक्षा सहित कॉलेज उच्च शिक्षा कथा कहले फरक कथा कहले पिला केमिति ग्रहण करती एवं ए विषय पिला जो वातावरण को शिक्षार वातावरण को केते ग्रहण करती से विषय आप दीक्षांत अभिभाषण आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आम नेक्स्ट सेशन को जीवा बहुत
Thank you very much, dignitaries. So here ends our inaugural session. We are going to start with our session 2 soon, but before that, I would request everyone, especially our students, I'm sure you are going to be very excited for it, to post their pictures and videos if at all you have clicked any, and tag Argus News in our official Argus News Facebook and Instagram, and you also could be featured in our stories. And do consider subscribing to Argus News on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube as well. Thank you for being a part, students and everyone else. Now we are going to begin our session 2.
If sky is the limit, what would you like to be in life?
I want to be a doctor,
Scientist, lawyer,
entrepreneur,
engineer,
agronomist,
good chef.
What if world-class faculties help you to reach there? Education is the passport to the future. Shiksha or Anusandhan, deemed to be university. A bright future begins here.
So we are here at Shiksha or Anusandhan deemed to be university, Argus Education Next 2022, a step towards the future. Title sponsor, Shiksha or Anusandhan deemed to be university, powered by Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society. Associate sponsor, Vikas Group of Institutions, Odisha Institute of Fire Engineering and Safety Management, Yasasvi Group, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, Sai International School, Knowledge Partner, Upgrad. We would like to thank all our sponsors and partners. And now let's go forward for session 2. The theme being National Education Policy, Restructuring the Education Sector in Developing a Knowledge-Based Economy. Now, the dignitary chairing the session would be Professor Kunja Bihari Panda, the retired Professor, Utkal University. I would like to invite Professor Kunja Bihari Panda to the dais. Let us give him a round of applause. To take his chair on the dais, I would like to invite Principal Regional Institute of Education, that is RI Bhubaneswar, Professor Prakash Chandra Agarwal, please. We would welcome for the session 2, Principal Silicon Institute of Technology, that is SIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Jaideep Talukdar, please. We would invite Member and Secretary, Institute of Odia Studies and Research, Bhubaneswar, Shri Subrat Kumar Prusti, please. And also we would have on the dais for the session, Executive Editor, Argus News, Mr. Durgashish, please. Gentlemen, welcome on the dais. Let us begin with the session 2. I would request Professor Kunja Bihari Panda to take it forward.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. To start with the second session, I think we should not waste time. May I now request Professor Prakash Chandra Agarwal, Principal Regional Institute of Education, kindly to come forward and deliver his talk. Professor Prakash Chandra Agarwal.
Good morning. Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, I thank profusely Argus Education for inviting me and give this opportunity. As we all know that now we have 21st century's first education policy, NEP 2020, which is first came in 1968, second in 1986, and this is after a long gap of 34 years. And we all know that other policies worked on education, but even then we could produce only unskilled workers and not skilled workforce. So this policy is emphasizing on creating skilled workers. At the same time, we have to see our own culture, our own heritage, own tradition and ethos. And this NEP is envisaging, probably this is the reason that we are producing unskilled workforce, because we have switched over from our own traditions, own culture. And we are following Western culture, and there is a gap, and that's why we are not doing our best. Since the topic is restructuring, I'll just highlight few points, few things here. And this policy envisages that education, formal education should start at the age of 3. This policy for school education is suggesting restructure 5+3+3+4, where we say that orientation of child should start at the age of 3, not formal education that way, but at least we should take care. So this policy is envisaging, or we know that only early childhood education is not important, but care is also important. So few ministries, they have to work together, because we want healthy child with proper nourishment and with proper pathway for future development. Then this policy talks about, and we have to restructure our scenario, that we have to emphasize on foundations, foundational literacy and numeracy. Unless communication skills are proper, we cannot produce global citizens. And at the same time, language is not a barrier. This policy sees that language is not a barrier. We also, as academicians, as students, realize that language should not be a barrier. All the languages should be promoted equally. The language conflict is taken care by this policy. At the same time, everyone should become the part and parcel of education system. So the third chapter talks about the dropout curtailment of dropout, universal access. Everyone has right to get education, and we should reach to everyone. It should be accessible to everyone, and for that, even we can leverage digital technology. But at the same time, we have to see many other factors, as Professor Basa told. Since we want to bring everyone in this system, then education should be compatible for their cognitive level, for their different dimensions. So, fourth chapter talks about curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. What to do, how to do, that is very important. We have to see our curriculum. So far, the curriculum could not interest any students. So we have to review our curriculum. Curriculum formation, curriculum construction is one way, and how it is transacted, that is another way. So to bring all the students, all the learners in the educational scenario perfectly, we have to remove silos, we have to remove gaps, and that's why any subject choice should be given. There should not be any separation between academic and vocational stream. No one is better and no one is worse. And nothing like arts, nothing like science, nothing like academic stream, nothing like vocational stream. Curricular activities, extracurricular activities. Now our curriculum talks that every activity is curricular. Nothing is extracurricular. So we have to bring all such things this way, and we have to restructure our school education. I am talking firstly about school education, because unless we improve our school education, we give ample opportunity to learners to build their personality holistically in school education. They will not be properly harnessed for higher education, or higher education will not become better. So curriculum, we have to look into it, and it should be according to the choice of learners. Local specific context must be there, because India is rich in cultural heritage, ethos, traditions, and we have to be local specific for that. Curriculum should be local. Even we can have district-wise curriculum or locality-wise curriculum. This is a challenge though, but at NCERT develops national curriculum framework at national level, but this can be contextualized by local community, by local administration, according to local requirements. So curriculum is very, very important. Why? Because this gives us vision that how we are going to build our future generation. Then about pedagogy, we have seen so many pedagogies so far, but this policy encompasses all, and this policy is with our recommendations, with academia's recommendations, is recommending experiential learning. Now, what is experiential learning? So, experiential learning means the learning should become experience of a learner, and it should not be an information which is rote memorized. Rote memorized information cannot become a knowledge which is applied. So, we need the learning which a learner can apply in his future endeavors, in our future endeavors. So in experiential learning, again, we should include our own sports, indigenous games, indigenous stories, arts, ICT. What we see, indigeneity must be there. Unless we bring indigenous substances in our curriculum, in our pedagogy, we will again feel a gap, and the students will not be able to do better. So experiential learning is emphasized, and for that we say that technology will dry out all the things, but at the same time teacher's role will remain there, and that will become even more important, because this will be the responsibility of teacher to provide conducive environment, the conducive learning situations. And we talk about assessment also. So we talk that assessment we are now emphasizing on summative assessment, but not only summative assessment is important, rather we should focus more on adaptive and formative assessment, where assessment is there when formation of knowledge is taking place in classes, in field or beyond classes. And in that assessment, it is important that this assessment is not only of learners, this assessment is of teachers also, of facilitators also. If one situation, if one strategy is not working, then teacher has to revise strategy. Even if language is not compatible with learner, then teacher has to learn language of learner. So learner should be autonomous, learner should be given ample opportunities. Learner, and when we are talking about classes, then every learner is important for us. No one should be left out. So when we talk about gross enrollment ratio, then enrollment ratio should become 100% in school education. It envisages that by 2030, the enrollment should be 100%, and this enrollment should be sustainable. It is not like that at the class of 8, 50% students are leaving or 10% students are leaving. At the class of 10, some students are leaving. We have to maintain the enrollment. Sustainable enrollment must be there. For that, we have to address infrastructural shortcomings, human resources, accessibility. If you want to include all, as we are visioning for GER, gross enrollment ratio, then we have to provide all the facilities for each one, for socio-economically disadvantaged groups, for Divyangs, for disabled persons, for differently abled persons, for gifted children. So we have to create an environment where every can brought under this umbrella and can get opportunity to learn further. So assessment should be formative and less emphasis should be given on summative assessment. Pedagogy should be experiential and curriculum should be relooked after every 5 years, and it should be updated according to the need of nation, society, community and international arena. And we talk about inclusive education. Everyone is important, so everyone should be brought in this picture, in this arena, under this umbrella. Now, I would like to talk about teacher education because my institute is teacher education. Unless we produce good quality teachers, then education cannot be that much better as we expect. So to produce quality teachers, teacher education curriculum should also to be looked upon. And candidates who prefer teaching by choice should enter in this job, not those prefer by chance. So we have to check that teaching aptitude candidates should enter in teaching, and they should be ready to work with children, with learner, and they should also be able to involve community and society. Unless community involvement is there, unless civil society's involvement is there, our education cannot improve. So for that, we have to recruit good candidates for this professional course. NEP 2020 is highlighting that stand-alone B.Ed colleges should be closed down. 90%, this is written there in the policy itself, that 90% of teacher education institutions are not up to the mark. They are just selling degrees. So we have to check such institutes. Unless teacher education is improved, we will not be able to produce quality teachers. And unless we have quality teachers, we will not be able to do good for our future generations, for learners, for youngers. So teacher education should be looked upon, and now this has been shifted to higher education few years back. Earlier in many states still it is not in higher education, so we have to revamp teacher education properly. And children, they should get scope to work, to think, So we say that teacher education should produce teachers who can imbibe 21st century skills among children, among learners, who can give space to learners to think critically, to reflect critically, creativity, innovativeness, all these things are required. And when we talk about startups, incubation centers, unless innovation is there, unless creativity is there, we will not be able to do better. As we have learned that India is third in startup scheme after US, China. So we have further to increase it in such a way that India should become one, not US, and it should actually produce challenge. And for that, we have to create learners who have their own thinking, creativity, those who have innovativeness. So that's why this education policy is talking about multidisciplinary approach, talking about removing boundaries, talking about to give more space to think, to reflect. It is talking that the curricular load should be reduced. We are just putting up many things in their curriculum. Environmentalists say that environmental education should be there in the curriculum. Legal personals, they say that legal education should be there. Financiers say that financial education should be there. So we have to think especially about school education, and that especially about 8th till 8th class, that what should be in their curriculum, because they are just burdened by this curriculum and they don't have enough scope to think, to critically think, to learn, to de-learn, relearn, and to reflect. So we have to see all these things, because in higher education, or even in secondary stage of school education, we are talking about integration of different subjects. Now, organic farming, artificial intelligence, robotics, machine language, data science. Unless we integrate, unless we bring these subjects in our curriculum, we will not be able to give enough choice, enough chance for our coming learners. So we have to bring all these things, but at the same time, this should not become burden. That's why this education policy talks about flexibility, academic bank of credit, multiple exit, multiple entry. So a student should be given, a learner should be given this chance that suppose she showed firstly interest in one subject, she joined, but later on she felt that she is not able to do good in this subject. She should be given opportunity to change the subject. So vocational education is also very important for us, and so far vocational education is not in that good position, we all know. Unless we emphasize, we restructure our system, education system in such a way that vocational education is given importance, we will not be able to create skilled workforce. So for that, we should identify what are the local community needs, and the skill mapping should be there. The courses, the programs should be mapped accordingly, and those courses should be initiated, should be started there. For that, we should have Meru type of universities, good universities, having a large number of students. Only then different combinations of subjects are possible. In a smaller institute, different subject combinations are not possible because infrastructural shortcomings are even there. Shortage of classroom, shortage of teachers, shortage of lab staff, etc., etc. So that's why this policy is talking about 3 types of higher education institutions: research intensive university, academic, autonomous college. So in all these 3 types of universities, we have to think about vocational education, and for that, this policy speaks that right from the class 6th, 7th, 8th, students should have a fun type of work for 10 days. They should be exposed with local artisans, local crafts, carpenters, metal workers, electric workers, gardeners, like this. These vocations can be different in different locations. So what will happen? Students will start thinking about those vocations, there itself, and they will also respect the dignity of those artisans, those vocal crafts persons, since we are just experiencing that everyone is running towards white collar job. So India was rich, India was golden bird, Sone ki chidiya. How it was? Because education was given in such a way that everyone was getting good job. This policy, that's why it talks about that we should create learners who are not job seekers, rather job creators. They should develop their own entrepreneurs. They should start their startup. And few learners, few pursuants can come together.
Professor Agrawal, could you please conclude?
So, 2 minutes, sir. 1 minute. So we should have linkages with industry, as has been told in previous session, inaugural session, that industry is to be linked. School education and higher education should have a well link. This, right now, we are feeling gap. So there should be a smooth transaction of children from school education to higher education. We should include civil societies and community. Unless community will think that the children are their own and are learning in their schools, they will not feel belongingness to the educational institutions. Educational institutions will not grow the way we expect. So with these words, I thank once again the organizers, and I thank my chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Agrawal, for your nice deliberation. May I now request the second speaker, Professor Jaideep Talukdar, kind to deliver his talk.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I thank the members on the dais and all the students and everyone else present here. I'll just tell a little bit about myself. I'm in a fairly unique position to be able to judge the national education policy because 30 years in the US. From 83 to 2012 I was in the US, and then from 2000 till date I'm in Odisha. So I've seen the education system in both countries, and there are positives and negatives. I'll just take a few moments to highlight some of the positives. I'm hugely in favor of the new education policy. I think it is a radical reform which was well needed, because we were stagnating in a system which is archaic and about 100 years old. So one of the things about this new education policy is something called the higher educational institutions, 3 categories, and it explicitly states that the affiliating university system has to be done away with. And in the US, there are no affiliating universities. They're all autonomous, they're all independent. So wherever you go, they call them schools. Every school is unique, and it offers excellent quality education. Every school or every university has a complete blend of science, arts, humanities, engineering. So that is the mode of operandi which we should adopt. And the new education policy states clearly that every institution should have both science, arts, and be autonomous. So as one of the earlier speakers was saying, there will be 3 classes of institutes: research institutions, educational or research universities, academic universities, and autonomous colleges. And each of these colleges should have a blended mixture of science, arts, humanities. You cannot just have an engineering college. So hopefully these things will pan out. It'll take time because these reforms are radical, but it's much appreciated, and hopefully it can be implemented in a reasonable period of time. So this learning mechanism, it should be learner-centric, and the new education policy does talk about learner-centric education and something called vocational. hands-on. Hands-on education is important because that experiential learning, if you do something with your hands, you pretty much never forget. I was in a position there in the US where I had to work on my own car, and then I got involved with a mechanic who showed me so I can disassemble and put together a car together. So that skill I will never forget. So if you do something by hand and you experience it, that is a learning mechanism apart from classroom teaching which ingrains in you, and it really is a deeper learning mechanism. So at Silicon we are adopting something like that. We call it practice school. After the internship, there are 3 mandatory internships after the first year, second year, and third year. We have a 6-month program, optional, where a student can go to an institution or an organization where they can actually get a paid internship. They can get paid for learning on the job. So we are trying to incorporate some aspects of the new education policy in our educational system. One other thing I have to mention, this exam business. Our exam system also needs to change because we pay an overwhelming importance to some midterm or a final exam as opposed to continuous evaluation. How well you do. I went to IIT Kharagpur because I did well in one exam, but that really shouldn't be. I think that we should emphasize or reorient ourselves towards a continuous evaluation process that makes attainment and evaluation more meaningful other than just appearing for a final exam or an end-term exam. So that also really, that aspect needs to be looked into. Third thing I'll talk about is creativity. The new education policy talks about being creative, but our system is so regimented and so, it's one track. We have this pretty rigid curriculum. You have to take so many courses in basic sciences, so many courses in engineering sciences, there's that. No, you have to allow latitude, you have to allow some independence in what the student chooses and what is taught. So unless you do that, you cannot really make creative thinkers. I mean, I'm not trying to be negative, but true creativity, we have the potential. Indians, in my opinion, have incredible intellect and potential, but we are not living up to it. Primarily, in my opinion, is because of our regimented system. The system's got to open up because then only will true creation come. Just a brief word about this pandemic, which is not really part of this forum, but I'll just say some of the pitfalls we have encountered. This online learning is good, but it really cannot substitute, in my opinion, face-to-face learning. Because learning, there are several aspects to it. One is when you learn from what a teacher is saying, your mode of absorption as a student is different when you're in a classroom. Also, I am able to gauge as a teacher whether the student has learned or not by looking at the student and seeing whether the person has learned or not. I have one look and I can tell if it's an involved concept I'm presenting is going through or not. That mechanism is absent in this online. I cannot gauge. I mean, whether the students are there or not, I cannot tell. That's one thing. Another thing is this, somebody else talked about it, this peer learning. When you're in a classroom setting, if there was a difficult concept, students talk amongst themselves, and somebody got the concept, they'll explain it to others. That whole mechanism was absent in this online business. That is important. That's how we learned also. I remember, if there was a difficult concept, we would talk to people, we would discuss amongst ourselves. That is a key mechanism. And lastly, of course, the exams. I talk to people, I'm well connected with folks in the US, and this online exam, proctoring the exam was just a miserable failure. We just couldn't do it. No matter where you are, and everyone pretty much is the same. Whatever you do, the students are pretty innovative that way. They have figured out ways and mechanisms of collaborating. So the online examination system really didn't work well. But anyway, it's a learning experience. And one good thing is with any online event, whether it be a classroom, an FDP, whatever it is, you can reach out to a very wide audience and involve people from around the world to participate. So that part is good. So in a nutshell, I would say that this new education policy is exceptionally good, calls for radical reforms, and hopefully we can implement it sooner than later. Thank you.
Professor Jaydeep Talukdar for your interesting and very sort of inciting talk. May I now request our next speaker, Sri Subrat Kumar Pusti, kindly to deliver his talk.
समस्त नमस्कार अर्गस न्यूज चैनल तरफ अर्गस एजुकेशन नेक्स्ट 2022 संपर्कित ये जो आलोचना चली द्वितीय अधिवेशन रे जार मुख्य विषय होची नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग द एजुकेशन सेक्टर इन डेवलप एक नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी अर्थात एठी शिक्षा सहित अर्थनीतिर गोटे गभीर संपर्क जहाँ नूतन जातीय शिक्षा नीति आनी ताहा केमिति कार्यकारी हम आगामी पीढ़ी को केमी तैयार करे हूँ आलोचनार विषय वस्तु। आज मो सम्मुखें मु दुई प्रकार व्यक्ति विशेष को देखा पाऊे। गोटे प्रकार व्यक्ति विशेष जो माने ज्ञानी गुणी जो माने पृथ्वीर विभिन्न कोणानुकोण बुलीचंती देखिचंती एवं से माने ओडिशार शिक्षा व्यवस्थार जड़े जड़े दिग्गज पुरुष कहले अत्युक्ति हेब नहीं। आउ गोटे भाग अच्छा जहाँ को आम भविष्य पीढ़ी बोली कहीपर जो मानक शिक्षा जो मानक अर्थनीति एवं जो मानक देश अपेक्षा कर माटी भूखंड अपेक्षा कर अनेक पिला अच्छा जदि से कह जाए जे कौन सी अनुष्ठान कह तुम आस आम अनुष्ठान रे पाठ पढ़ किंतु आम केवल शिक्षा देबू आम निजुक्ति कथा कहीपरू ना केते पिला से अनुष्ठान रे नाम लिखाई पारे ये गोटे प्रश्न। द्वितीय प्रश्न हूँ आउ गोटे अनुष्ठान कह जे मु शिक्षा देवी ना मो अनुष्ठान जी नाम लिखेबे मु केवल निजुक्ति देवी तो केते पिला ए अनुष्ठान को आसबे। ये दुईटी वर्तमान समय सबुठ बड़ गुरुत्वपूर्ण प्रसंग। एक कह तात्पर्य हूँ आम जिते बड़े गोटे उपनिवेश शासन मुक्त हेले सेतेबेले भारतर जनसंख्या थिला 30 कोटी प्राय 30 कोटी बर्तमान आम 130 कोटी पाखापाखि पहुँची गले अतिक्रम कर गले अर्थात 100 कोटी लोक जितेबेले आम पाखरे पहुँची आम से 100 कोटी को सेतिकी कार्य दक्ष करि पारि नाहंती जार एक दृष्टांत होउची जे आज जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी लक्ष्मी सहित सरस्वती को आम जोड़ा सरस्वती सहित लक्ष्मी को आम जोड़ुचंती जे कोठी ना कोठी अर्थनीति सहित शिक्षार गोटे संपर्क रही संबंध रही जहाँ आम पारंपरिक शिक्षा व्यवस्था नथिला। आमे आपण माने जानिथिबे जेतेबेले मनुष्य शिक्षा पाए सेतेबेले ता केवल ज्ञान आधारित थिला एवं ज्ञान सरिबा परे तापर पिलाटी तार कौलिक वृत्ति को आपणाऊला लुहारे केते पानी दियाजिबो एवं से लुहाटी सशक्त हब सेटा को बहिरे लिखा जाउ नथला सेटा कमारटीए तार पिला को तार कमार शाला शिखौला गोटे कुम्भारटीए जतरा माटी हांटी तैयारी करुला केते परिमाण रे पानी देले ता ठीक भाव रे माटीटे गोटे माठियाटीए तैयारी हबे कि दीपटीए तैयारी हबो से कुम्भारटीए ता पिला को शिखौला सेटा प्रयोगात्मक दिग। वर्तमान समस्या बदली जाइए आम जो आधुनिक शिक्षा ना रे आम वर्तमान तीन टी शिक्षा एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आम देखी सारे कोठारी कमिशन ठूँ आरंभ कर वर्तमान 2020 जो शिक्षा व्यवस्था कथा आम देखी सारे जितेबले कोठारी कमिशन प्रथम शिक्षा व्यवस्था आनी से गोटे कथा कही जे मातृभाषा भित्तिक शिक्षा एवं से मातृभाषा भित्तिक शिक्षा ये कहुला से आमर निरक्षरता कौन अच्छी कौन नहीं से भिन्न कथा आम भारतीय माने जदि भारतीय भाषा शिक्षा लाभ करेंगे तेबे गोटे समाजर सबुठ अवहेलित जगार ଏବଂ ସବୁଠୁ ଗରିବ ପିଲାଟିଏ ଯାହା ପାଖରେ ଅର୍ଥନୈତିକ ସୁଦୃଢ଼ତା ନଥିବ ସେ ଶିକ୍ଷା ପାଇପାରିବ, ଶିକ୍ଷାରୁ ବିଚ୍ଛିନ୍ନ ହୋଇପାରିବ ନାହିଁ ଏବଂ ସେ ଜ୍ଞାନକୁ ସେ ଠିକ୍ ଭାବରେ ବିନିଯୋଗ କରିପାରିବ। କେତୋଟି ରାଜ୍ୟ ଗ୍ରହଣ କଲେ ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ। ଯେତେବେଳେ ହିନ୍ଦୀକୁ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ସରକାରୀ ଭାଷା ଭାବେ ପ୍ରଥମ ସରକାରୀ ଭାଷା ଭାବେ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରାଗଲା ଏବଂ ଏଥିରେ 12ଟି ରାଜ୍ୟର ପିଲାମାନେ ନିଜ ମାତୃଭାଷାରେ ଶିକ୍ଷା ଲାଭ କଲେ, ସେହି ସମୟରେ ଆଉ 3-4ଟି ରାଜ୍ୟ ତାମିଲନାଡୁ ହେଉ, ଗୁଜରାଟ ହେଉ, ବଙ୍ଗଳା ହେଉ, ଏମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ ତାଙ୍କ ନିଜ ଭାଷାରେ ସେମାନେ ଶିକ୍ଷା ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ତାର ପରିଣତି ହେଲା ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ଗୁଜରାଟ ଯେଉଁଠି କୌଣସି ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ସମ୍ବଳ ନଥାଇ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଜି ସେଠି ସେ ଧନୀ, ତାର 8 କୋଟି ଲୋକଙ୍କୁ ସେ ରୋଜଗାର ଦେଇ ସାରିବା ପରେ ବି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଭଳି ଅନେକ ରାଜ୍ୟର ଲୋକମାନେ ଗୁଜରାଟ ଉପରେ ନିର୍ଭରଶୀଳ ଯେ ଏମାନେ ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି ସେଠି କର୍ମ ନିଯୁକ୍ତି ପାଉଛନ୍ତି। ତାର କାରଣ ହେଲା ଏଇ ମାତୃଭାଷା ଭିତ୍ତିକ ଶିକ୍ଷା ଯାହା ତାର ଅନ୍ନ ସଂସ୍ଥାନ ଯୋଗାଡ଼ କରିବାରେ ସଫଳ ହେଇଛି। ଛୋଟିଆ ଦୃଷ୍ଟାନ୍ତଟି ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦେଇପାରିବି। ଗୋଟେ ଲୁଣକୁ ନିଆଯାଉ, ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ବିରାଟ ସମୁଦ୍ର ଉପକୂଳ ଅଛି ଯେଉଁଠି ଆମର ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ନୌବାଣିଜ୍ୟ, ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଯେଉଁ ନୌବାଣିଜ୍ୟ ଥିଲା 3ଟି ଜିନିଷ ଆମେ ବିଦେଶକୁ ରପ୍ତାନି କରୁଥିଲୁ, ଗୋଟେ ଲୁଗା, ଲୁଣ ଆଉ ଚାଉଳ। ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଲୁଣ ସେତେବେଳେ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଖ୍ୟାତ ଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ 90 ଦଶକ ପରେ ଦେଖିବେ ଆମେ ଟାଟା ଲୁଣ ନହେଲେ କି ସେ ରିଲାଏନ୍ସ ଲୁଣ ନହେଲେ ଆମେ ଖାଇପାରୁନାହାନ୍ତି, ଆମର ଲୁଣ ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ବୁଡ଼ିଗଲା। ତ ସେଇ ଟାଟା ଏବଂ ରିଲାଏନ୍ସ ଲୁଣ ଆସୁଛି କେଉଁଠୁ ନା ଗୁଜରାଟର ମାଟି ତଳେ ଯେଉଁ ଲବଣ ପାଣି ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ନାହିଁ ଆୟୋଡିନ ନାହିଁ, ସେଇ ଲୁଣକୁ ସେଇ ଲୁଣ ପାଣିରୁ ଲୁଣ ମରାଯାଇକି ତା ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆୟୋଡିନ ମିଶା ହେଇ ସାରା ଭାରତକୁ ବିକ୍ରି କରାଯାଉଛି। ଅଥଚ ଦିନେ ଆମର ଏ ସମୁଦ୍ର କୂଳର ଯେଉଁ ଲୁଣ ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ଉପାୟରେ ସେଥିରେ ଆୟୋଡିନ ମିଶା ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ଲୁଣ ରହିଛି ତାକୁ ତାର ବିକ୍ରି ବନ୍ଦ ହୋଇଗଲାଣି, ଆମର ଲୁଣ ବ୍ୟବସାୟ ବୁଡ଼ିଗଲା। କେବଳ ଲୁଣ କଥା ନୁହଁ, ଆପଣ ଶିଳ୍ପ କଥା ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ। ଆମେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମର 97 ପ୍ରକାରର ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ସମ୍ପଦ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ରହିଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏ ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ସମ୍ପଦକୁ ବିନିଯୋଗ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମର ଶିକ୍ଷା ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥାରେ ସେଭଳି କିଛି ନିର୍ଣ୍ଣାୟକ ନିଷ୍ପତ୍ତି ନିଆଯାଇପାରି ନାହିଁ। ଆଜି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଆପଣମାନେ ବି ସ୍ୱୀକାର କରିବେ ସବୁଠି ସେଇ କଥା କୁହାଯାଉଛି ଯେ ଇଂଲିଶକୁ ଛାଡ଼ିଦେଲେ ଯେ ସତ ଯେପରି ଆମର ଜ୍ଞାନର ଉତ୍କର୍ଷତା ନାହିଁ, ଆମେ ବାହାରକୁ ଯାଇପାରିବା ନାହିଁ। ଯେଉଁ କଥା ମୁଁ ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି ଆମ କିଶୋର ସାର୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆମର କୁଳପତି ଶ୍ରୀରାମଚନ୍ଦ୍ର ଭଞ୍ଜ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର, ସେ ବି ସାର୍ ସେ କଥା କହୁଥିଲେ। ଅନେକ ମଧ୍ୟ ସେଇ କଥା ବି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଇଂଲିଶକୁ ଛାଡ଼ିଦେଲେ ଆମେ କିଛି କରିପାରିବା ନାହିଁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରଥମ କଥା ହେଉଛି ମୁଁ କାହା ପାଇଁ କରିବି, ମୋ ମାଟି ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ କରିବା ଦରକାର। ମୋର ଯଦି ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ ରହିବ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ବାହାରେ ଯାଇକି କାମ କରିବି, ତାହେଲେ ହୁଏତ ଆପଣ କହିପାରିବେ ଇଂଲିଶ ଦରକାର, ତେଲୁଗୁ ଦରକାର, ବଙ୍ଗଳା ଦରକାର, କି ଜର୍ମାନୀ ଦରକାର, କି କୋରିଆନ ଦରକାର, ସେଇଟା ଭିନ୍ନ କଥା। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯଦି ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ରହିବି, ମୋରି ମାଟି ତଳେ ଥିବା ମାଟି ଉପରେ ଥିବା ଖଣିଜ ସମ୍ପଦକୁ ବିନିଯୋଗ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଯଦି କିଛି ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରିଆଲିଷ୍ଟ ହେବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବି, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ମୋ ଭାଷାରେ ଜ୍ଞାନ ଲାଭ କରିବା ଦରକାର। ମୋତେ ସେଥିରୁ 80 ବର୍ଷ ଧରି ବଞ୍ଚିତ କରାଯାଇଛି, ଯାହାର ପରିଣତି ସ୍ୱରୂପ ଆଜି ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଲୋକ ସଂଖ୍ୟା 4.5 କୋଟି ହେଲେ ବି ଆମେ ଆମର ପ୍ରାକୃତିକ ସମ୍ବଳ ଥିଲେ ବି ଲୋକବଳ ଥିଲେ ବି କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଆଜି ଦାଦନ ହେଉଛୁ, ବାହାର ରାଜ୍ୟକୁ ଯାଉଛୁ। ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଯେଉଁ ଦକ୍ଷତା ବିକାଶ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମଟି ଯେଭଳି ଭାବରେ ବୃଦ୍ଧି ପାଉଛି, କିଏ ଗୋଟେ ପାଣି ପାଇପ୍ ମିସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ହେବ, କି କିଏ ଗୋଟେ ୱେଲ୍ଡିଂ ମିସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ହେବ, ଏତିକି ଭିତରେ ଆମର ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟରିଂ ବିଦ୍ୟା ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ହେଇପାରିଲା ନାହିଁ ଯେ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଆମେ ଆମର ଲୁହାପଥର, ଆମର ମ୍ୟାଙ୍ଗାନିଜ୍, ଆମେ ଆମର ବକ୍ସାଇଟ୍, ଥୋରିୟମ୍, ୟୁରେନିୟମ୍ ଯେତେ ପ୍ରକାର ଖଣିଜ ସମ୍ପଦ ଅଛି ତାକୁ ଆମେ କେମିତି ବିନିଯୋଗ କରିପାରିବା। ତେଣୁ ଏଥିପାଇଁ ଆମ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ସୁଯୋଗ ଆସିଛି ଏ ଯେଉଁ ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତି 2020, ଯେଉଁଥିରେ ମାତୃଭାଷା ଭିତ୍ତିକ ଶିକ୍ଷାକୁ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଦିଆଯାଇଛି। ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଆଉ ଥରେ ମନେ ପକାଇ ଦେଉଛି ଯେ 90 ମସିହାରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ IIT ପରୀକ୍ଷା ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଦେଉଥିଲେ, ଯେଉଁମାନେ ସାଇନ୍ସରୁ ଜାଣିଥିବେ, ସେତେବେଳେ 6ଟି ଭାଷାରେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଆସୁଥିଲା, ଇଂରାଜୀ, ହିନ୍ଦୀ, ବେଙ୍ଗଲୀ, ଗୁଜରାଟୀ, ତାମିଲ, ମରାଠୀ। ଏବଂ ସେଠି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଇଂରାଜୀରେ ପଢ଼ୁଥିଲେ ସେମାନେ ବେନିଫିଟ୍ ପାଉଥିଲେ, IIT ହେଇପାରୁଥିଲେ, ଏବଂ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ନିଜ ଭାଷାରେ ପଢ଼ୁଥିଲେ ସେମାନେ ମଧ୍ୟ IIT ହେଇପାରୁଥିଲେ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାରେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନ ଆସିପାରୁନଥିଲା। ଯାହାଫଳରେ ବହୁ ମେଧାବୀ ପିଲା ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଇଂଲିଶରେ ଦୁର୍ବଳ ସେମାନେ ଜଣେ IIT ହେବାର ସ୍ୱପ୍ନ ଦେଖିପାରୁନଥିଲେ। ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ବାଧକତା ଗୋଟିଏ ସଂଘୀୟ ରାଷ୍ଟ୍ର ଭିତରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଭୂଖଣ୍ଡ ପ୍ରତି ବା ଗୋଟିଏ ଭୂଖଣ୍ଡ ଯାହାକୁ ଆମେ ଗରିବ ରାଜ୍ୟ ବୋଲି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ତାର ପିଲା ପ୍ରତି ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ବାଛ ବିଚାର ତାହାର ଫଳ ଆମେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପାଉଛନ୍ତି। ମ୍ୟାନେଜମେଣ୍ଟ ହଉ IIT ହଉ ଯେକୌଣସି ଏବେ 2020ରେ ଆସିଲା ଆମର ବହୁତ ବାରମ୍ବାର ଦାବି କରିବା ସତ୍ତ୍ୱେ ଆମର ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟରିଂ JEE ମେନ୍ରେ ଆସିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ପ୍ରଶ୍ନପତ୍ର ଆସୁଛି। ବହୁତ ଦାବି କରିବା ପରେ 2016ରେ ଆମେ मेडिकल एंट्रांस क्वेश्चन गुड़ाक आम जो नीट्र क्वेश्चन गुड़ाक ओडिया आम पाँच जो पिलाने बर्तमान ओडिया पढ़ाई आग्रह प्रकाश कले किंतु एथिपाई जो भित्तिभूमिटे दरकार जो बही दरकार जो परिवेश दरकार ओडिया पाठ पढ़ा जाउछि बा पढ़ुचंती बोले पिलामानकु जे भली भाव में अपमानित करा जाउछि से मानसिकता मध्य दूरी जावा दरकार। मु गोटे छोटिया आउ गोटे कथा कहि मोर वक्तव्य शेष करिबी। एबे आमे जो AICT तरफ आम ओडिया इंजीनियरिंग शिक्षा जो बही प्रस्तुत करुचु ओडिया अध्ययन गवेषणा संस्था से दायित्व नहीं आम 3 मास भीतर से काम सारू। एथिपाई मु निश्चित भाव में ओडिशा रे 9टी जो बेसरकारी विश्वविद्यालय अच्छी यांत्रिक विश्वविद्यालय बा टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी जो ओडिशा रे अच्छी से मु धन्यवाद देवी कारण जेते अध्यापक माने से बही को अनुवाद करछंती ओडिया रे से समस्ते सही विश्वविद्यालय लोक माने बा प्रोफेसर माने जो माने तांको तो भय थिला जे आमे तो ओडिया रे पढ़िनु कि ओडिया रे भी पढ़ाउनु आमे केमिति बही गुडा आमे अनुवाद करिवु सेते बेले तांको जतरे स्ट्रक्चर टे बतै दिया गला से बहुत खुशी हेले एवं तांको गोटे कथा कहआ गला जे तमे माने निजे ताको ओडिया रे टाइप करिक मध्ये बही दबो ता द्वारा कोन होबो ना तमे निजे किछि टेक्निकल वर्ड जो वैषयिक शब्द गुडिक माध्यम शिखिबो एवं जहाँ फल परवर्ती समय जिते क्लास टीचिंग श्रेणीगृह जिते आप पाठ पढ़ेबे से शब्द गुड़िक आप विनियोग करेंगे। तेणु आर फायदा है कौन जे जो शिक्षक मैंने केवल बही रचना कले ना बरं ओडिया भाषा अनेक बढ़िया बढ़िया सुंदर सुंदर शब्द गुड़िक ओडिया अनेक नुआ नुआ शब्द पाई ओडिया भाषा नुआ नुआ शब्द पाई एवं वर्तमान आम गोटे कथा कहीपर जे ओडिया माध्यम जो वैषयिक शिक्षा व्यवस्थाटी ग्रहणीय होबाकू जाउछि हुए तो वर्ष 2 वर्ष 5 वर्ष भीतर ओडिशा तार सुफल पाई न पारे किंतु समय क्रमे आपण माने निश्चित भाव में एक स्वीकार करेंगे जे ओडिशार शिक्षा व्यवस्था रे केवल परिवर्तन होब नहीं बरं ओडिशार अर्थनीति रे मध्य एक व्यापक परिवर्तन आसी एवं जहार गोटे आम कहवा गोटे परीक्षण स्थली ओडिशा पलटिब जो लक्ष्मी और सरस्वती जो उद्देश्य यही जातीय शिक्षा नीति जो आम कहीपर जे आगामी भविष्य पीढ़ी शिक्षा व्यवस्था अर्थनीति को शिक्षा जोड़ाई जो योजना करा ओडिशा निश्चित भाव में सफल हम और आम गोटे सबुठ भल माने आम कहीपर सुसंबाद कहीपर जे आमर बर्तमान जे केन्द्रमंत्री माननीय धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जे बर्तमान शिक्षा व्यवस्था शिक्षा मंत्री सहित आम दक्षता विकास मंत्री अच्छा गोटे स्वप्न थिला जे ओडिया माध्यम ए वैषयिक शिक्षा कहीं 2004 मसीह जो देवगढ़ सांसद भाव में जाते से पार्लियामेंट ये क्वेश्चन उठे जे IIT क्वेश्चन जदि 8टा भाषा हो पार तो ओडिया भाषा कहीं पारनि तो अन्य भारतीय भाषा कहीं पारनि आज तक समय से स्वप्न सफल होती बाकी रहा किभली भाव में कार्यकारी करा कार्यकारी दायित्वटा हूँ आपण मानकर शिक्षाविद मानकर जो मैंने शिक्षानुष्ठान कर जदि आम प्रकृत में ओडिशा को गोटे समृद्ध अर्थनीति देखा चाहते ताला आमको शिक्षा व्यवस्था मानसिकतार परिवर्तन करने को पड़ो ओडिया माध्यम शिक्षा व्यवस्था को आपणा को पड़ो आम वैषयिक शिक्षा को जदि ओडिया माध्यम नक तार व्यवसायिक दिग को जदि केवल आम देखिक बाहर पिला आसिले आम पाठ पढ़िया ता नुहे ओडिशा जो पिला माने अछंती से माने जदि आम ठीक भाव में पाठ पढ़ाई पारिबा व्यवसायिक दिग सफल हम ता सहित ओडिशार अर्थनीति व्यक्ति एवं राज्य उभयर अर्थनीति रे निश्चित भाव में परिवर्तन घटिबो। आपण माने एतिके सुजोग देथिबार मु धन्यवाद अर्पण करछु। नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद श्रीयुक्त पृष्टि महोदय बड़ उच्चकोटीर प्रदर्शन आपनकर रहिला सेथिपाई मु धन्यवाद दउची। नाउ दिस इज माय टर्न। Jai Jagannath. A very good afternoon to all of you. Distinguished fellow panelists on dais and dignitaries, very distinguished dignitaries of the dais. The galaxy includes very eminent personalities, speakers of the first session. Professor Srikant Mahapatra is present, and there are many students I find in front of me, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to have been invited by this Argus TV family to participate, to deliver on this august occasion. Before I start, I would remind you of certain things, then I will be coming to my topic. Having seen so many students in front of me, as a teacher, I am tempted to speak something which will motivate our students and they will make career in future. In India, we have a philosophy behind education. The philosophy is Vidya dadati binayam binayat yati patratam patratvadhya namapnati dhana dharmam tataha sukham. I would also like to quote some of the famous lines. Mahatma Gandhi said, "Live as if you were to live, learn as if you were to live forever, and live as if you were to die tomorrow." Swami Vivekananda said, "Education is the manifestation of perfection already within man." You have to, I underline these lines because I will be, while delivering a talk on Education Policy 2020, I will be referring to these values. Mrs. Gandhi said, "Education is a liberating force, and in our age it is a democratizing force, cutting across the barriers of caste and class and smoothing out inequalities due to birth and other circumstances." Ladies and gentlemen, I have been told to speak in Odia by Partha Babu, especially just a couple of minutes. However, as and when it is possible, I will be speaking in Odia. Just now, Prushti Mahoday kahuthile je bhasha bhittiko, matrubhasha bhittiko ଶିକ୍ଷାଦାନ ହବା ଉଚିତ ଏବଂ ମାତୃଭାଷା ଭିତ୍ତିକ ଶିକ୍ଷାଦାନ ଉପରେ ନ୍ୟାସନାଲ ଏଜୁକେସନ ପଲିସି 2020 ବହୁତ ପରିମାଣରେ ନିର୍ଭର କରୁଛି, ଯୋଉଟା ପ୍ରଫେସର ଅଗ୍ରୱାଲ ବି କହିସାରିଛନ୍ତି. There is no restriction of in use of language. However, let me remind you that we often say it is also true that ours is the largest democracy in the world. I also wish to tell you that ours is the largest country in terms of population. Though not largest right now, we are going to have the milestone of being the largest population in the world very soon in 2023, as has been predicted. You might have come across the newspaper on 12th of this month, on the eve of, after this, your population day, International Population Day was celebrated on 11th of July. Well, we all believe that human resources are the greatest resources among all resources available in the world. There is no gainsaying about the fact that human resources are the greatest resources right now. Everything is possible as we see, as we visualize, as we expect. Human beings are responsible for all these milestones. I mean, all the achievements so far we have achieved, and so until further we are going to achieve in future. See, I have been told to speak on, though the main theme is restructuring in education sector, in developing a knowledge-based economy. And I have been given a subtopic to speak on this. Odisha Universities Amendment Act 2020 aligned or opposed to NEP, National Education Policy 2020. So I would now keep my sort of deliberation against this topic. Odisha Universities Amendment Act 2020 is very much opposed to NEP 2020. In this connection, it was a very hot topic in the coming days, for the last couple of years, I should say, since 2020, since the pandemic, actually COVID-19 pandemic, it has been a discussion everywhere, and this has not been resolved properly. The matter is again sub judice. It is in the Honorable Supreme Court. See, judgment. I am not going to take you to the judgment of the Honorable High Court, or for that matter, whatever judgment it is going to come in the coming days from the Honorable Supreme Court is binding on us. Whatever judgment that it will be binding on us. But when it has been assigned, a topic has been assigned to me, I will speak, I will give my own sort of views. Side by side, I will give a scientific views through an experimentation. So while taking you to the two things which happened in 2020, education policy was approved. I mean, National Education Policy 2020 was approved by the Union Cabinet on 28th of July 2020. And Odisha Universities Amendment Act 2020 came into force on 9th of November 2020. Before that, it came in the form of an ordinance, and it became an act having been passed in the legislature, and it appeared in the Odisha Gazette on 9th of November 2020. See, when this education, new education or National Education Policy 2020, before its execution, before its implementation, was given in the public domain for months together, inviting, soliciting suggestions, comments, views across the country. And it was highly democratic, I understand. Many debates were conducted, many views were invited, and they have been incorporated in National Education Policy 2020. And see, this has been made with a view to meeting the aspirational goals of 21st century. No sector has been, unidentified, and you see, emphasis has been given to strengthen the education system right from the beginning, right from the preliminary, primary education till post-graduation, followed by research. This is a complete document. I find the project which is going to, if implemented, if executed fully, will prove wonders. And the purpose of the education policy 2020 is to make India, as it was said, we are superpowers in terms of democracy. We are superpower in terms of population. Some people said in the first that we are also going to be a superpower in terms of education. That was the aim with which Education Policy 2020 was made. So, as I was telling you, human resources are the greatest resources. If we can utilize the resources to the best of our ability, then definitely the days are not very far off. We are going to reach a new height in terms of education, and we will be able to lead the entire world. India is, as Professor Mahapatra was saying, India can have the capability, has the capability of becoming Vishwaguru. So days, I can see emphatically that days are not very far off when we are going to achieve this milestone. See, coming to Odisha University's Amendment Act 2020, as I was just now telling, it was implemented on 9th of November 2020, after 3 months of this National Education Policy 2020. When National Education Policy was made with a democratic setup, inviting views, comments from across the country, you know, your Odisha Amendment Act, Odisha University's Amendment Act was made most secretly. Nobody knew that such an act is going to come and going to come into force so soon. When the entire nation, entire world and the state was suffering from COVID-19 pandemic, it was a tough time. During that time, our government could think of introducing a sort of Universities Amendment Act. See, it was first in the form of an ordinance. Soon after, it was made an act. Within no time, giving no space, no time, inviting no comments from the intellectuals, from the stakeholders, from the students, from the teachers, from the employees, from the parents. What was the need? What was the hurry in bringing this Amendment Act into force? See, on 5 fronts, 5 subjects, there has been changes, amendments. Right from the selection of Vice Chancellor, who is at the helm of affairs insofar as management of a university is concerned, to the constitution of a new syndicate, repealing an old institutional practice like Senate, and then recruitment, depending on the recruitment process, depending on Odisha Public Service Commission, and abolishing the special status which was given to Revensa University, the amendments came. So which actually are now a matter of concern for all of us. If things are like this, then the autonomy of the institutions, which is being talked about in National Education Policy 2020, greater autonomy shall be given to the higher educational institutions. This has been stated in the 2020 National Education Policy. See, the kind of feelings, the attitudes the state government has taken. I understand our Honorable Chief Minister is an exception. He is a mature politician, he is a great statesman. And he is best known in the country for his, relationship, very conducive relationship, healthy relationship with the center. and he believes in positive federalism. But here is an exception. In education comes, as you all know, ladies and gentlemen, education comes in concurrent list. Means there are, center and state, both are going to play roles in imparting higher education, or for that matter, education, all education. When this is the case, without consulting, for everything we are consulting the center, because we believe in the federal system of government. Why didn't we consult the central government while bringing about so much of changes in the acts of universities? So that was the kind of mistake this government did. It did not invite any opinion from the stakeholders, as I have stated, and it immediately actually implemented this National Education Policy, Odisha Universities Amendment Act. See, in the selection procedure of the Vice Chancellor, who is going to remain at the helm of affairs of a university, they have changed the search committee. The constitution of the search committee has been changed by introducing a nominee of the government, which was not there in the 2018 guidelines, UGC 2018 guidelines. So there has been a complete violation of UGC guidelines. There has been a violation of Article 254(1) of Indian Constitution. And there has been a violation of New Education Policy 2020, because I said New Education Policy came into being on 28th of July, and our Odisha Universities Amendment Act came into force on 9th in November. While seeing the education policy, we should have amended. No, this is not proper that we should go. This is not time to go for a drastic changes in the administration of universities, and this has happened. I really wonder if this is the situation, if they have changed the selection procedure. I mean, they have entrusted the Odisha Public Service Commission to conduct the selection for recruitment of faculties, which was not the case. There are several sort of changes. Revensa University, which was recently formed. Revensa was a heritage university. It has a history of more than 100 years. And it has been, the college has been transformed to a university. We cannot treat all the universities at par. Revensa University, Utkal University is a grade 1 university. Ramadevi University has been newly set up. It is a university for women, and other universities which cannot be treated at par, they cannot be treated alike. If this is so, let me turn your attention to the yesterday's newspaper. And day before yesterday, our Honorable Chief Minister had a meeting with Nidhi Ayog, and he was advocating for Odisha to become a special category state. Why? Why do we claim to be a special category state? When the center is allocating funds at par, keeping the needs in mind, we are claiming for, say, being a category 1, a special category state. If this is possible, then why do we treat the universities alike? Utkala is the mother of all universities, is the premier university in this state. We cannot, it is a grade 1 university, I was telling. It cannot be treated at par with, say, other universities, other public universities. It cannot be treated. Similarly, Revensa University, which was formed in 2009, it is a heritage university. It has been abolished. The status which was given to Revensa University has been abolished. As a matter of fact, we are now talking of the autonomy, greater autonomy. new education policy 2020 emphasizes on greater autonomy. I tell you here that why the word is greater autonomy. When autonomy was there in the previous education policies, here a term has come like greater autonomy. And when greater autonomy is being talked about, we are giving no sort of autonomy. It is in a way intervention of the government in the affairs of the universities, and which is actually not very conducive in the growth of the universities. I therefore strongly oppose that this Odisha Universities Amendment Act and National Education Policy 2020, they are not in agreement with each other. And therefore, Odisha is going to lose in the course of time. We will be far behind. Days were there when Odisha was at the forefront. Professor Mahapatra will agree. When Professor Mahapatra was in JNU, I joined Delhi University. I was in JNU for some time. Brilliant scholars' performance in all sectors, be it civil services examination, be it IIT, be it medical science, everywhere students of our state were excelling. And see the situation today. It is because of the education system which is not being given due priority by the government. So I will take this opportunity to draw the kind attention of our Honorable Chief Minister kindly to prevail on this issue. And see, even if, I tell you, even if our Honorable Supreme Court gives its judgment in favor of the state government, let us have an introspection. See, as much as the farm laws were repealed at the center, they were also passed in the floors of the parliament, both the houses of the parliament. And it was so happened that the central government could withdraw the two, farm laws in the interest of the farmers, in the larger interest of the nation. Similarly, in the larger interest of education in our state, I would request Honorable Chief Minister, who is very known and exceptionally, brilliant sort of politician, as I understand, and has a very good image across the country and across the globe. And if he prevails on this, then definitely, and they introspect on this and actually repeal the Universities Amendment Act, then it would definitely help Odisha in going ahead in future years. And Education Policy 2020 would also find its place in our education system. We will grow along with Education Policy 2020. However, this was my personal view. I told in the beginning that I will be giving a scientific reasoning behind this sort of conclusion. I have drawn a conclusion, okay, this goes against, National Education Policy 2020. But here, as a person, as a professor from statistics, we believe in statistics. We are using statistics. Statistics is being used everywhere. Statistics is called median of all endeavors. And I will use statistics here. And all of you might be knowing that in statistics we have a famous theory which is statistical testing of hypothesis. See, here we will be testing a hypothesis based on a random sample, based on a scientific sample of size, let us say 1,000. So 1,000 households are going to be selected at random from across the country, because see, education comes under concurrent list. So sample will not be limited to Odisha only. sample can be drawn from across the country to make it more representative. And when we select a sample of, let us say, 1,000, which I request, I appeal the people who are at the helm of affairs at the government, they should base their conclusion on the findings of the experiment. The experiment is such that we draw a random sample of 1,000 households from across the country, and then all the 1,000 household, heads of the households are interviewed, and their reactions, their responses to be noted. And then we are going to test a hypothesis, null hypothesis, that H0 is equal to P is equal to 0.5 against H0 is equal to P is greater than 0.5. So then we will see. I am pretty sure, 100% sure, I am confident that the hypothesis is going to be rejected. Whatever random sample you consider, the hypothesis will be rejected and the alternative hypothesis is going to be accepted. I have already conducted a survey, in fact, a hypothetical survey, and drawn the conclusion. I have been instructed to stop. However, I should give thanks to Argus TV once again for giving me an opportunity to put forth my ideas, to share my ideas in this August gathering. It is a rare privilege I have got, and I giving my thanks to fellow panelists. They have discussed, Professor Agrawal, Professor Talukdar, and Sri Prusti. They have, in their respective fields, they have spoken. Prusti babu to bhasha vittika शिक्षा व्यवस्था पर गुरुत्व देले, जोटा एजुकेशन पॉलिसी भी दे सारी तेणु एटार आवश्यकता अच्छी आमे we know English is the world language, we have to communicate to the world, so our knowledge should not be limited to our state, it should be disseminated. तेणु आमे निश्चित भाव में ओडिया भाषा उपर दक्षता रखिबा संगे संगे इंग्लिश रे भी दक्षता रखि परिबा, एथिरे किछि माने असुविधा हबार नाही। तेणु तांकु मु धन्यवाद देबी, प्रोफेसर तालुकदार को धन्यवाद देबी, प्रोफेसर अग्रवाल को धन्यवाद देबी. He was emphasizing on the school education, vocational education and teacher education. Because he is a person from Regional Institute of Education, he was effectively giving his views as to how to strengthen education policy, or education policy 2020 is going to be best executed in future days. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kunja Bihari Panda. Now we have a special announcement to go for. I'll let it be a secret, what is it about, until the dignitary comes and speaks about it. I would invite Dr. Satyabrata Minaketan, Chairman ODM Group, to kindly come on the dais and make the special announcement, please. I would beg your pardon, sir. Dr. Sanjay Kumar, President Corporate Affairs and Public Policy, Upgrad, to kindly make the special announcement, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Argus family, for inviting us here. And the special announcement is that Upgrad, as you might be knowing, Upgrad is an online education organization, and we run a number of programs online in collaboration with universities, and we also have our programs. So Upgrad has a foundation called Upgrad Foundation, and I am also heading the Upgrad Foundation. Through foundation, we launched an initiative called Vidya Shakti Initiative for Women. This March, 8th March we launched, and the idea is to reach out to first generation women learners and help them getting the courses from Upgrad, and also mentor them. So we have a lot of female employees in Upgrad. They are the mentors of these Vidya Shakti scholars, and then help them getting jobs. So end to end, we are trying to help the first generation women learners from across the country. So we launched the first cohort, and there are about 100 students in the first cohort which are already undertaking the courses. They are from various states. They are from 16 states. So today, while I am here, we thought that we have already entered into Odisha, and we have, in the second cohort, we have about 4 learners, and one of them is also here. She is from Centurion University, and she is doing data science and AI course with us. So with this taking opportunity of being here, I am announcing that with Argus, we will be offering 100 scholarships to the first generation women learners in the state. This 100 scholarship will be worth rupees 22 lakhs rupees, and over few months we will be offering this scholarship to girls. So the scholarship contains 4 courses which we are offering. 2 courses are completely free. The 2 courses are data science and AI, and one course is the another course is digital marketing. These are certificate courses being offered by Upgrad campus. So these are 6 months courses, and 2 courses which we will be offering where we are paying 70% fees, and 30% we are expecting the students to pay. That is 1-year program courses, PG level program courses. One is in HR Analytics by Loyola Institute of Business Administration, and the second one is PG level program in management from IMT Ghaziabad. So these are the 100 scholarships we are offering through Argus, and we are hoping that some of you attending this conclave here would also apply, and we will also reach out to the deeper parts of the state where we would expect the first generation women learners to come forward, and if this goes well, we would be very happy to expand to more girls, and we would be very happy to have them in our fold, mentoring them and helping them with getting jobs in various places. Thank you so much. So this was the announcement, and I would like the group, we have the brochure here to just open it and formally launch it here. Yeah. So if anyone wants to know more about the scholarship, there is a website called upgradfoundation.org. So you please visit the website. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. This is a great honor and also privilege to be here and have this announced at such an occasion. Thank you so much. So if you have any doubt, if you want to reach out, we will also, you can also reach out to Argus and also to us. We have our website, upgradfoundation.org, as I said, and there you can find our website and contact details, so you can reach out to us. But as I said, it is for the first generation learners and also for the underprivileged girls. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for the beautiful announcement. We hope you can take advantage of it, and it will help you all the way throughout your bright career. And now I would invite Mr. Durgashish, Executive Editor, Argus News, to kindly present the mementos to our honorable panelists and, of course, offer the vote of thanks for the session. First of all, we would like to present the memento to our chairman of the session, Professor Kunja Bihari Panda, retired professor, Utkal University, and I take pride in saying that I have also done my post-graduation in applied microbiology from the same university, so I'm very, very happy, sir, that I'm sharing the stage with you. And now we would like to felicitate Professor Prakash Chandra Agarwal, Principal, RI Bhubaneswar. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of our second session. We would like to felicitate Professor Jaideep Talukdar, Principal, Silicon Institute of Technology, Bhubaneswar. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence in our second session of the day. Now we would felicitate Shri Subrat Kumar Prusti, Member and Secretary, Institute of Odia Studies and Research, Bhubaneswar. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जति सुंदर भाव में आपण आम भाषा रे कहिसेंती आम समस्त मन को छुईची बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you Mr. Durgashish for presenting the mementos. Now I would request you to kindly offer the vote of thanks for the session.
Thank you Shobna. ये थिला हमर सेकंड सेशन टॉपिक थिला नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग द एजुकेशन सेक्टर इन डेवलपिंग ए नॉलेज बेस्ड इकोनॉमी अर्थात जातीय शिक्षा नीति हम राष्ट्र गठन रे हमर अर्थनैतिक अभिवृद्धि रे किभली भावे सहायक हेबो एवं एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन ने किभली भावे सहायक हेबो ताकु नेकी आलोचना करथिले जो माने मो सहित थिले बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सेमानकु हम सहित थिले प्रोफेसर प्रकाश चंद्र अग्रवाल प्रिंसिपल रीजनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एजुकेशन आरआईई हम सहित थिले प्रोफेसर जयदीप तालुकदार प्रिंसिपल सिलिकन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी आम सहित थिले श्री सुब्रत कुमार पुष्टी मेंबर एंड सेक्रेटरी इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ओडिया स्टडीज एंड रिसर्च भुवनेश्वर एवं आम सहित थिले प्रोफेसर कुंज विहारी पंडा रिटायर्ड प्रोफेसर उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी आप समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूसरी मो अर्गस तरफ एवं जो भाव मुझे निहाती आशा करुच्छे एवं जो तर्जमा है जो विश्लेषण है निहाती जे जातीय शिक्षा नीति किभली आमर विकास रे देशर विकास रे राष्ट्र गठन रे सहायक है पार बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि समय मध्य आमर थर्ड सेशन आरंभ हम एवं पुणी थे धन्यवाद देवी एत समय धरिकी जो मैंने समय देते बहु मूल्यवान समय देते आमको अर्गस तरफ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Mr. Durgashish, and thank you very much, dignitaries of the dais. We hope you are going to be with us till the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you for watching the video. Session 3 aduku jiba. We have got 5 sessions today. We are done with 2 sessions. Out inti session, but a session pore amara lunch break rahichi. Students mane bosichanti bahut samay helani mu janichi. All the seniors who are sitting in the front, I know they are habituated with this. Students, if you are finding difficulty with sitting for a long time, try to stretch your legs. मुझे स्काउट गाइड रे थिली हमको गोटे टेक्निक सिखाइतला बहुत समय आमे जदी बसिकी रहू ताले हमर फिंगर्स को आमे जते मूव करबा टोज को जते मूवमेंट करबा हम लेग्स को ठीक लागिबा नम भवनी एंड आपणकर बुढ़ा अंगुठी ऊपर फोकस करिवे तो आपनको बसिबा पई इजी होबो. So this was something I think it would help you. Now with that we are going to start our session number 3 of the day. Before that, we would like to thank our sponsors once again. We are here at Shiksha Anusandhan deemed to be University Argus Education Next 2022 Conclave. Title sponsor Shiksha Anusandhan deemed to be University, powered by Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society. Associate sponsor Vikas Group of Institutions, Odisha Institute of Fire Engineering and Safety Management, Yasashvi Group, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, Sai International School, Knowledge Partner, Upgrad. We thank you all. Now let us begin. The third session will be chaired by Shri Vedmani Tiwari, COO National Skill Development Corporation, that is NSDC. Let me welcome him on the dais with a big round of applause. Please welcome Shri Vedmani Tiwari on the stage. And then the panelists would be Professor Muktikanta Mishra, co-founder and president, Centurion University of Science and Technology, Bhubaneswar. We would invite for the third session Professor Avinash Thakur, Executive Director, Dr. D.Y. Patel, Unitech Society. And we will invite Ms. Vaishali Sharma, COO, Young Thinker Academy. Could we have you all on the stage, please? And I would invite Mr. Santi Bhushan Mishra, Associate Editor, Argus, to join us for the third session, please. Could we all keep giving applause? I'm specifically talking to the students. This keeps your acupressure going on. You will be happy and energetic throughout. Thank you. And I would request Professor Vedmani Tripathi, it's Professor Shri Vedmani Tiwari, to kindly start with the session.
Thank you so much. I'm not professor, but getting this tag of professor gives me a lot of pride. So thank you so much. Good afternoon and very warm greetings from my side and from this august panel here. To all the dignitaries, we have galaxy of academicians here and very young, energetic crowd in front of us, the students. And this session is actually very relevant for the young crowd that we have here. The session is about how do we embed skills in education system for employability. I am joined by a distinguished panel comprising Professor Muktikanta Mishra, Professor Avinash Thakur, Ms. Vaishali Sharma, and without wasting any time, I will request Professor Muktikanta Mishra to start the discussion.
One is working. Okay. Now it is audible? Okay, thank you. Namaskar, good afternoon to all of you. Especially I must thank all my dearest students whom I see here. I am not a speaker at all, but the topic is very interesting, so I will straight go into that. So they have asked us to talk about the blending of the skill. Skill can never be blended into education. It cannot be. It can be integrated only. We cannot blend skill into any kind of other education. So when they're talking about the skill, what is skill we talking about? So skill needs to be defined. What is the skill we talk about? Let me talk about two incidents which happened recently. So one parent called me. He said that आपण आज्ञा आम छुआ को सब काठ काम आउ से लुहा काम करूछंती ये कोन आज्ञा ये skill. Then we had a group of visitors who came from one government university, a technical university, and they said that, sir, we thought that Centurion University mane kebol ITI पाठ पढ़ाती, आउ किछि university नाटा सिना अछि kebol ITI पाठ पढ़ाती. Third incident happened. Somebody, another university, maybe chancellor, vice chancellor, I will not name, told the honorable minister, again se kebol blue collar worker करंती, तांकर white collar से के संपर्क नहीं. So our class and caste system are very existent into the education system. So we have to define in our mind, like we are talking about the integrated society, we are talking about the inclusive society. The skill is part of the inclusiveness and integrated part of the education. And blending, yes, we can use the English word anyway, only we can integrate it that, and that to do that, universities like ours, education institutions like whether it is Silicon, XYG, whatever they are, one has to understand that skill means competency. And education has to lead to the competency. And competency leads to the productivity. So when we are talking about blending skill into the education system, entire focus has to be whether our children who are coming out of the institutes, coming out of the university, are they productive citizens of this country, of this world. We are talking about employment. I don't believe in employment. How do you define employment? If somebody working in the village, not gainfully employed, but working for himself, is it called employment? Yes, somebody can say self-employment.
Is it about only employment or employability or entrepreneurship? I will not get into that debate now, because since we have been specifically talking about employment. Employment is defined by the productivity. Anybody who can say that, again, loko chakiri milunahati, again, loko milunahati. But when we have got 1.3 billion population, we still debate about that loko milunahati. Jaha ko pachariba samastu kahe loko milunahati. Anybody here. But say loko kahi ki milunahati. Why we are not getting people? It is not the loko milunahati. We are not getting people with the competency. We are not getting people who believe in productivity. Good question, I will start. Whatever I proceed, I will be very careful of the time. But I will ask one question, including there are grandparents, there are parents, there are brothers, there are sisters, and most important, there are students. Ei jo jetiki student achanti, tom bitru kiye hath uthao. How many of you want to be teachers in your career? How many want to be teachers? Jodiye hath uthila 100 pilanka bitru. So when we are talking about the higher education, NEP, all sorts of things, everybody is talking about employment. Who is talking about who will deliver that education? Where is that? Policy is one thing, but people don't want to be teachers. I was in the corporate world. I have all the degrees of the world. 4, 5 master's degree, PhD, everything, Bidesh, Desha, Sabuade, Patha Padiki. Then I found that myself is so incompetent to do anything. Education, nothing to the job which we do. It is nobody, no, and if I ask also, I give people that, do you want your children to be parents, to be teachers? Nobody will raise the hands. The fundamental problem is us. I am bhasan dele kon habo. Mate se jone pachare apon ko chahiye mor chua nahi to mu koi peribi. Mu to nije kintu master. I am still teaching. Though we have a massive university, I go on teaching, I go supervising PhD students. Of course, I don't teach anymore in India, but wherever I am doing, I am teaching. I enjoy teaching. I always do the teaching. But I don't behave like a teacher. I behave like an entrepreneur. And I do entrepreneur. So that is the competency I have acquired, that skill which I have acquired through my profession, through my work, not through the education. So, but we cannot afford that. Somebody said that, 130 crores and we were 30 crores. But 130 crores in a number, but resource bhi to kami gala na. So what we do, we need productivity. So always I define skill as ultimately leading to the productivity through the competencies. And every institute, forget about the university, forget about NSDC, forget about skill training institute. Whether it's NGO, whether it's the government, irrespective of the organization, we have to build competency. So how do you define productivity? Somebody can say, ask that, how do you define productivity? Is the least resource used for the optimal output or minimal to optimal? Then how do you do that? Who will do that? Whether it's IITs will do, NITs will do, JNU will do, Centurion will do. By the way, Centurion is not a science university, it's a Centurion is for technology and management, but thank you for giving the science tag. But the issue is that who will do that? So people like us, people like institutes, everybody has to do that. And for that, mindset has to change. First, how we encourage from our community, from our students base, creating teachers. NSDC wrote a scheme of TOT, training of the trainers. But who is training them? Master trainer. Whom do you call master trainer? Most of the trainers have no idea about the product. And when I'm talking the product, I'm not saying they're physical product, not this kind of product. It includes this product, also it includes service, includes whether it is you are data entry operator, you are doing a design, you are doing anything. So teaching, training, products, production must be combined. It must be integrated. So the age of concept NEP has talked about it, but implementation is going to be challenged. Employment comes much later. And why should we talk on employment? We should only talk about whatever we teach, we train, and we develop the competency. So employment automatically will connect. We need not, I think Subrat Prusti Koile, Lakshmi Saraswati, I don't believe in that kind of theory, but I do definitely believe that our more focus is on the employment than on competency and the national building. National education policy is talking about the national building. It is building about the competency, productivity, creativity, dexterity. And that comes from the institutional background where whether it is class 7 or class 5, when children, I live in another country, and there from school we teach that how to create a product. If I ask many students who are sitting here, that do you make your bed in the morning, which you sleep in the night? Say, ma kartuve, papa kartuve, kiye ude kartuve, they expect their bed to be made by somebody else. When we cannot make our own bed, which we will use in the night, something is seriously wrong with us. Our entire DNA to make our children self-dependent or independent is not there. Eita koribuni, seta koribuni, seti juaro, Gandhi koichandi sotoko, nole noko sotoko micho kele cholibo. So everything is referral. So it is not ingrained in us. So from, at least I will request Argus that at some point after this, all the sessions are over, they should make a white paper or they should make a document and send it to government. This is the output of this. I will not talk about the outcome. This is the output of this deliberation, and we suggest from this, whatever, somebody must be taking note of it. These are the things which the government should think about it. At the, my talk, before I finish, I will say that, one day, once I was in Japan for this kind of deliberation. So one was talking in English, and there was a gentleman in Japanese. He was, explaining to the crowd. So this person talked about himself. So the person said something in one sentence. Then after that, he talked about 25 minutes. He talked again another sentence. After that, 5 minutes he spent. Then he spent one word. So this person was surprised. He said, "I said so many things. You only spoke 3 sentences or 3 words." So he said that, "Sir, I said, here is a person who is not going to talk anything new. In between, I had told you that he is not talking anything new. And at the end, I said, so I was right first, I was right in the middle, I am also right now. So there's nothing that which I am talking, we don't know. And what I am saying that integrating skill is the time now, and we must do that. It's the for that we have all the responsibilities. Argus actually has gone into direction, getting people like us to talk about this. I am very honored to be here. But point number 1, we must define skill, and that skill is defined by the competency, creativity, and productivity. And the education must be redefined, and we can do that. We can say, government allow karuni, university allow karuni. Within that setup, we can do that. Teaching, training, products, design, and production. Amara university, when we ask students to make their own chucks or own table, chair, bench, or making their own components, whatever they need, we get questioned by both the parents and also by the students. They say, too much work. 200 pila TC nahi padele. Again, बहुत काम करियो पड़ुछ. Class mandatory करियो पड़ुछ. Class रे पाठ पढ़ियो को नुह. Class रे काम करियो. Practical nobody wants to do. And they don't. And first thing, we don't have teachers who can handle the machine and equipment which you have. So we train our own teachers, and that is also very difficult. You go to people from the industry. So industry also doesn't support. But yes, it is a long journey. It has taken us 15 years where we have reached now. We have now 40 active products. 40 product EV ru arambha kariki, transformer to arambha kariki, components for aircraft to arambha kariki, bench, chair, desk, paper, chalks. We produce everything, and in a commercial scale. It is not just making some samples. So production has to be part of the education system, and that should be the crux. And that one, once people are used to the product, employment will follow, and that's how the integration should happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. Now I'll request Professor Avinash Thakur, Executive Director, Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute.
दोनों कर को जोड़कर आप सबों को प्रणाम हो मेरे साथियों. सत सत कोटि ने. I am not a Odia, so I will talk in Hindi and English so that everyone will be comfortable in understanding what I am talking. So अभी जो बात करनी है हमें उसके ऊपर बात करना है कि इनोवेशंस का क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है एजुकेशन सेक्टर में. सो लॉट्स ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स आर फ्रॉम स्कूल्स, लॉट्स ऑफ द पीपल आर फ्रॉम एकेडमिया. सो there is a one saying that education is not a preparation for life, education is life itself. So in academics, whether we are in colleges, whether we are in schools or in higher education, अगर आप सारे calculations count करेंगे, so approximately there are 4 crores of the population in higher education. In higher education, every time we all are dealing with some kind of projects, thesis, PhD research, or some kind of reports we are doing.
Even in schools also same things are happening. I'm not having the exact count of the schools students, but definitely it will go more than that. So in a very simple terms, if we will understand that during all these projects and during all these seminars, webinars and all these theses and reports, we all are investing a very huge number of man hours in that. And normally what is happening that at the end of the academic year हम उसको जो है एक रिपोर्ट को कहीं लाइब्रेरी में रख देते हैं या फिर हम उसको कहीं ना कहीं किसी तरीके से क्रैश आउट कर देते हैं, सेल कर देते हैं. So it's the intellectual resources. We are talking about the skill development, we are talking about the startup India, we are talking about the innovations, make in India. So these are the intellectuals which is created from the human intellect. Every day, every year we are creating this kind of intellectuals जो कि हम schools और colleges में create कर रहे हैं. So AICT has taken a very good initiative for establishing the Institute Innovation Council in the academic institutions. So the purpose of that council is to create an innovative mind in the academic institutions. Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Ayog, I have worked with Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Ayog as a CEO for Atal Incubation Center project. So what we have done in that project, we are trying to create the student entrepreneurs. If they are doing some innovative things, teach them how to convert that idea into intellectual property, how to convert that idea into patents, copyright or other intellectual property, how to convert that idea in the form of startups. So that is the need for this education ecosystem. Now the point is how to create this innovation ecosystem for any city, for any university. I think lots of teachers or principals are already there. See, we need to create an ecosystem in any city. We need to collaborate with various stakeholders. We need to collaborate with the academia. We need to collaborate with industry, the local ecosystem partner. If we are collaborating with the municipal corporations and we are understanding the problems, exact problems what they are facing, if we are going to collaborate with the NGOs, and we will try to identify the actual real problems which we are facing in the society, and that problems can be given to these students. I assure you from this platform, they will come up with lots of innovative solutions. And that solutions can be floated in the city, that solutions can be floated across the country. And in that way, there is a possibility for Make in India, doing the innovative things in the academic institutions. Lots of Atal tinkering labs has been established in the academic institutions. So what is the purpose of that? The purpose is to think innovatively, think creatively. Second point I would like to highlight from this forum, that when you are teaching in the academic institution, please try to have some different kind of project-based learning activities in the academic institutions. Gone are the days जब हम बोर्ड पे आते थे और केवल राइटिंग करते थे या पीपीटी के माध्यम से हम चीजों को पढ़ाते थे. Don't kill the creativity of students. See, when we are going to restaurant, we are ordering food, हम खाना अपने हिसाब से ऑर्डर करते हैं. जब हम कपड़ा खरीदने के लिए जाते हैं तो हम अपने हिसाब से कपड़े खरीदते हैं. So now this is a time for customizing education also. It's not necessary कि हर स्टूडेंट जो है वो मैथमेटिक्स में अच्छा करे, but वो आगे कुछ और ना करे. So it's a time for customizing the education system. Every child is important and every child is having some kind of skills. We need to identify that and we need to explore that. So from this forum, I would like to give mantra: connect, collaborate and co-create. Need to connect with each one of us, need to collaborate and go for co-creation. Thanks a lot to Argus News Channel for inviting me, for giving this thoughtful discussion, and I would like to thank the chairman for this session. Thank you.
So may I now request Ms. Vaishali Sharma, CEO Young Tinker Academy, to share her views.
Good afternoon, all. So I see a lot of students here. Let me ask you a question. Like before coming today, how many of you thought that you were going to learn something new today? Can you please raise your hands? Okay. I see a lot of hands. But sadly, the number is much more less when we go to any random school or any random classroom. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Vaishali Sharma, and I am the co-founder of Young Thinker Foundation. So let me first tell you a story. So this is about 1800s when the Industrial Revolution started in England, and at that time East India Company also started its business in India. It was during that time that the East India Company needed clerks, needed people who can work over there. And they were facing communication issues with the people over here in India. So they sent a person named Thomas Macaulay to India and said to go over there and understand the people and come up with a solution by which we can solve this communication gap issue. Macaulay was not very much interested for coming to India, but somehow he came, he spent some time over here. He didn't bother to understand the Indian culture or Indian language, and after his visit, he went and proposed a memorandum and said we need to introduce our education system and all the complete system should be taught in English language. This is what we call it as the modern education system. So now if we talk a little more ahead in the time, so previous to this, like British coming to India, so before that, the people used to study in a system known as Gurukul, where the student used to go to the house of the gurus and they used to learn from that guru. Not just learn, but also like they used to stay with the gurus, they used to clean their houses, they used to help with the guru with the household work. So they didn't only learn about the literature part, but they also learned about the normal day-to-day lifestyle, how to live in a society, and how to be an individual or a good citizen. Now, if I come back to our current education system, so if I take a teacher as a potter, and this education system as a potter wheel, so the potter has 12 years of a student's life to mold the clay and to make him into something better. So a teacher, I would say teaching is an art rather than just a profession, because here the artist have so much of ample time by which he can make anything out of that child. He can encourage and motivate and guide him. In that 12 years of time, he can give him that kind of skills by which that student can become anything, literally anything in this world. Understanding this gap in the ecosystem, understanding the need of the practical education, the hands-on education. When I was in college in 2015, I, along with my co-founders, started this foundation, Young Thinker Foundation, where we started teaching them about the hands-on learning. We conducted several workshops. We conducted several like monthly programs and ways by which we can teach students. We can give them those kind of skills that will make them future ready. We taught them about 3D printing, about robotics, electronics, and several other skills were given. So we introduced the concept of tinkering. So what is basically a tinkering? So tinkering is a way by which student can make some small changes to the existing devices or equipment. They can experiment and they can learn about the tools and then they can make something out of it. So after the tinkering, then comes the making. Now the students have become makers and they are ready to make something out of it. And then comes innovating. After the student have learned to make something out of the existing model, they can now innovate, they can come up with new ideas, and now they can become innovators, and some out of them can become entrepreneurs. So in this whole process, in this whole tinkering process, few will become makers, few out of those will become innovators, and a very few will become entrepreneurs. But in this whole journey, everyone will become tinkerers. So it is a different thing whether a person goes for entrepreneurship or they just go for a job. But in this whole process, they become a problem solver. They are ready to take up any kind of work. They are ready to tinker around and put on their own creativity into that work and come up with solution. When we are talking about developing the nation, when we are talking about developing a society, we should be focused and we should be taking action on how we can develop people at our grassroots. When people from will start becoming entrepreneurs, when people from those rural areas will be problem solvers, it will be at that time our nation will be developing. Those people will start solving the problems which are there, and they will create solution. At the same time, they will create employment for the people around them. So in this whole process, it is very important to gain the practical application, to gain some skills, and then put that into action. So apart from this hard skills that I'm talking about, we should also give equal importance to the soft skills. Skills like design thinking, where students are taught how to design their thought process. They should initially understand and know how they can identify a problem before creating a solution for it. They should also work on peer-to-peer learning. This is a very important and essential exercise because in this way the communication skills improves, their confidence improves, they get leadership qualities, and then they learn how to work in a group, how to work in a collaborative setup. So we introduced this concept of tinker spaces, where the thing that I was talking about, tinkering. So here the student do the tinkering, and I'm happy to say that one of our tinker space is here in Bhubaneswar with the name Young Tinker Academy. And now the student of this academy is taking part in several national and international competitions. One of the success story being that our 10-member student team participated in the NASA Human Rover Exploration Rover Challenge, and they stood third in that position. They achieved world rank 3 in that particular competition. So you name any competition, our students are taking part in that. So, and if I have to talk about the students who were there in that team, so it was a mixture of both urban students and rural students. There were students from good schools because obviously you need to talk to the NASA people and give presentations. And there were also people from a very remote places, like there were a student who was a cycle mechanic. There was a girl who was a welder, a roadside welder, there was a migrant laborer, and we brought everyone over there and they took part in this competition. One of our students recently also became the global winner in the AI Intel Fest, and he received a grant for his startup. So the idea is that with all this tinker culture, with all this concept, our students are now learning how to innovate, and they are now becoming entrepreneurs and leaders. So now I'm talking about the tinker spaces, so you must be wondering like how these spaces are created. So I must tell you, behind this, all these tinker spaces, we have a power team, we have a women team who work and go to different places to start and set up the tinker spaces. And if I have to give you the background of these women, so they are basically 10th or 12th pass students who then come to us, come to our facility, we train them, and we then make them ready to work, to create these tinker spaces. So be it like drilling over there or setting up the tinkering station as we call it, or like assembling the 3D printers, all are done by our women team. And we also make sure that we engage the student of that tinker spaces, we engage the teachers, the facilitators of that spaces, and we make them a part of that setup culture. So we are not just working on the holistic development of the student, but we are also working on empowering the women. We are also working on generating employment and giving them focusing on the skill development part. So I would like to thank the Argus team for giving me this platform, for coming and talking over here. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome you all in the Tinker Space that we have in Bhubaneswar. And you can definitely come and visit over there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vaishali. Now it's my turn. And I know that I am the person who is standing between your lunch. So I'll try to be short and simple. I'm really enthused to see a lot of young faces in the crowd. The topic that we are deliberating here is about employability. I would like to talk about workplaces. Professor Mishra raised the question of what is skill. To me, the skills are what makes you successful at workplace. And when I was your age, I was also wondering that what all should I learn during my school days which will make me a successful at my workplace. And as Vaishali talked about, that skills are two kinds of skills, hard skills and soft skills. Hard skills are the knowledge that you need to perform a task at the workplace. And soft skills makes you successful at the workplace, because workplace is very different from the experience that you have at your place of education. This topic is extremely relevant because of one very important experience that all of went through, and most of the young guys who are in this crowd, we never had this experience in our life, that of lockdown in a pandemic. And that has changed dramatically the workplace. The workplace of today and tomorrow is not going to be the workplace what it was a few years ago, just 3-4 years ago. What do you need to succeed? What is a new workplace? A new workplace is going to be where you will learn to work in a group where many of your colleagues may not be physically present. So it requires that the work will be done by hybrid teams. Some of them will be physically present at the workplace, some of them will be virtually connected with the workplace. So learning to work in a team where people may not be present is an important skill that all of you have to learn. Then the other thing that is happening is that the pandemic has taught us that the production cannot be a continuous process. And this is a realization that all the businesses now have, that productions are going to face continuous disruptions in times to come. And the best work teams are those who learn how to deal with disruptive workplaces. And that's the other skill that all of you have to acquire, is how to quickly respond to a situation which was not foreseen. And that's called resilience. A team which is resilient is the team which can come back from a catastrophic situation. And that is the skill that you have to learn. You have to learn. Now, the technology is changing in front of us like anything. We heard about AI and ML. That means that a lot of things that we used to do with our brains will be taken over by machines. And a lot of things that we used to do with our bodies have already been taken over by machines. Now means that the new workplaces will be those workplaces where you who will be entering into those workplaces will not only have to learn to deal with your virtual teammates, you will also have to learn to bot, which is your virtual robot friend, a colleague at your work. You will also have to learn to work with machines which are automated, and those are the skills that you have to learn. And that is where we are so fortunate that the country got NEP 2020 just in time. And the pace of implementation of NEP 2020 is mind-boggling. In last 1 year, when the policy came out, we thought that policy is good, but can it be implemented? In last 1 year, a lot of work has been done. I would not go into the education policy because eminent speakers before me have talked about it. I'll just talk about how the implementation is happening. All of you heard that skills are now integral part of the education. But how do you integrate them? One of our eminent speakers had talked about academic bank of credit. And this country is probably going to have the most progressive system of credits, where you will acquire credits not only for the work you do at your schools and colleges, but also the work that you do at workplaces. That is the skills that you demonstrate at workplaces. You can earn credits and you can trade credits. You can use those credits to bank into your academic bank of credits, and that's how you can have a multiple entry exit system. That means here first time we have an opportunity where world of work and world of education can talk through skills, and that is an opportunity that is in front of us. What is also and a lot of new initiative that the education ecosystem has taken. Many of you would know that now we have apprenticeship embedded degrees. That means a good part of your education can actually happen at workplace. I saw my first exposure to workplace was when I got recruited for a job. You have a unique opportunity that while studying you can get exposed to your workplaces, and that is why the embedding of skills in education is important. UGC has come out with a formulation that up to 40% of your curriculum, the universities and colleges have been given freedom, that up to 40% of the curriculum can be tinkered by the educational institution themselves. Imagine if we bring the world of work into world of education through this 40% route, a good part of your education life will be spent at workplaces, preparing yourself to succeed in those places. And that is the magic of the new National Education Policy 2020. We are so fortunate that the policy makers thought that way, and we are also hugely fortunate that this country is implementing perhaps the most far-reaching reforms that education system anywhere in the world is having. And my sincere request to you is that as young leaders of this country, take charge of your life. The opportunity is in front of you. Take charge of your life. Learn the soft skill and hard skills which will make you successful in life. And that is what we will make you. That is what will make India great. One last point that I want to talk about is, and it was discussed by Professor Mishra also. As a country, we have to learn to become. We have to go back to our golden history, where India was the country of entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurial mindset is what the students have to learn. And I'm focusing on mindset. Entrepreneurial mindset does not mean that all of you will become entrepreneurs, but even in your regular jobs, if you have an entrepreneurial mindset, you will transform your workplace like anything. So if we prepare our students in the entrepreneurial skills while they are in the education, we have the unique opportunity to transform India into the world's leading economy in times to come. So I would like to stop here. I would not take your time. The sumptuous food is waiting for everyone. The skill is very important because it integrates the world of work with the world of education. And I'm so thankful to Argus channel that they gave us the opportunity to talk about it. And my humble request to all the galaxy of academicians here, that let's resolve ourselves at NSDC. We are doing a lot of work. NSDC is open for partnership with all the universities. Please let us come together. Let's bring the workplace into the universities and colleges. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to the panelists also. It has been a really informative session. Now I would request Mr. Shantibhushan Mishra, Associate Editor, Argus, to kindly present mementos to the chairperson and the panelists for the session, and then he will offer the vote of thanks. First of all, we would like to present it to the chairman, Shri Vedmani Tiwari, CEO, National Skill Development Corporation. Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to chair the session. We would like to present it to Professor Muktikanta Mishra, co-founder and president, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Bhubaneswar. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of our session. We would like to present it to Professor Avinash Thakur, Executive Director, Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of our day, our conclave. We would also thank and present a memento to Ms. Vaishali Sharma, COO, Young Thinker Academy. Thank you very much for being a panelist. Thank you, everyone. Over to Mr. Shantibhushan Mishra.
धन्यवाद शोभना ये टॉपिक थर्ड सेशन थिला ब्लेंडिंग स्किल विथ एजुकेशन फॉर एम्प्लॉयमेंट आमे नियुक्ति पई शिक्षा सह दक्षतार मिश्रण एठी आम सहित जो माने अतिथि थिले से माने कहिले जे दक्षता कोन जहा हमको सफलता दिए हार्ड स्किल सॉफ्ट स्किल केमिति हमको सफलता दिए से विषय विस्तृत भाव में अतिथि माने कहिले विशेषकर आम सहित जो माने थिले श्री वेदमणि तिवारी सीईओ नेशनल स्किल डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन आम सहित थिले प्रोफेसर मुक्तिकांत मिश्र सीईओ फाउंडर एंड प्रेसिडेंट सेंचुरियन यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आम सहित थिले प्रोफेसर अविनाश ठाकुर एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर डी.वाई. पाटिल यूनिटेक सोसाइटी आम सहित मिस वैशाली शर्मा थिले सीईओ यंग टिंकर एकेडमी समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आमे जो माने आम सहित छात्र छात्री माने थिले अतिथि माने जे ए टॉपिक को नहीं जहाँ कहले आलोचना कले तर्जमा कले परामर्श देले आशा करूँ सबु छात्र छात्री ये बेस उपादेय हेब अतिथि मानकर परामर्श सबु छात्र छात्री उपादेय हेब समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जो मैंने अतिथि थे आउ थे समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ये सेसन सारिबा एबे हमर लॉन्च अच्छी लॉन्च पर हमर फोर्थ सेशन आरंभ हेब बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
Thank you, Shri Mishra. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you very much. Here we break for lunch and we hope to reassemble by 2:15 to start with our session 4. And that will be an open house interaction with sector experts and students. Thank you, everyone. Let us have our lunch.
Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
ସଚିବାଳୟର ସିଏମଙ୍କ ଠାରୁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ପୁରପଲ୍ଲୀରେ ଅପାନ୍ତ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ ଥିବା କମନ ମ୍ୟାନର ସିଏମର କଥାକୁ ଆମେ ସେତିକି ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱର ସହିତ ଦେଖେଇବା ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ବଦ୍ଧପରିକର.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive force. It is acknowledged for its progressive and dynamic presence. It is known to be fast and to have in-depth and expansive coverage from every corner of Odisha. It has the most exhaustive and analytical presentation on diverse subjects such as politics, business, sport, art and culture, science and technology, world affairs and more. It has state-of-the-art technology such as real-time 3D graphics, sports analysis and asset management tools. Virtual reality offers unlimited possibilities for the creation of complex interactive
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting Sponsor
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Knowledge Partner Upgrant.
If sky is the limit, what would you like to be in life?
I want to be a doctor,
Scientist, lawyer, entrepreneur,
engineer, agronomist,
good chef.
What if world-class faculties help you to reach there? Education is the passport to the future. Shiksha or Anusandhan, deemed to be university. A bright future begins here.
Patil Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner Upgrant.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OYFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting Sponsor
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OYFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting Sponsor
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OYFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting Sponsor
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OYFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting Sponsor
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate Sponsor
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OYFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting Sponsor
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment Through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargar, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment Through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargar, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment Through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargar, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming close to the next session. जो माने लंच करी नहीं बहुत बढ़िया कथा जो माने करी नांती आपण माने लंच करंतु आमे आपण को अधारो अटकेबुनी बस चेष्टा करंतु कि आमे टिके शीघ्र लंच फिनिश करिकी आम सेशन आरंभ करिवा थैंक यू
Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment Through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargar, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SAI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment Through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargar, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrad.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society. Empowerment through education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation. Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrad.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society. Empowerment through education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation. Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrad.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society. Empowerment through education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation. Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrad.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society. Empowerment through education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation. Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrad.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society. Empowerment through education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation. Yashashvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrad.
sponsor.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. Sai International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
शिक्षा और अनुसंधान, a NAC accredited deemed to be university.
Powered by
Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, Empowerment through Education.
Associate sponsor.
Vikas Group of Institutions, Bargarh, Bhubaneswar, Sambalpur.
OIFESM, CRP Square, Bhubaneswar.
Skilled Youth Empowered Nation, Yashasvi Academy for Skills. IITTM, a tradition of excellence. SITI International. Knowledge Partner, Upgrant.
Presenting sponsor.
Shiksha or Anusandhan, a NAC accredited deemed.
I hope we can begin soon. It is 2:31. And because this is a session for the students, they can ask their questions and there will be experts to answer. So we would want maximum of students to participate. All the students who are outside are requested to come inside and be seated. So let us all begin the next session in 5 minutes. It is 2:31 almost, 2:32. 3-4 minutes, let us begin the next session. Session 4 is beginning soon. Our valedictory session was to be started around 3:15, which will now be postponed by 15 minutes, say. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar Sir has arrived. Also our Honorable Guests of Honor present with us. So we would not like to tamper with the timing of the session. Session 4 has to begin in a few more minutes. So all the students who have finished their lunch, who are roaming around outside, please come inside and get settled. And those who are having their lunch, please speed up. Well, I really hope that you are enjoying the lunch. If you are taking time to finish that plate of food, then you are enjoying it. And we are happy that you are enjoying your lunch. But can you please speed it up? Okay, everyone, we are ready to begin. Please settle down. We are at Shiksha और Anusandhan deemed to be university. Argus Education Next 2022 Conclave. Title sponsor, Shiksha और Anusandhan deemed to be university. Powered by Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society. Associate sponsor, Vikas Group of Institutions. Odisha Institute of Fire Engineering and Safety Management. Yashasvi Group. Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management. Sai International School. Knowledge Partner Upgrad. We would like to thank all our partners and sponsors. Now let us begin with the session itself. So this is going to be an open house interaction with sector experts and students. First of all, we would like to welcome the moderator and the chair of the session. He would be National Youth Award recipient and CEO Young Tinker Academy, Shri Anil Pradhan. Could we welcome him on the dais? We would invite on the stage President Corporate Affairs and Public Policy Upgrad, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, please. We would invite Principal, Silicon Institute of Technology, SIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Jaideep Talukdar, please. I would welcome Founder and Trustee, DN Wisdom Tree Global School, Mrs. Panchami Mano Ukil on the dais, please. We would also have as a panelist, as an expert, Chairman ODM Group, Dr. Satyabrata Minaketan, please. Now I would invite Mrs. Nilima Priyadarshini, Senior Anchor cum Bulletin Producer, Argus News, to join us for the session 4 of the conclave. A very warm welcome on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. And now I would like to hand it over to our moderator cum chair of the session, Shri Anil Pradhan, please.
नमस्कार एवरीवन। आवाज नहीं आ रही है, खाने के बाद तो आवाज आनी चाहिए। हाउस द जोश। एक और बार, इतने सारे यूथ, इतने सारे स्टूडेंट्स और इतना कम आवाज, मजा नहीं आ रहा है। हाउस द जोश, हाउस द जोश। अब जाके लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे आज हम लोग एजुकेशन कॉन्क्लेव में आए हैं। तो पहली चीज ये कि जब भी हम किसी अच्छे चीज की शुरुआत करते हैं तो अटेंशन सीक करना सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बाद में हूं और टीचर पहले हूं। आई वांट ऑल माय स्टूडेंट्स टू लिसन टू दिस वेरी अटेंटिवली, ठीक है? तो इस पूरे सेशन को मैं मॉडरेट करूंगा और बाद में आप लोगों से भी क्वेश्चंस हम लोग लेंगे, सारे स्टूडेंट्स, सारे एकेडमिशियन से। So Namaskar, my name is Anil Pradhan. I am the CEO of Young Tinker Academy on Young Tinker Foundation. हमने कई बार ये देखा है कि जब हम छोटे थे तब भी हम पढ़ते थे कि इंडिया इज एन डेवलपिंग नेशन। जब हम बड़े हुए, आज हमारे बच्चे भी पढ़ते हैं कि इंडिया इज एन डेवलपिंग नेशन। और कल जब हमारे बच्चे बड़े हों तो हम ये नहीं चाहते कि वो भी यही पढ़े कि इंडिया इज एन डेवलपिंग नेशन। तो आज का जो सेशन है इसमें हम इनपुट्स लेंगे स्कूल से, इंस्टीट्यूट से, यूनिवर्सिटी से कि इस चीज़ को कैसे बदला जाए, इस चीज़ को एज ए इंस्टीट्यूट, एज ए स्कूल हम कैसे इस चीज़ को ठीक कर पाएँ कि कल हमारे बच्चे, उनके बच्चे जो हैं वो ये ना पढ़ें कि इंडिया डेवलपिंग नेशन है। डेवलप्ड नेशन कैसे हो सकता है? इंडिया को यूएस नहीं बनाएंगे, इंडिया को इंडिया बनाएंगे और स्मार्ट इंडिया बनाएंगे। तो इसी के साथ ही हम शुरुआत करेंगे इस मॉडरेशन का। मैं वेलकम करना चाहूँगा सारे मॉडरेटर्स का इस सेशन में। और टाइम की पाबंदी के कारण हम बैठकर ही यहाँ पे सब मॉडरेशन करेंगे और इस सेशन को एंजॉय करेंगे। मैं पहले से कह रहा हूँ एंजॉय करेंगे, ठीक है, सारे बच्चों के लिए। तो मैं वेलकम करूँगा पचमनी मनु उकील जी का, जो फाउंडर और ट्रस्टी हैं डीएम विजडम ट्री की। ठीक है, ओके ओके, प्लीज मैम।
Eminences on the dais, children, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be a part of the August Education in Conclave 2022 and speak about some of the core issues related to school education. The field is vast, time is short, so we will discuss the important points that the questions will throw at us. But at the outset, I will just share some views on some of the important topics in the post-pandemic education scenario. We will all agree that the pandemic has turned the world upside down and ravaged every sphere of our existence. So also has it been with the learning process. In fact, with a severity that is comprehensible only now, as children return to the classrooms. As educators, we have no choice but to delineate the pre-pandemic from the post-pandemic and accept the fact that a paradigm shift has been thrust upon us by circumstances. It is therefore incumbent upon all stakeholders in the system to adapt to this change. As classrooms began to fill up after 2 years of closure of institutions, amidst the joy of noise in the learning space, what gradually and frighteningly emerged is the fact that not only were there huge gaps in learning outcomes during online learning, but also a visible surge in behavioral patterns of children, big and small. So, at this point of time, when we are discussing education policies and possibilities of leveraging potentials for progress in the education sector, I believe that we must first and foremost address the formulation of an action plan to resolve these serious fallouts of the pandemic. Are schools equipped to recognize and handle these issues? Are we empathizing with children and teachers who are unable to seamlessly merge back into the offline system, or are we simply ignoring these glaring issues and moving on? This begets detailed discussions on larger platforms by experts from concerned streams who can perhaps draft a white paper with answers and solutions to this phenomena that quietly stalks schools all over the world. The new education policy, NEP 2020, that was announced in the midst of the pandemic, shows us the way forward, overwriting the rote learning system with a 360-degree holistic progress card, tracking student progress in achieving learning outcomes. Union Education Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan has rightly called it the knowledge document of the 21st century. With many revolutionary stipulations, this document could well be the game changer in the education landscape of India, only if it is executed across institutions. No policy has created miracles overnight. As long as there is a will to implement the recommended changes, there is hope that transformation to multidisciplinary and holistic education is a possibility. The foundation of civilization is education. Education determines and defines progress and development. Education is the most potent tool for leveraging human potential. In this regard, Odisha has proudly emerged as an education hub as well as the skill capital, and therefore stands tall as an example for blending skill with mainstream learning, which is the order of the day. The Odisha Adarsh Vidyalaya Sanghatan, a brainchild of Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik, is an exemplary step towards inculcating 21st century skills along with regular academics in children from semi-urban and rural areas. Therefore, the potential of the education sector in Odisha is immense, and it is up to policymakers and stakeholders to drive this potential towards rich outcomes. I cannot end without a mention of teachers. Teachers are prime translators of recommendations of education policy into action. Therefore, teachers have to be provided opportunities for constant upgradation of skills, know-how of latest technology and innovations, and self-development. NEP 2020 advocates the CMP, or continuous management and progression of teachers, and a robust merit-based structure of tenure, promotion, and salary. Every institution, therefore, must enable teachers to enhance their competencies on a regular basis if it has to ensure substantial and comprehensive learning outcomes for students. Thank you, Argus, for this opportunity to share some thoughts, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pachmani Manu Ji, for this wonderful address. Now we'll directly move to Dr. Sanjay Kumar Ji, who is the President, Corporate Affairs and Public Policy, Upgrad. और सर हम आपसे ये समझना चाहेंगे कि जो पॉलिसीज़ हमारी बन रही हैं, जो पब्लिक पॉलिसीज़ हमारी बन रही हैं, वो कैसे हमारे देश को आगे ले जाएंगी, जो एजुकेशन में जो पॉलिसीज़ बन रही हैं, और हम इससे क्या टेक अवे कर सकते हैं, जो इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, जो कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं, वो इससे क्या टेक अवे ले सकते हैं?
थैंक यू अनिल जी. सो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में हम लोगों ने काफ़ी बात की लास्ट सेशंस में, और अभी जो यूजीसी के लेवल पे अगर हम देखें तो हायर एजुकेशन के लेवल पे देखें तो बहुत सारे ऐसे पॉलिसीज़ अनाउंस हो रही हैं जो काफ़ी फेवरेबल है यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, एंड ऑल्सो फॉर in terms of internationalization of higher education in India. So, these policies will eventually help a lot of universities to open up their, and a lot of universities from abroad also will come to India, and they will also open campuses. The policies also is going to give opportunity for students to do dual degrees. बहुत सारे combinations में, permutation combinations में, जैसे विदेशों में बच्चे अलग अलग जगह से भी कोर्सेज ले सकते थे और डिग्री ले सकते हैं, उस तरीके से इंडिया में भी दे आर गोइंग टू टेक. सो दैट इज अनदर I think milestone in our university education system. And also one very special thing which there was some mention in the previous sessions that जो 40% है यूनिवर्सिटी, 40% अपना जो कोर्स है they can design, they can outsource. एंड जो अभी यूजीसी का अमेंडमेंट आया है ओडीएल में, अभी अमेंडमेंट पास नहीं हुआ है, बट इट्स अंडर कंसिडरेशन. दे हैव टेकन सजेशंस फ्रॉम पब्लिक आल्सो. इफ दैट हैपेंस देन 40% जो है पहले अभी सिर्फ स्वयं प्लेटफॉर्म से ले सकते थे, बट गोइंग फॉरवर्ड जो 40% कोर्सेज हैं यूनिवर्सिटीज कैन ऑल्सो ऑप्ट फ्रॉम आउटसाइड, जैसे जो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन कंपनीज हैं या फिर जो कोर्सेरा जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं. बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करके कोर्सेज डेवलप किए हैं. दोज कोर्सेज विल बी ऑल्सो अवेलेबल टू द स्टूडेंट्स, सो दैट विल गिव देम लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी एंड डाइवर्सिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ चॉइस. अभी क्या है कि हमारे सिस्टम में पहले भी हम लोगों ने बात किया और हम जानते हैं कि हमारे सिस्टम में ओपननेस की ज़रूरत है, ताकि जितना ज़्यादा ओपननेस होगा उतना ज़्यादा स्टूडेंट्स के पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बढ़ेंगे और यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के पास भी ज़्यादा ट्विक करने के लिए या नए एक्सपेरिमेंट करने के लिए बहुत सारे मौके मिलेंगे. तो जो अभी यूजीसी के नॉर्म्स आ रहे हैं, यूजीसी के जितने भी गाइडलाइंस अभी धीरे धीरे आ रहे हैं, उसमें बहुत प्रोग्रेस देखने को मिल रहा है. एंड आई एम श्योर दैट इन नेक्स्ट 2-3 years द हायर एजुकेशन स्पेस विल बी टोटली ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड इन आवर कंट्री. जो हम इतने साल से नहीं कर पाए हैं उसमें बहुत सारे चेंजेस फटाफट हो रहे हैं. एंड इट्स गोइंग टू गिव लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज टू स्टूडेंट्स. इट्स वेरी स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक पॉलिसीज दैट वी आर सीइंग नाउ डेज. एंड जो हमारे जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं या ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन कंपनी है, उनके लिए भी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत बढ़ते जा रही हैं धीरे धीरे, क्योंकि ये जो जैसे मैंने बताया यूजीसी अमेंडमेंट में जो स्कोप है, अगर वो होता है तो बहुत सारे जो मतलब ब्लेंडेड मॉडल की ज़रूरत है, ऑफलाइन की ज़रूरत है, बट ऑनलाइन में देर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स विच वी कैन डू जो कि ऑफलाइन में नहीं पॉसिबल है. आप दूर रह के भी, जैसे अब हमारे जैसे जो पार्टनरशिप करते हैं हम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के साथ, उसमें द वे वी डेवलप प्रोग्राम्स, वहाँ पे आप इंडस्ट्री के केस स्टडीज़ ला सकते हैं और जो काफ़ी साइंटिफिक मेथड से क्लासेस को डिज़ाइन किया जाता है कि बच्चे बोर ना हो, है ना. तो ये सब चीज़ें ऑनलाइन में क्वालिटी को आप कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं. एक तरीके से आप एक बार प्रोड्यूस करते हैं बहुत सारे चीज़ और उस पर लगातार आप चेंज कर करके और बच्चों तक आप पहुंचा सकते हैं. जो हम डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं उसमें आई थिंक ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन इज गोइंग टू प्ले अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. और जो हमारा ये डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी की बात आई है और जिस पे काम चल रहा है, आई थिंक दैट इज गोइंग टू चेंज द इंटायर लैंडस्केप ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन इन आवर कंट्री.
सो थैंक यू सो मच संजय जी. आपने पॉलिसी के बारे में बताया, उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के बारे में बताया और कितनी कन्वीनियंस होगी हमारे बच्चों को जब ये पॉलिसी और ये एडटेक प्लेटफॉर्म सब यदि एक साथ आ जाएं तो कितना बड़ा चेंज ला सकते हैं. तो धन्यवाद संजय जी आपके एड्रेस के लिए.
थैंक यू.
नाउ विल डायरेक्टली मूव टू प्रोफेसर जयदीप तालुकदार, हु इज द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ सिलिकॉन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी भुवनेश्वर, एंड विल ट्राई टू लर्न. सर, when we see technology, when we talk about MTech degrees, when we talk about BTech degrees, and then we talk about the policies where we want students to have a lot of options and all. So what is your take on this? Ki the new policy in which these kind of things will happen, so our students will remain confused with lot of options, or it will concrete their ideas and will make sure to and will make sure that they will gain something in life and do something great in life. So what is your take on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very pertinent question. I'll give you some of my own thoughts and opinions. The new education policy, once it's implemented will I think, greatly enhance our educational perspective and make our students a lot more industry ready than now. See, as I had mentioned in my earlier talk, we are following a very regimented sort of syllabus and with mandates, this many basic science courses, this many. I'm talking primarily about engineering education because that is my background. But once we get away from so many rules and regulations and open it up in terms of giving the students latitude to pick and choose some courses, maybe some courses in humanities and maybe some courses in whatever of interest they have, then I think education becomes a lot more rounded. Also, vocational education is important, and I firmly believe that this new education policy will allow students for a better industry-academia interaction. Right now we have some, I mean there are internships and we have started something called a practice school, and there are some other avenues by which the students can interact with the industry, but that is one thing which needs to be enhanced. We really need to enhance the industry-academia interface, because very often from recruiters I heard that your students are not industry ready. And it's because of our system. Our system, once it opens up and we have more industry participation, government actually has started a very excellent program a couple of years ago called the Hackathon, where you open up real life challenges to the industry and seek their solutions. So if other private institutions and other places of work open up their problems to the students, I think the students can have a better connect and have a more rounded education. I think this new education policy, once implemented, if and when it happens, it will take some time because old habits die hard. It will truly make a remarkable change in our education system and make for much better qualified graduates who will be able to significantly contribute to industry as well as society. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaideep Talukdar ji. In last 2-3 years, we have seen a lot of hackathons being organized by the government, and this is one of the very positive things which we saw. And a lot of solution to these technological problems has been given by college students. And now the same thing has been implemented with the school students as well. So now we'll directly move to Dr. Satyabrata Maniketan ji. With his experience in education from last 10-15 years, we just wanted to ask, with the implementation of this NEP, we see this tinkering curriculum, we see this entrepreneurship curriculum coming into schools, but there is no fixed curriculum, like this is the curriculum that you have to implement in school. So how do you see this? How do we implement those policies in our school?
Thank you. Regarding the new policy, National Education Policy 21st Century, we all are talking about the new policy. We are talking about the system of education, and we are talking about the smart city, smart nation, smart school, as well as the smartphone. But we are giving more priority. We have become more smart or the smarter than a smartphone. But the education policy, the new education policy have 3 aspects in my opinion. That confined to 3 C's, it is called first the character and the culture and the competency, which were lacking. Because our learning system, the new education policy intend to say that how that learning or the growth of learning to be happened, it should be, number 2 is the active citizenship. Active citizenship, what we feel in my point, is the culture-based. Culture-based. And the personal employment is another aspect of national education policy. And the personal employment means it is only possible, not by the marks. It is we all are running after the marks, but we never think about the remarks. So, only marks help us, for admission purpose. But your competency of your life skill, that helps you for your personal employability and personal employment also. So, my part, all the children or all the students should give the stress on remarks rather than the marks. What skills I am going to acquire? That competency means life skill. And if you are really develop your skills, that you can create the employability. You are the source of your employment. You should not run after anyone. But we feel that we all are smart students, but really the smartness confined to our skills, that is called life skills. So, according to me, all the parents, we all are also thinking about the smart schools, smart classroom, smart students. But the students or the children are rejecting us. Papa and mommy, they are not becoming the smart. We should be smart in our thinking, our culture, that how the students we can build them from very beginning, that on 3 C's, that is called the character and the culture and the competency. And that is the really, if you think about the 21st century national education policy, the core of the policy system is that only.
Thank you so much, Satyabrata Maniketanji. It was nice listening to you. Now I would like to speak a few words. Before that, I want to say something. When I speak in English, I speak from my mind. When I speak in Odia, I speak from my heart. तो कहाँ से सुनना? तो मु ओडिया रे कहिबी. तो बे जितकी भी पिला माने पछर अछंती तांको पाई एड्रेसटा अछि. तांको ही सब जिंस कहिबी. 2-3 मिनिट रे कहिबी तापर आपण मानठू क्वेश्चन चाहिबी. तो ओडिसा रे सबुठू भल जिंस अछि जदि हमें पूरा इंडिया रे देखिबा सबुठू बेसी खणी माइंस आम पाखर अछि. बहुत जिंस रे हमें बहुत ऊपर अछु. किंतु जेतोळे आमे चिंता करूछु ह्यूमन रिसोर्स कथा, आमर रिसोर्स एठू जाउसंती बाहर स्टेट्स को, एठू जाउसंती बाहर देश को. काहे कि ना आमे ह्यूमन रिसोर्स निजो पई क्रिएट करिबा. एई मिशन सहित कि मु किछि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मानु को क्रिएट करिबी. मु 2015 रे यंग टिंकर फाउंडेशन रो स्टार्ट करथिली, जोठी हमें पिला मानु को हैंड्स ऑन लर्निंग ता प्रोवाइड करू. वैशाली जमिति कहूथिले आगर सेशन रु 10टी पिला ओडिसा रो गाँ रु बाहर की नासा रो रोवर चैलेंज रे वर्ल्ड रैंक 3 नहीं आसिले. एटा जस्ट गोटाए स्टोरी. एमिति अनेक स्टोरी आमे क्रिएट करिछु, अनेक एंटरप्रेन्योर्स मानु आमे क्रिएट करिछु. आ आजी एई प्लेटफॉर्म रो आमे चिंता करिबा, इंस्पायर होबा कि जदी अमक गाँव रे गोटे पिला करि पारछि, गोटे एंटरप्राइज क्रिएट करि पारछि, आमे काहेकि ना करि परिबा. आमे तो सब गोटे भलो भलो इंस्टीट्यूट रे पढुछु, आमे काहेकि ना करि परिबा. जदी सीए करि पारछु तो आमे भी करि परिबा. आ गोटे बहुत बड़ जिंस समस्ते न लागिले एटा हेई परिबो नै. आमे जदी भाबुथिबा, जेमति मु एड्रेस आगुरु कहिथली अछु, जदी समस्ते मिली मिसी काम करिबानी आमे केबे भी डेवलप्ड हेई परिबा नै. And my address to all the institutions, all the schools here, let's collaborate, let's find ways, let's not compete. आमे जेतोले कथा होचो एटा उटे भलो स्कूल, एटा उटे खराब स्कूल, ये चिंताधारा जो दिन चेंज हेई जिवो. स्कूल भी भलो, ये स्कूल भी भलो, आम सरकारी स्कूल भी भलो, सबु स्कूल्स भलो, सबु इंस्टीट्यूट्स भलो, आमे आगु जाई बढ़ी परिबा. दुनिया रो सबु एजुकेशन सिस्टम जोटी अच्छी सेठी मार्किंग न थाए कि ये भल ये खराब. सेमिति आपण को भितर सबु पिला जी अछंती कि ये भल आ खराब नांती. एवरीबॉडी हैज समथिंग इन देयर देम कि भाई इसमें मैं तो आग लगा दूंगा. एंड दैट इज व्हाट यू ऑल हैव टू फाइंड. थैंक यू सो मच गाइज. नाउ आई वुड लाइक you all to ask questions to the panel and enlighten us. Please, mic please.
So our girls are here, both sides. They will pass on the mic. So we saw one hand there, white shirt, and there, here is also somebody standing. Sir, you can, yes. So I think we can max take 2 to 3 questions. Okay. Please introduce yourself before you ask.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Ajay Kumar Parida. I have 2 questions to the experts here. First of all, आज आम पिला माने I am going to tell in Odia only. आम पिला माने जेतेबेले पढुचंती पाठ आम जेतेबेले आम पिलांकर एडमिशन करूचे हायर एजुकेशन हो आफ्टर 10th ओनली आम पिला माने सेतेबेले आम फर्स्ट आज पेरेंट आम आगे देखुचे कि कोथरे जॉब अछि जॉब कोथरे अछि आम पिलांका एजुकेशन सेटा सेया ही पढ़ले आम पिला चाकरी पाइबो तो कैरियर ओरिएंटेड माने जॉब ओरिएंटेड है कि आम पढ़ौचे किंतु मु पचारुची कि आमे जेतेबेले आम पिलार सेतरे इंटरेस्ट थाउ न थाउ मेनली सर्विस इंडस्ट्री जॉब अछि सॉफ्टवेयर एंड ऑल दिस किंतु जॉब क्रिएशन पाई दरकार रिसर्च जो गुटाक अवेलेबल नाही आउ जदि रिसर्च रे आमे जिबा हमर इनकम इमीडिएट हे जे बोली देयर इज नो गारंटी पिला स्ट्रगल करूचंदी आफ्टर पीएचडी एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स टू गेट जॉब्स तो सर्विस इंडस्ट्री गले इजिली जॉब मिलुची कि मोर क्वेश्चन एक्जाक्टली होची जेतले नेशनल ए न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आसुची ए न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आम पिलांकु रिसर्च रे केते केमिति हेल्प करिवो जॉब क्रिएशन ने केमिति हेल्प करिवो एटा फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन सेकंड क्वेश्चन मोर होची कि इंडिया इंडिपेंडेंस पर बहुत पॉलिसी बहुत गवर्नमेंट रो आसिलानी हे चलुची एंड आमर एक्सपर्ट माने कहिले कि बहुत माने आमे डेवलपिंग सेते 70 वर्ष तळे थिले आज डेवलपिंग अच्छे 30 वर्ष तळे भी डेवलपिंग थिले जेमिति आमर कलाम जिंकर थिला 2025 विजन थिला सेमिति आमर को विजन आसीबो जोथिरे आम पिलांक पई गोटे आमे टाइम फ्रेम करि परिबा जेतेबेले आमे डेवलपिंग रो डेवलप्ड आसीबा जेतेबेले आमे रिसर्च रे बहुत आगुक टिके आसीबा जेतेबेले आम देश रे सर्विस इंडस्ट्री को छाडी कि आमर निज पई जॉब क्रिएशन हेई परिबो थैंक यू वेरी मच
Thank you, Mr. Parida. Should we take all the questions at once or?
You want to, anybody wants?
Who wants to answer this question?
Hello. Hello.
All the questions together.
I think we can, yeah.
Sir, namaskar samastku.
2-3 lines you can just.
Mona Dr. Subhranshu Patnaik.
1 second, who is speaking? Okay. Okay.
Sir, मोर गोटे प्रश्न हला सर आमे सरकार चाकरी करिया पई बाहर आउचे प्राइवेट चाकरी करिबा नै कि जो माने सरकार चाकरी करसंती से माने तांको पिला को गवर्नमेंट स्कूल पाठ पढेबे कि एते हमर प्रथम क्वेश्चन
सो एटा गोटे भलो भलो क्वेश्चन टा आउ आपण एटा क्वेश्चन मु कहिबा कथा न एटा गोटे भलो रिमार्क्स टा जदि एटा होबा जो दिन स्टार्ट हे जिवो से दिन आपण जानि जिवे कि ओडिसा बहुत आगु को जिवो जो दिन ए जिनसटा हे जिवो बहुत धन्यवाद कहबा चाहिबी आपण को क्वेश्चन रो आंसर टा दबा चाहिबी जेतल आपण रिसर्च विषय रे कहिले कि पिला में तो रिसर्च करसन तादरे टंका नाही तादरे पिला करबा चाहुनांती सर्विस इंडस्ट्रीज रे बहुत चाकरी अछि पिला माने सेत पई सीएस आईटी सब पढुसंती तो एठी हमें चिंता करिबा कि जिनसटा कोन एई प्रॉब्लम टा होउची काहे आमे सबु बळे भाबिले कि केमिति जॉब को सीक करिबा जॉब सीकर बनले यही माइंडसेट टा एबे एनईपी चेंज करिवार उद्देश्य एनईपी रो एटाई अछि कि केमिति जॉब प्रोवाइडर्स आमे बनेबा गवर्नमेंट इनफैक्ट गोटे मु बोर्ड मेंबर भी मध्य थली नेशनल पॉलिसी फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इन स्कूल्स तो एबे एटा भी चिंता करा जाउछि कि स्कूल पिला माने केमिति एंटरप्राइज क्रिएट करि परिबे आ ये माइंडसेट रो चेंज अछि पॉलिसी रो चेंज अछि किंतु माइंडसेट जेतोल जाके जब तक मन का मैल नहीं धुलेगा तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा तो मन का मेल धोने के लिए माइंडसेट चेंज करिया पई एटा 12 वर्ष पिला जेतोल स्कूल रहउची सेतो बळे माइंडसेट को चेंज करिया पई कि हमें आगु को जॉब सीकर होबा नहीं जॉब प्रोवाइडर होबा ए जिनसटा से कहबा चाहूची धन्यवाद
मु एटी गोटे कथा कहबी ए क्वेश्चन आंसर मु कहबी जे आपण जो चिंता करूथिले जॉब कथा बड़ कथा होची प्रथम कथा जे दिस इज द रिस्पांसिबिलिटी of all the teachers and the parents to educate the child कहीं ना जेतो बड़े पिलाटी स्कूल ले पाठ पढ़ुचे से तार निजर गोल सेटिंग करि पारु नाही एवं से जाय कि ताको पचरा जाउची मो रिसेंट कथा कहूचे मो आट ए टाइम गोटे हॉल मोर 1000 स्टूडेंट्स बसते मुझे काउनसिलिंग करूली तो पचारि जे व्हाट इज योर प्लान व्हाट इज योर दैट इज व्हाट इज योर प्लान जे गोटे 99% पिलांकर आसिला आई वांट टू बी डॉक्टर आई वांट टू बी द इंजीनियर एंड देयर आर सम टू पीपल सेज पापा सेज you want to that is you will be the engineer and the mommy says you will be the doctor but I do not know what I want to be so this kind of answer is only with them किंतु आपण देखंतु ई आपण एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी पार्ट रे करंतु जे कैरियर कथा कहंतु जे कैरियर रे थाउजेंड्स ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज अवेलेबल किंतु आबे पिला को क्लास 6 रुता गोल सेटिंग सिखौ नाहु नाइदर फादर मदर शिखौचंती नॉर स्कूल शिखौची नॉर स्कूल इंस्टीट्यूट शिखौची केही शिखौ नाती तेणु आमे केवल पिला को दायी करबानी आमे केवल पिला मानकू खाली कहूँ पाठ पढ़ चाकरी करू इंजीनियर हो डाक्तर हो तापर कौन हो जो माने इंजीनियर भी होउचंती से माने तार वेस्टिंग देयर टाइम गोटे आईआईटी पाइला परे केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग रे आईआईटी कला एवं तापर कौन करूची आईआईएम में कला आईआईएम कला पर कौन कर फ्लिपकार्ट रे हेड बस कार्ड बिकिला ता केमिस्ट्री कोड़े गला अपन कहतु तो तब मिस यूटिलाइज तार जी थिला जो इंजीनियरिंग रे जो 5 वर्ष से रिसर्च कला से आम देश पे किसी काम आसिला कि कौन सी स्टेट पे डेवलपमेंट है कि आसिलानी सिमिलर मेकानिकल इंजीनियर सिमिलर दर इज अदर इंजीनियर्स तेणु जदि पिला को आईआईएम करिवार थिला +2 परे 5 इयर्स मैनेजमेंट से करू 5 मैनेजमेंट करी दैट इज ओनली दैट इज विल बी द एक्सपर्ट इन द मैनेजमेंट ताल ए सिस्टम काहे कि ताल हमर एजुकेशन सिस्टम आमे जदि ताकू प्रथम रुता गोल सेटिंग ता न करिचे से पिला को स्मार्ट करबा पाए पिला को जतो आम गोल सेटिंग पाए ताकू कैरियर प्लानिंग करिया को पड़िबो फ्रॉम वेरी बिगिनिंग आ वो कहानी घर घर का है ये कहानी केवल जन जन को पाई नुहे किंबा गवर्नमेंट एंड प्राइवेट स्कूल कथा भी नुहे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पाठ पढ़ुवा पिला माने भल करूना द मच मोर टैलेंटेड स्टूडेंट्स आर दे आर प्रत्येक घरे पिला टैलेंट भरी रही खाली तापाई अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं तेणु से अपॉर्चुनिटी को एक्सप्लोर करने को हेले प्रत्येक प्रथम कथा हूँ पिलार जो क्लास 6 होती ताकू गोल सेटिंग शिखेबार अच्छी जो व्हाट यू वांट टू बी व्हाट इज योर पोटेंशियलिटीज व्हाट इज योर स्ट्रेंथ व्हाट इज योर वीकनेस दिस इज योर स्ट्रेंथ गो स्ट्रेट देन यू कैन एक्सप्लोर योर पोटेंशियलिटीज you can do better in the field.
I think I will quickly like to
yes,
answer his question. जो उन्होंने कहा कि सरकारी स्कूल में सरकार के लोग क्या भेजेंगे बच्चों को या भेजते हैं, वो तो खत्म हो गया। वो जब हम लोग छोटे थे तो हमारे स्कूल में हमारे यहाँ के कलेक्टर के बच्चे भी पढ़ते थे, तो वो समय चला गया। अब तो टीचर जो होते हैं स्कूल के वो भी अपने बच्चों को प्राइवेट स्कूल में भेज रहे हैं। हम लोग उस लेवल पे पहुंच चुके हैं और ये बड़ा दुखद है पूरे देश के लिए कि सरकारी स्कूल में अब सिर्फ जो लेबर क्लास होता है, जो प्राइवेट स्कूल का फीस नहीं अफोर्ड कर सकता है, वो अपने बच्चों को सरकारी स्कूल में भेज रहे हैं। जो फर्स्ट जनरेशन लर्नर की बात जो हम कर रहे थे, जिनके माँ बाप जो है वो स्कूल कॉलेज नहीं गए, वो अपने बच्चों को भेज रहे हैं सरकारी स्कूल में। ये लेकिन हमारी सबकी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम अपने आसपास के, अब हम क्या हो गया हमारे देश में, मैं बहुत क्विकली इस बात को खत्म करूंगा, मुझे पता है कि समय कम है हमारे पास, कि हम सब अपने आप को देखने लगे हैं। हम देश के बारे में नहीं सोचते हैं या समाज के बारे में नहीं सोचते हैं। कोई भी राज्य, कोई भी शहर, कोई भी गांव तब तक नहीं सुधर सकता जब तक कि वहां का सरकारी स्कूल सिस्टम अच्छा नहीं होगा, क्योंकि 60 से 70% बच्चे अभी भी सरकारी स्कूल में ही पढ़ रहे हैं। और वो तभी सुधर सकता है क्योंकि हम एज एन इंडिविजुअल, हम सिर्फ अपने बच्चों को एक अच्छे स्कूल में पढ़ाने के लिए पैसे कमा लेते हैं, बच्चों को वहां भेज देते हैं और हम खुश हो जाते हैं। हमें लगता है कि हमारा लाइफ पूरा सेटल हो गया, लेकिन हम ये नहीं समझते कि 60% 70% बच्चे जो स्कूल में, सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ रहे हैं, जब तक हम वहां को नहीं सुधारेंगे, उसको नहीं सुधारने में मदद करेंगे, तब तक हमारा राज्य या हमारा देश कभी नहीं सुधर सकता है। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है कि हम लोग सरकारी स्कूल, सरकारी कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटीज पे, ठीक है प्राइवेट स्कूल कॉलेज जो चल रहा है वो चले, लेकिन कोएग्जिस्ट कैसे कर सकता है। और सरकारी स्कूल और कॉलेज पे हम जब तक फोकस नहीं करेंगे, हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम स्ट्रांग नहीं हो सकता। दैट इज व्हाट आई फील।
थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद संजय जी, और मैं सबको सबका धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा सबको, इतना अच्छा सेशन।
Because honorable minister is just arriving, so we can't take any more questions.
मुझे लगता है कि इसके बाद हम लोग ले सकते हैं, इस पैनल डिस्कशन के खत्म
Yes,
होने के बाद
can
आप
we do
इंडिविजुअली
that?
पूछ सकते हैं।
After our valedictory session, can you all stay back for half an hour and can we have the discussion?
ठीक है, मैं
We have
मैं
5
बस-
hands at least coming up.
है ना, मैं
Yes,
जस्ट
so many hands. So can we all stay back after the valedictory session?
इसके
Can we all
valedict-
stay for? Sorry.
सो वैलिडेक्टरी सेक्शन सेरेमनी के बाद हम एक फिर से पैनल डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं, या फिर इस इवेंट के बाद आप इंडिविजुअली भी हम लोगों से जुड़ सकते हैं। ठीक है, हम सब सोशल मीडिया पर भी आपको मिल जाएंगे जहां पे आप कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं और इंडिविजुअली पूछ सकते हैं। बहुत अच्छा सेशन ये रहा है, ये बहुत अच्छा पैनल डिस्कशन रहा है, इतनी अच्छे थॉट प्रोवोकिंग आइडियाज़ आए हैं और आप लोगों से भी बहुत सारे आइडियाज़ निकले हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस प्रकार के सेशंस आर्गस न्यूज़ को आगे भी करना चाहिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा आर्गस न्यूज़ का।
गोटे जो सरकारी आ प्राइवेट गोटे मिनिट नेबी, आई वांट टेक 1 minute ओनली विथ ड्यू अपोलॉजी। आपण देखंतु आमे जो सरकारी आ बेसरकारी स्कूल कहूचे, आपण देखिबे सरकारी स्कूल रे सबुतकु टैलेंटेड टीचर्स अछंती एवं सेमानकर सैलरी इज मच मोर बेटर दैन ऑल प्राइवेट स्कूल्स। सर मु आपण संग एकमत हेबी नाही, मु एकमत हेबी नाही। आपण कोंतु सैलरी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू रो प्राइवेट स्कूल तो सरकारी स्कूल ले बहुत भलो सैलरी।
सत्यव्रत सर, आमे गोटे काम करिबा, एज आई टोल्ड कि आमे आप परे आ गोटे अधघंटार सेशन आमे नहीं जिबा। बहुत मु जानि छी आपण माने बहुत एंथुसियास्टिक हे जैसंती, बहुत भल लागु छे सेशनटा। मु रहिबी पुन थरे मॉडरेशन करिया पई, आई एम देयर फॉर यू। ठीक अछि, ए सेशन को आगु को नै कि जिबा। आउ बहुत भल लागला आपण माने समस्त जॉइन करले। इंडिविजुअली जदि किछि आगु को बढ़ियार अछि, इंडिविजुअली समस्त को आगु को बढ़िया पड़िबो। आ जदि चाहूचंती पुनतर सेशन हो तो समस्त को इंडिविजुअली रहिया पड़िबो। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Shri Pradhan. I would request Mrs. Nilima Priyadarshini, Senior Anchor cum Bulletin Producer, Argus News, to present mementos to all our panelists and moderator of the session. We would like to thank our chair of the session, Shri Anil Pradhan, National Youth Award recipient and CEO, Young Thinker Academy. Thank you for being brilliant and thank you for being the chair for the session. I would like to congratulate Dr. Sanjay Kumar and we would like to thank you, sir, for being a part of our session 4, the President, Corporate Affairs and Public Policy Upgrade. We would like to felicitate Professor Jaideep Talukdar, Principal, Silicon Institute of Technology, SITI Bhubaneswar. He is the one who has attended 2 panels today and we are very thankful for that as well. We would like to felicitate Mrs. Panchami Manu Ukil, Founder and Trustee, DN Wisdom Tree Global School. Thank you, Madam, for being a part of the conclave. Thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to present the memento to Chairman ODM Group, Dr. Satyabrata Minaketan, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for being the panelist for the session 4. Thank you so much. And she will offer the vote of thanks, so please wait for 1 more minute.
थैंक यू शोभना। आज जहाँ जो चिंतन रही जो मैंने वक्ता मैंने रही निहाती भाव गोटे कथा तो मुझे फिल कर पारि कि लास्ट सेसन रो तो यहाँ बीइंग ए मदर किसी आइडिया आसीगला कि छुआ को कौ दिगरे पाठ पढ़ा दरकार केमिति गोल सेट करवा दरकार किंतु दक्षता को केमती आम शिक्षा माध्यम आगु को नहीं आम माने स्किल को डेवलप करी एजुकेशन थ्रो रे आम निजुक्ति सृष्टि करि परिबा से जो ओपन आइडिया ये मिलला मु भावुची समस्त बेस उपकृत हो पारे समस्ते मत किसी शिखी पार्थे। सो थैंक यू। आज आम साथ आलोचन भाग नहीं डॉक्टर संजय कुमार, प्रेसिडेंट कॉर्पोरेट अफेयर्स एंड पब्लिक पॉलिसी अपग्रेड। धन्यवाद सर। आम साथ रही प्रोफेसर जगदीप तालुककर, प्रिंसिपल, सिलिकन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी भुवनेश्वर। थैंक यू सर। आम साथ रही मिसेस पंचमी मनुकिल, फाउंडर एंड ट्रस्टी, डीएन विजडम ट्री ग्लोबल स्कूल। थैंक यू मैम। आम साथ रही डॉक्टर सत्यव्रत मीनाकेतन, चेयरमैन ओडीएम सर। थैंक यू। एवं आम साथ रही श्री अनिल प्रधान, नेशनल यूथ रेसिपेंट एंड सीईओ यंग थिंकर एकेडमी। थैंक यू वेरी मच। समस्त बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। होप आप आग सेशन भी एंजॉय करेंगे। थैंक यू।
Argus. Argus. It is the real voice of Odisha, a commitment to excellence, a name that stands for people's first point of view and the truth.
सचिवालयर सीएम कठारु ओडिशार पुरपल्ली रे अपांत अंचल रे थिबा कॉमन मैन रो सीएम रो तथा को आमे सेति की गुरुत्वर सहित देखेबा पई आमे बद्धपरिकर.
Driven to be the most responsible and responsive
hall,
force.
our Honorable Chief
It
Guest,
is acknowledged for its progressive
Honorable
and
Minister of
dynamic
State,
presence.
Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar sir. A big round of applause in welcoming our Honorable Chief Guest. We would like you, sir, to kindly come on the dais and have your seat. I would invite on the stage guest of honor, Professor Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, Vice Chancellor, Shiksha Anusandhan University, Bhubaneswar. Let us have you on the stage, sir. Round of applause for our guest of honor, everyone. And another guest of honor for the valedictory session, Dr. Nirmaljit Singh Kalsi, Chairman, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, NCVT. We welcome you on the dais, sir. We would also welcome Shri Prakash Sahu, CEO, Argus News, to join the valedictory session and take his seat on the dais, please. Shri Sanjay Jana, Editor-in-Chief, is joining us for the session. Very, very welcome, gentlemen, Honorable Chief Guest, guests of honor. We are very, very happy to have you in the valedictory session. So please accept the bouquet, the memento. Greetings from our side. Our Honorable Chief Guest, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of State, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Electronics and IT, Government of India. So we are privileged to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us as the chief guest of the valedictory session of our conclave, Argus Education Next 2022. We would greet and welcome to the occasion, the valedictory session, our guest of honor, Dr. Nirmaljit Singh Kalsi, sir, Chairman, National Council for Vocational Education and Training. We are very, very happy to have you, sir, as our guest of honor for the conclave. A warm welcome once again. I would request Sri Jena to greet and welcome our guest of honor, Professor Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, Vice Chancellor, Shiksha Anusandhan University, Bhubaneswar, on the dais in the conclave in the valedictory session. A warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you very much for being a great support for today's conclave. One more gift for you, sir. So we couldn't take a proper picture. Could we have one more? Bye. Thank you very much. Now I would request Shri Sanjay Jana, Editor-in-Chief, Argus News, to offer the welcome address for the valedictory session, please.
अर्गस न्यूज की तरफ से दिन भर आज जो एजुकेशन नेक्स्ट करके एजुकेशन कॉन्क्लेव हो रहा है, इसमें जो कंक्लूडिंग सेशन है, वैलिडिटरी सेशन है, इसमें मंच पे विराजमान हमारा मुख्य अतिथि भारत सरकार में मंत्री श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी अपने आप खुद आपका परिचय है, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर से समाज सेवा तक सफलता के साथ अपना सफर तय कर रहे हैं। हमारा साथ डॉक्टर निर्मलजीत सिंह कालसी साहब है, जो चेयरमैन है नेशनल काउंसिल फॉर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग, मैं भी उनको हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। हमारा साथ डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार महापात्र है, जो ओडिशा के घर घर में परिचित है। स्वा यूनिवर्सिटी का वाइस चांसलर तो है ही, लेकिन देश का एक बड़ा न्यूरोसर्जन के हिसाब से, एक डॉक्टर के हिसाब से अपना पहचान बनाए हैं। आप सबको मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। इसका साथ दिन भर जो गेस्ट हमारा साथ ज्वाइन किए हैं, ओडिशा के यूनिवर्सिटीज के विशेष ज्वाइन किए, काफ़ी इंस्टीट्यूशन के बड़े नाम ज्वाइन किए, भुवनेश्वर, कटक और सारे ओडिशा से, सारे प्रीमियर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन से प्रोफेसर और स्टूडेंट लोग भी ज्वाइन किए। सबको मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। अर्गस न्यूज गोटे गणमाध्यम भावरे आमर दायित्व केवल ओडिशार घटना दुर्घटना को देखैबा आउ घटना दुर्घटनार केवल तर्जमा करबा नुहे, समाज रे युवक मानक पई आगर रास्ता ताकू युवक मानकर समाजर सहभागितारे को रास्ता समाज पई भल हब तार माध्यम बनिबा अर्गसर काम। ओडिशा गोटे नॉलेज सोसाइटी, गोटे बुद्धिर समाज। ओडिशार स्कूल मानकरू, कॉलेज मानकरू ज्ञानर भंडार रही पिला मानक पाखरे, किंतु ओडिशा उपरे गोटे टिप्पणी विश्लेषक माने दियंती, ओडिशा सोसाइटीटा आस्पिरेशनल नुहे, बेसी बड़ आकांक्षा ओडिया समाज पाखरे नुहे। गोटे गणमाध्यम भावरे आमर दायित्व ओडिया सोसाइटी को, ओडिया युव समाज को अधिका आकांक्षा तांको भितरे जोड़िबा आउ ए एजुकेशन कॉन्क्लेव ओडिशार युवपीढ़ी मनरे से भावना जागृत करबा पई जदि छोटिया भूमिका नहीं पारिबो ताहले आमे भाबिबु आमर उद्यम सफल हबो बोली। आजिर ए कार्यक्रम रे आमर अतिथि माननकु एवं मंच तळे थिबा समस्त निमंत्रित अतिथि, छात्र, अध्यापक स्वागत करुची एवं मोर दृढ़ आशा आज आमर मंत्री श्रीयुक्त राजीव चंद्रशेखर पौरोहित्य रे तांकर मार्गदर्शन निश्चित भाव में ओडियार युवपीढ़ी को नुआ रास्ता देखेब। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Shri Jana, for the lovely welcome address and for giving a brief. Our guest of honor, Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi जी, बहुत वक्त से आके हमारे पास उपस्थित हैं और उन्होंने पिछला सेशन भी देखा है। आशा करते हैं कि आपने एंजॉय भी किया होगा सर। Now it's time to hear him out, receive his words and messages. I would now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi, Chairman, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, to kindly offer his address to us.
Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Minister of State, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Electronics and IT, Government of India, Dr. Professor Mahapatra, Mr. Jana, very distinguished guests, and very dear students. Today we are here to discuss about future of education and skills, reinventing learning for Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now, as all of us, we are aware that NEP 2020 is not just a policy. It is a reflection of the aspiration of all our students, our teachers, our citizens of the country. And it is totally in sync with the roots of our nation. NEP is rooted in Bharatiyata, while it has potential of assimilating global knowledge and perspectives. So from both sides, we want to be connected. And the purpose of NEP is to develop the character, empathy, courage, and prepare our students for facing the real life, to reach the pinnacle of success with national pride, and also to achieve the global goods. That's extremely important. So in this regard, we are discussing the changing requirement of industry, which is changing at a very fast pace. Technologies are emerging every day. New requirement of manpower is coming. And this industry requirement is a dynamic requirement. And we have to adapt to the new technologies, even in the skill landscape. So that is where I'm going to talk about. In next 4 or 5 years, you will see many jobs will disappear and many new jobs will appear. So there is going to be huge requirement of ab initio skilling, requirement of upskilling, and a requirement of reskilling in different areas of technology. As per one of the estimates, more than 50% of the manpower will be required to be either upskilled or reskilled. That's a very important area. No, it is in this context that we have to be ready with our new skill sets to face this new challenge. So NCVT in this regard is working very closely with the UGC, AICT, all higher education institutions, also the school education. At the same time, we are working at the level of the ITIs, we are working with sector skill councils, and we are working with the industries directly. And we are trying to come up with new skills. Now, to make the education ready for future, we are working on new kind of skills. So far, NCVT has approved about 5,000 skills, out of which 4,000 are alive today. And in addition to these 4,000, we have developed more than 250 skills just in the future areas. Now, these also include the employability skills, the new kind of employability skills which are required of every student, which are required of every worker. Now, this development and implementation of future skills in education sector, especially in the higher education, collaboration with the sector skill councils industry in this era of digitization, for making our engineering and technical students industry 4.0. No, we have come out with these 250 qualifications. And these are in foundational skills areas like artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, robotics, 5G technologies, mechatronics, cloud computing, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality, cyber security, etc. At the same time, we are also working. We have aligned our qualifications for new and emerging futuristic disciplines, and we are working on technologies like drone technologies, additive manufacturing, VLSI design, electronic system design, electric vehicles, 3D printing, industrial Internet of Things. Now, among many other technologies which are driving the economy forward. Now, these skills are also in high demand in the international market. So that also we are keeping in mind. At the same time, there are many sub-areas of Industry 4.0 which require attention. Autonomous robots, precision agriculture, predictive maintenance, simulation technologies, advanced data analytics, horizontal and vertical system integration, big data analytics. Now these they cut across various sectors like automotive, aviation, capital goods, IT, ITES, electronics, agriculture, etc. Now how do we really make it operational? At the same time, we are working with the ICT on a scheme called the National Education Alliance and Technology. That's called NEET, for better learning outcomes, by allowing the OEM the flexibility to align their high quality, high in demand skills with our national qualification framework. And the students who go through these courses, like Microsoft courses, IBM courses, Oracle courses, they will get credits for their engineering classes or their diploma classes or their ITA classes. So they can get that. We are, for this purpose, coming up with, for this integration of skilling with education and higher education, we are coming with National Credit Framework, which has been jointly developed by the UGC, AICT, NCVT, and NCRT. Now here we are creditizing, we are integrating the credits which you achieve from academics, vocational skills, and relevant experiential learning, thus making skilling totally aspirational. Now this will, in the true sense, implement the intent of NEP 2020. And what that intent is, that you creditize every kind of learning. Assignments of credit, accumulation of credit, storage of credit, transfers and redemption of credits. Now, all that would be possible. It removes the distinction between vocational education and skill education, academic education. It removes all the differences. Then it also caters to multidisciplinary and holistic education, enables multiple entry, multiple exit. You can enter anywhere, you can exit anywhere, and establishes very imaginative and flexible curricular structures which are possible with this. So under this, very simply, 1 year of learning is 1200 hours. For that you get 40 credits. Per semester 20 credits. And every kind of learning is to be creditized, whether it is classroom learning, laboratory learning, innovation, sports, games, yoga, physical activities, or your vocational education, or your examination, quizzes and assessments, or your internship, apprenticeship, or even on-the-job training. All that is to be creditized, and credits are to be given. These credits will go into the academic bank of credits, and ultimately students can earn these, add these credits and redeem these credits for the certificate for diploma of degree. Also, we are allowing the blended learning model. That means we are allowing physical, offline and online learning. And there are proper guidelines which have been issued by NCVT after detailed consultation with all the stakeholders. And those guidelines are now available in the public space on NCVT website. One can go through those guidelines and take advantage of this. What I would like to say is that today it is possible to integrate skill education at every level of engineering. That is what we are doing. In the second year, third year, fourth year of engineering, you can take skill courses which are NSQF aligned courses, and you can take advantage of that. Up to 25% of the credits in your graduation courses, you can go for the skill courses, no problem. Similarly, employability courses, you can take those employability courses. And all these courses are available. So if I just give you the indicative list, it's a long list. What I will do is I'll share this list, otherwise you will forget. These courses are available on our website. So I would like to say that Argus has done a great job by organizing this conference, and I can see a lot of interest in people. I attended the last session, and I could see that people are really enthusiastic to learn more about skilling, more about integration of skilling into education, more about NEP. And I'm sure that once we implement these initiatives, Odisha is going to be a different place. Odisha is already ahead of the curve as far as education is concerned. So all the best. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalsi, for your address. We have with us on the stage as our guest of honor, Professor Ashok Kumar Mahapatra, Vice Chancellor, Shiksha Anusandhan University, Bhubaneswar. Now it's our turn to hear him out. So could you please come over to the podium and address the gathering, please?
Thank you. Jai Jagannath. Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, Mr. Rajiv Kumar ji, Chandrasekhar ji, Dr. Kalsi, Mr. Jana, and all our learned audience and students. I think education is like a Pandora box or blind people looking at the elephant. If I talk about medical education, I don't think of technical education. If I talk technical education, I don't talk about humanities. So where is the education has gone? If you look at the last 40 years, I spent almost 43 years at Delhi. So you want to talk to me about medical science, I can start from 1835 when the first medical college was Kolkata. But we are not talking as a medical doctor, we are talking as an educationist. What is education? If you go to the Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, education is knowledge, knowledge and knowledge. Knowledge is not always for profit-making business. Knowledge for good human values, good quality society and good quality life. When you talk about society, health of a society, there are 5 parameters. Quality of education, quality of human values, amount of money, average you earn, and what is the social science structure, and what is the law and justice, and what is human values. Now the education is toothless. It's only meant for certificate, mark sheet, and package. Bigger package you get, you're a bigger man or bigger. How you got that mark sheet, how did you manage the package, doesn't matter. So question is that we have really gone wrong in our education system. We have made our student, robotic student, they don't bother for education, knowledge, social science, humanities, human value. Otherwise, AICT and UGC will not make the human value as a additional chapter. They have created an Indian Society for Human Values. And the chairman is Dr. Haran, who is the Vice Chancellor of Rajasthan Technical University. So now, if you come to education, what should be education? The education, new education policy stand in 4 pillars. That's quality education. Now I talk about quality. If you take engineering colleges, 10% are up to 40% mark. The quality out of 1.7 million engineering produced, only 10%, highest 10% up to quality. Go to medical science. Today we are taking 83,000 medical students. If you talk about medical science, I would think 20%. Because our pass percentage is 50%. Every subject is compulsory. Every question is compulsory. Pass for 50%. I cannot tell this was not my syllabus, this disease was not in my syllabus in MBBS. When a patient comes to me, I have to treat it. There is nothing called in syllabus or no syllabus. So there is a difference in medical science and other sciences. Now the question is that quality education. So if you talk about general colleges, I don't have to talk to you. You know it better. So our education has really gone down while we have 350 million children in school and colleges. If you take 10% them, it will be only 30 million people, those are getting good quality. Maybe 30% people will get a good quality education. And somebody was asking government versus private. All IITs are government. There are 29 IITs, 23 AIMS, and about 31 IIM. So if you see on the university ranking of 2022, top 5 universities are government university, believe or not. So you cannot tell government system is wrong or private system is better. You have to choose according to student-centric education. So the education which was parent-centric, teacher-centric should be student-centric. That means you read the mindset of child and see what he is best. If he is good in art and craft, don't put in engineering or MBBS. It will be disaster to have a subject in which is not interested. I have seen people committing suicide at AIMS after doing MD because they want to become IAS officer and didn't get IAS. 10 to 15 people have committed suicide at AIMS Delhi, being assistant professor, because they never want to be education, they never want to be doctor, they want to be IAS officers, and they failed. So question is that first to see what is the mindset of child, what is best out of it. Study that should be done in first 10 years of life. You cannot wait for doing MBBS then decide what is best for him. That's too late. Today only 1/3 to 1/4 people will get postgraduate degree in MBBS after MBBS. So 75% will remain as MBBS rest of the life. And you know what happened? Somebody remains as MBBS. So the first point in new education policy, it is not quantity of education, the quality of education. That means what I teach a 1-hour lecture to my student, the substance is 1 paragraph, maybe 10 minutes. So if I make a 10 minutes lecture and 40 minutes discussion on topic, that is far better than giving 1-hour lecture and no discussions. So the education must be inclusive of student and teacher. I must give very small talk on a topic and students should ask me with questions. When I joined AIMS in 75, our director used to sit down in the back, Dr. Ramlinga Swami, and at the end of the thing, a student will have a questionnaire, they will rate the teachers, and they won't write the name and that is go to director office to evaluate this lecture, which teacher score how much. We have no way of scoring the teacher's performance. We only talk about quality of student, quality of student, quality. So what do you need for good education? Quality of teachers and quality of students. How do you select students? We have, in AIMS, we have 17 lakh people appearing entrance exam for AIMS. And when MBBS was taken, 35 students for AIMS Delhi, imagine those days it is about 7 lakh. And about 75% will get negative mark. Because the question will choose the most appropriate answer. I don't know how many of you choose through TV. This Ram Navami, people ask question in TV, how many brothers are Ram has? People say 3, people say 4, people say 2. What is the right answer? 3. Because you will be confused, Ram has 3 brothers or 4 brothers or 5 brothers. Similarly, they ask the question, who was the mother of Pandavas? Pandav means which Pandav? If you say who is mother of Arjuna, question is very simple. Who was the mother of Pandavas? Is Kunti, Madri or both? Question. So here you pick up the best appropriate answer. And that is so confusing sometimes, very thin line. This time we have 17.5 lakhs appearing MBBS entrance, NEET exam. How many will get? 80,000. And for 35,000 or 40,000 will be general category. And if you see the general category and private category, general category only about between 70 and 75% mark. If somebody score less than 75%, today somebody asking me, out of 700, his boy will get about 225. Where does he go? He will not anything. No question about getting MBBS. So question is that in AIMS Delhi, we used to take 35 students out of 8 lakhs. And imagine how difficult it is. So question is that quality education. It's not throughout people, a child read and he fails the exam. Tell him to give 1 hour quality teaching. Tell your teacher half an hour quality teaching. Tell her a quality question answer. Which should be the group, I don't know, 2 types of MBAs are available in India. One way to have lectures and you appear, a group discussion and with the group performance. And there are IIM Ahmedabad style of MBAs and IIM Calcutta type of MBA. So if you see across the world, type of education is suited to a type of children, but it's very diverse. So we talk about quality education. Quality education is not good enough unless you are skillful. So second most important pillar of new education policy, to make a person skillful and innovative. That innovative will only come from quality education and lot of cross discussion. Our lecture program in the school and colleges, only teacher comes, he makes some slide preparation, audiovisual preparation, and he goes on giving lecture. There is no time at the end for discussion or question answer. So that's not good. So third point is that social consciousness. If you look at the human rights of international, India has scored lowest mark in social consciousness in 2022. Out of 180 countries, We are 180 position of the world so far the citizen social consciousness. We are zero social consciousness. And come for happiness index. When I had gone to Bhutan and sitting in the parliament of Bhutan, the king asked me, what is the happiness index of India? I said, sorry, I don't know what is happiness index. He said, do you know what gross domestic happiness index? I said, I had no idea. He says, we are the happiest nation in the world. I said, why? He said, we have nothing. We have no, everything goes from outside. Our children are educated locally. Their Buddhist attitude, they don't have too much of, there is a difference between greed and need. We all need many things. But where the need becomes greed, there is a very thin line. So that is the reason where you become unhappy. If I think my goal is X, I should not aim for 2X. You can realize very simple examples. A student who wants to fail or who is doing very bad at class, he gets 40%, he goes and sweets, he distributes sweets. He's so happy because he was supposed to score 35, he got 36%. He says, today I have got to score more than my expectation. On the other hand, a person who wants to get 98% mark, he gets 97.5%, become depressed. Because he goes home and says, sir, आज तो मैंने 0.5% कम रख दिया. What a foolish attitude. Do you know, around 25,000 students commit suicide after the 10th, 12th and entrance exam, JEE and NEET exam? Go to any website. After 1,80,000 committing suicide, about 20,000 students commit suicide. It is much more than farmer suicide. You know, last 4 days, 4 people have committed suicide in Tamil Nadu. Yesterday, only 50 vice chancellors, there are 4 vice chancellor meeting I attended. One is Banaras, when our Prime Minister was giving a talk on new education policy and it enrolled 2 years back in a time-bound manner, 2020 to 2025, 2025 to 2030, 2030 to 2035, 40. Why you are talking that? If you have a different attitude and temperament and you have changed the crossroad and total applications of education today, it cannot be done overnight. Your teachers have to change, your student attitude has to change, and more importantly, parents have to change. Parents are the really the most what can they, instigating people for the students. They say this. When my father wanted me to engineer in 1968, I said, no, I will become doctor. I don't know, but my father respected I was 17, 16 years. When I want to become a surgeon, my father said in 1975, no, do MD so that you can start a clinic, you don't depend on government job. I say all the theme of the medicine and allopathic and Ayurvedic and homeopathy is surgery. If I remove a brain tumor, if I do a kidney transplant, if I do a heart transplant, that's where we score over the Ayurvedic and homeopathic medicine. A homeopathic doctor cannot do a kidney transplant. So where is the theme of the medical science? Is surgery, surgery and surgery. So I said, my father told medicine. I said, no, surgery. Say, why? I said, you want me 1 in million or 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 100? You become MBBS 1 in 100. You become MD 1 in 1,000. You become surgeon, neurosurgeon 1 in 5 million. So what do you want? So the question you have to ask yourself, today the children are very intelligent, but they do not have proper guidance. They do not have proper counseling. So first thing is quality education. Second thing is the skill innovation. Third thing is social consciousness. Fourth thing is holistic development of a child. Holistic development. He should know about culture. He should know about language. He should know about religion. He should know about what is going on current affairs. He should know about history of the past. Not just, I ask sometime engineering student, I can give this example to you, it's very simple example. We had 15,000 applicants for AIMS, 5 in new AIMS to interview. We interviewed for 6 months to take 300 faculty out of 15,000 applicants, and that was September 12 to March 13. 2012 to 2013 March, 6 months we interviewed around 10,000 because 15,000 did not appear interview. We had also video conference people abroad. One of the conference I asked the principal of the nursing college who happens to be Odisha. He wanted to come the principal nursing college of Bhubaneswar. I asked who was Utkarmani. No idea. He had no idea who was Utkalmani Gopabandhu. Then I said, okay, that's okay. Who was Madhusudan? No idea. Who was Biju Patnaik? No idea. The question is, would you take a person who has no idea for own state and he comes and sits in a chair of principal of nursing? What type of education will go to the student from Odisha? Mostly the nursing student will be by and large from Odisha and surrounding state. Now we have 26 aims. So ultimately it boils down, the faculty and student will be preferred from the own state. They will polarize such a way. All faculty had taken in 2012 at AIMS Bhubaneswar, they have shifted out of Bhubaneswar. Because somebody had to go Kalyani, Kolkata, somebody had Guwahati, somebody Hyderabad, somebody Mangalgiri. They have now 25 aims and they have chosen their own states. So what will boil down ultimately, you started a national institute, it will remain as a regional institute. So the purpose is how quickly a national institute can downgrade to a regional institute and become a teacher of student of same state. So the purpose was very high. Started in a very high way. Ultimate result will be zero. So what is result? Result is education, strategy and implementation. Our education was good, our strategy was good, our implementation is good, but last product, they don't want to go outside. So what will happen now? AIMS Bhubaneswar, which had 80% faculty outside Odisha, now become 80% faculty from Odisha. So if you ask them common time, they say, Odisha mein Delhi ka rule nahi chalta hai. When I was director, I said, come at 8 o'clock, we will have to work up to 6 o'clock. Say, ये AIMS Delhi नहीं है, AIMS Bhubaneswar है. यहाँ का वायु अलग है, इसका खाना अलग है, पानी अलग है. If you implement the rules of Delhi, that is what Honorable Minister understand. What you pass in the Parliament, when you reach Kerala or Trivandrum or Kashmir, the local people influence quite a lot. He said, no, this rule is for Delhi. As if the Parliament make rules for Delhi. It's not true. So we should have quality education, skill and innovation, social consciousness and holistic development. This is the 4 part of human values. And if you do not know culture, ethics, moral, sacrifice and social service and also work for others. That is the reason why Vivekananda said, the man who survives for others, he becomes immortal. The man who works for only himself, he is dead while he is alive, because he is no more than a dead body. His consciousness is only self-consciousness. He has no consciousness for others, not for the family, not for parents, not for the society, not for the country. So we do not have such type of education which is not social consciousness, not holistic and not quality-based. I think we will stop here. Thank you very much. I hope in a short time I have given the value of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Very, very important points. It has been really informative address. Thank you once again. Now we have a beautiful personality as a chief guest today who serves his nation and who has utmost respect for the national main attire as you can see him in. So ladies and gentlemen, could we give a big round of applause for our honorable chief guest, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of State, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Electronics and IT, Government of India. Sir.
Good afternoon, Professor Mahapatra, my colleague, Mr. Kalsi, Mr. Jena, the team at Argus News who have invited me, students, parents, educators, ladies and gentlemen. ମୁଁ ଆଜି ओडिशा ଆସିଥିବାରୁ बहुत खुशी। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि मैं आज भगवान जगन्नाथ के उड़ीसा में और स्पिरिचुअल लैंड में पहली बार आ रहा हूँ और मैं मानता हूँ कि ये मेरी आखिरी बार नहीं होगा और मैं हमेशा आते रहूँगा। और एक और बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन उड़ीसा ने किया है। रिसेंटली हमारे नए राष्ट्रपति श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, जिनके लाइफ और जिनके प्रयास और उनके परिश्रम हर देशवासी को एक इंस्पिरेशन है। एक ग्रास रूट की महिला, टीचर और ट्राइबल आज देश की राष्ट्रपति हैं और ये उड़ीसा के निवासी हैं। तो आप सबको मेरा ग्रेटफुल थैंक्स देश की ओर से और हर नागरिक की ओर से। यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स कितने हैं? जरा हाथ। गुड। तो अच्छा, तो मैं सही जगह पर हूँ। मेरा प्राइमरी ऑडियंस आप हैं। वुड यू लाइक मी टू स्पीक इन इंग्लिश और हिंदी? इंग्लिश, ओके। तो आई विल मिक्स इट अप, इंग्लिश और हिंदी, इफ दैट्स ओके। How many of you who are students think about your future? Raise your hand. कि बाकी फ्यूचर के बारे में नहीं सोचते? You don't think about your future? ठीक। How many of you think people like us, political leaders, administrators like Dr. Kalsi, Professor Mahapatra, how many of you think we should be thinking about your future as the most important goal? ठीक है, तो let's talk about your future. First of all, I will speak. I won't speak too long, but I will speak about three broad points, and I will end with the national education policy. But I am speaking about your future. I'm speaking about the opportunities that represent your future and how all of us, led by our Honorable Prime Minister, are on a mission to create more and more opportunities for you in your future. तो पहले यहाँ पे कितने parents कितने हैं? How many parents here? Any parents? No. Okay, there are a few parents. To the students, I say this: if you ask your parents 20 years ago, even 20, 25 years ago, when they graduated, when they finished school, and they were asked, what do you want to do? They had more 3-4 options. या तो सरकार में जाओ, टाटा कंपनी में जाओ, या कोई बिरला कंपनी में जाओ. Limited options, 3, 4, 5 मोटा. People like me who were, I'm a son of a Fauji, मेरे लिए ऑप्शन ये ऑप्शन मुझे जमा नहीं, तो मैं गया बाहर पढ़ाई करने यूएसए में. तो ये मोटा, this was the option, that you either join government, you joined some of these large Indian companies, management trainee, ये बनो वो बनो, या अगर आपके पेरेंट्स और आप में कोई थोड़ा लक है, if you were lucky, you went out, studied abroad and found opportunities abroad. This was more or less the narrative just recently, up to 2 decades ago. And today we are faced with, in an India where for youngsters like you, young Indians like you, opportunities are limitless. And I will explain to you by what I mean by that. But before I get to that, let us now talk about the last 2 years and the last 2 years of COVID. You are all aware, and I'm hopeful that all of you have gone through this experience with as little damage and disruption as possible. It was one of the most disruptive black swan events that faced the world in contemporary history. हमारे देश में पिछले 75 साल में ऐसा कभी कोई इवेंट हुआ नहीं है जहां पर लाइव्स और लाइवलीहुड्स पर इतना गहरा इम्पैक्ट, डीप डिसरप्टिव इम्पैक्ट हुआ है. और ऊपर से along with that, the fact that nobody knew about this pandemic. What is the cause? What is the cure? What is the solution? how long will it last? And all countries had to face the same problem. The US, the China, the big, the very big, the small, the very small. और 2020 में 2020 में if anyone of you recollect the conversations and the narratives, मर गए हैं, खत्म हो गए देश, economy will be finished, we will never be able to deal with this pandemic, the government as a system, the government's medical systems will collapse. Every narrative that was a negative narrative about India was put forth, not just by our own people inside the country, but also people outside looking at India. Aaj in 2022, when you fast forward and look back at these 2 years and see where we are post the storm and compare ourselves to the other countries of the world, the so-called large countries, the so-called advanced countries, to you, the students, I want to give you this report card. We are the fastest growing major economy in the world. We have delivered 200 crore vaccines to our Indian citizens voluntarily. We have received the highest FDI amongst any country in the world. We have created more unicorns and startups by youngsters like you than any other country in the world. And while all of this is happening, the USA, the so-called the large economy, the advanced economy is suffering 2 quarters of back-to-back decline in growth, high inflation, social chaos in terms of COVID vaccines. The so-called great nation of China, so-called means they say they are great, I don't. They are still grappling with the 4th wave of lockdown and the 5th wave of lockdown. और हम बन गए हैं, we are a beacon of hope for the global economy and global recovery, and we have shown that a democracy like India, जहां पर हमारे मतभेद हो सकते हैं, we can have different views, but we can take the largest crisis that humankind has ever faced in the history of modern humankind, and we can succeed better, further, and come out of the storm more successful than any other country in the world, thanks to government, citizens, state governments, all remembering that we as Team India will fight and prevail over this. I am explaining this to you not to say, ask for talis. I am explaining this to you to show you the capacity and the capability of this new India. And this new India in which youth and youngsters are an integral component and are driving the future, that we are creating more and more opportunities in that space for them. एक और मैं point I'll share with you. 2010-12 में I in Parliament I brought a fact to the knowledge of the people कि 97% of the banking system's net worth, भारत के banking system के 97% net worth was borrowed by 10 to 12 groups and families in India. यानी कि there was no capital. Even if there was a young Indian who wanted to build some idea, build a company, they were crowded out of opportunities, they were crowded out of capital. And today, our economy, which is the fastest growing economy in the world, is being powered by hundreds of unicorns, thousands and tens of thousands of startups, जिनका कोई माँ बाप पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं, जिनका कोई भाई बहन आईएएस और आईएफएस में नहीं, जिनके द्वारा वो कोई कनेक्शन के द्वारा कुछ पैसा ले सकते थे. Unconnected people purely on their merit, building a future for themselves, building a great company for themselves and their employees, and contributing to the Indian economy. ये है the reality, and this is the power of the young Indian. And therefore, I want to tell you that our mission today in India for all of us, और मैं कलसी जी से कह रहा था कि हम एक तरह से we are service providers to the next generation of Indians. We are creating policies, we are creating a framework that will allow you to be successful, and one element of that framework is the national education policy. What are the other elements? The skill ecosystem and the entire opportunity to get skilling and experience. More and more sectors are being opened up to young startups. 3 हफ्ते पहले मैं बेंगलुरु में था. Prime Minister had just recently announced that space would be opened up to private investments and to startups. प्राइम मिनिस्टर के 3 हफ्ते अनाउंसमेंट के 3 हफ्ते बाद मैं बेंगलोर में इनॉग्रेट कर रहा था स्पेस स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम, एंड देयर वर 128 कंपनीज, all youngsters, all from colleges, all from universities who had set up those companies in those 3 to 4 weeks. So what I am telling you as students today is, the opportunities that your parents had, that we had, the opportunities that you have are 10, 100 times more. और उसके साथ साथ जो दुनिया में एक बदलाव आ रहा है और दुनिया के नेशंस और इंडिया का जो रिलेशनशिप बदल रहा है, we are becoming a trusted partner. India is becoming a trusted partner to the world's nations on all things technology and all things talent. तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज इतने बन रहे हैं कि आपको तय करना है कि सक्सेसफुल बनने के लिए आप तैयार हैं कि नहीं हैं. कितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं यहां पर जो who say that they want to be very successful in life? Okay, that's a good percentage. So here is what I want to say. I'll end by saying that we are a different country today post-COVID. Our ambitions have been reimagined. The government has now created, the Honorable Prime Minister has created policies and frameworks that allow more and more opportunities for you. To enable you to do these opportunities, to pursue these opportunities, there is a skilling ecosystem and there is a national education policy. And the national education policy and the skilling ecosystem prepares you now, not just to know, not just for knowledge, but also for knowledge and the practices, the experience that you require, the skills that you require to pursue these opportunities. I am a product of the old education system. I don't necessarily say that the old education system was bad. I don't believe in that. But I will say this, that the new education system, the National Education Policy 2020, whose second anniversary we celebrated yesterday, is a huge, significant change. And it is a contemporary framework for the students of today to prepare them for the opportunities of today and tomorrow. So the old education system served its purpose. It was not as broad, it was not as deep. It created, in a sense, an elite educated class and left a large number of Indians out of the scope of being educated, scope of being successful. The National Education Policy, which is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, is a policy that includes every Indian, regardless of his or her language, his or her birthplace, includes every Indian and gives every Indian youngster an opportunity to be successful. मैं national education policy के बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा. You have heard many people here who have spoken over the last 2 days, I understand. But it is, and I say this, I am not very prone to metaphors and rhetoric. I'm not that type of a person. But it is the single biggest reform in independent India that is targeting young Indians. And all of you who are young Indians and students today, you will look back when you are successful for 5 years later, 6 years later, you will look back and you will acknowledge that in 2022, your nation, your leaders, your Prime Minister had the foresight, just as he had the foresight in 2015 to launch Digital India and the foresight in 2016 to launch Skill India, which are deeply transforming India today, that he in 2022 launched the National Education Policy that will transform your lives and give you more opportunities for success and prosperity. I will end by saying this simple truth: the National Education Policy is your passport to prosperity and a better future. Yours as in the young students present here today. Please believe that, please embrace that, and to all the educators in the audience and all the educators who are watching, the National Education Policy, successful implementation of it, will become a huge catalyst into building this vision of New India, the $10 trillion economy, and the third largest economy in the world by 2027, 2030, as the World Bank has predicted. The National Education Policy will be the catalyst that will enable India to meet its destiny of being a global leader led by our young students and young Indians. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words. Our audience came alive with your speech, and everybody participated. Thank you for interacting with us and encouraging our students as well. And of course, we don't want it to be your last visit to Odisha. We need you to keep coming here and give us the chance to present you with the best hospitality that we can. Now I would invite Shri Prakash Sahu, CEO Argus News, on the stage to offer the vote of thanks for the valedictory session, please. And I would mention that we promised for a question-answer session of half an hour, and we are going to do that. So we request everybody to kindly stay back to have the session. Thank you. Over to Mr. Sahu.
Guests on the dais and many vice chancellors, institutional heads, professors, academia, and my fellows, student friends, media. We have done, through almost with this conclave, Education Next. Sir, my colleague, Chief Editor, Sanjay Jena, told, like this, ki almost last, we are a very young channel with only 14 months old. We are young, we are modern, and we are fast-moving, fast-growing channel, media house. We are not taking the credit for all these things, whatever happened, and people, and thank you for all the viewers and people who have responded and accepted us in last 14 months and encouraged us to take the thing forward. So we are not just a channel to just announce the happenings and mishappenings like any other news channel, and always being a responsible media house, try to showcase something like said Odisha has a good remark on, a record on education, the statistics say so, but somehow people, I stay in almost last 25 years in Delhi, and people, my fellow colleagues and other people, even 20 years before, even 10 years before, tell that, okay, where is Odisha, and kind of a thing. Even educated people say that, so we feel bad and all. So that is not the scene today. As you rightly said, starting from Mahamahim, राष्ट्रपति महोदया से लेके बाकी बहुत सारे लोग उड़ीसा से हैं, और आज उड़ीसा का छवि ऐसे के बारे कोई पूछ नहीं सकता है. बट आज इस प्रोग्राम करने का जो पर्पस था सर, कि लास्ट 4 months वी हैव डन 3 important programs to engage this audience and take up social issues which are touching common man,
and present something and engage them, all our viewers and audience, and create an aspirational society. 4 months before, the total tourism sector was totally devastated and all during pandemic. So we took up a topic called Chalo Dekhe Apna Desh, promoting domestic tourism. And we never thought that the response will be quite, very good. Almost 13 states across the country, they participated, 2-day long conference. That actually encouraged us to come up with many such interesting programs. And again in May month, on our annual day function, we had a 2-day conclave on agriculture. So there also many policymakers, stakeholders, and many young startups in agriculture sector came. And these 2-3 programs, sir, has encouraged us all and motivated us. And actually, in fact, it educated us as a media house, as a catalyst, to come up with more such programs so that we also know and also disseminate the same thing to the last mile. After that came this thing again, education program. I myself as a parent also, sometimes very not clear exactly, and when myself involved with a student and youth organization for almost last 3 decades. So I think that the student community per se and parents are not very clear exactly what are things, a shape of things to come. So you have clarified many of the things today, and starting from the morning first session, senior directors from IIM and from IRMA and many vice chancellors, they have thrown light, and Professor Panda and Mr. Talukdar and many other people sitting here, including students and experts, and they have highlighted and showcased, just brought many interesting things, which has, I think, must have clarified many, and with much demand, we are going for another open house session after this closing session. Thank you. So now I coming to the point, sir. The chief guest for today's day-long function, whatever we have thought, sir, I think we have achieved. This is such a vast, diversified subject. We are just trying to invoke or provoke or just bring a small tip of the iceberg so that decision is on and we can continue in our channel through other mediums. The chief guest for today, Honorable Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar sir, you humbly said, sir, you are, Fauji se hai, father was in Air Force, Commodore and all, you have traveled across the country in your school days and all, and after completing your engineering, you went abroad, joined Intel and in US and all, then having Illinois University graduation, and again you have developed the first Indian MNC, the brand BPL. Many people, students might not be knowing here, and we are proud of that. We have gone through, seen those brand, and also you are a successful media entrepreneur into your major stakeholder in many of the media houses. So you spending time with us and being the Minister for Skill and Entrepreneurship Development and IT has guided us, our students and us here this thing. I very much thankful. On behalf of August channel, I thank you very much, sir. Second guest for today, my honorable guest is Dr. Mahapatra. Sir, I've met you long back in 2002. I just remember those particular 2 minutes I've spent with you in AIIMS, Delhi. I've gone with one of my relatives, and the same spirit I saw today also. It's very straight, talk, no here and there, and I've gone with one of his friends, some relatives. I'm gone with a letter that I know somebody, and Mr. Mahapatra, the neurosurgeon, will help them. We just did not open the letter also. He just put that aside and said, "You tell me what is the issue. Who is the patient?" And all the same thing. I remember that I must have told many people. After that I've heard many stories. And you as a successful administrator, not only as a medical neurosurgeon professional, as a successful administrator and running the big show, and still you are a teacher. Wherever you are there, you are a good teacher, you are a good administrator. You are with us to guide the students, sir. Thank you, sir. Present here. Dr. Kalsi, your valuable words and present here with a busy schedule. and coming and guiding all our students and presenting this program. I also, on behalf of the channel, thank you very much, sir. Besides this, all dignitaries, professors starting from Pune to Delhi to all across from Odisha, and my student friends and teachers and professors present here, I thank you everybody for this nice program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Sahu, for the lovely vote of thanks. Here we come to the end of the valedictory session. Could we have a group photo before we all leave, gentlemen? I would request Shri Prakash Sahu to join. Thank you very much, our Honorable Chief Guest, guests of honor, and everyone from the Argus team. Thank you everyone who is present with us throughout the day of the dais, all our guests, all our dignitaries, the students. We are thankful to all of you for making our conclave a successful one. Could we have all a big round of applause for all of us? Thank you so much to our Honorable Minister once again. Now he is taking his leave, and we can go get started with our question answer session. We are ready to stay here for another half an hour if you are ready to be with us. If any of our guests or students are willing to stay, you can, because our expert panelists are still here. Or else we can officially close the day, end the conclave. And if at all you want to discuss with them, you can see Dr. Sanjay Kumar and Professor Talukdar right here in front of the stage. So you can also have one-on-one with them. Or else if you want to discuss, we are still here. I see some people are still sitting. I don't know if you are waiting for the crowd to dissipate and then you can leave, or you want to actually stay for the discussion. I am getting confused here. I would love if you stay for another 10 or 15 minutes. If you are not tired of sitting all day and listening to good things all day. I guess 99% have left. I see you gentlemen. If you have a question, Professor Talukdar is here. Yeah, I see two gentlemen here. So you can come and talk to Professor Talukdar here one-on-one. He is here, right here. So, check. Sir, we have a mic here. If at all you want to ask something, use it.
Yes, please go ahead.
Check, check.
I don't think is this working?
Hello.
Micro volume टिके raise कर दबा हमें. Both mics. Thank you. Yes, please.
ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର ମୁଁ ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ଛାତ୍ର ଜର୍ଣ୍ଣାଲିଜିମ୍ ଆଣ୍ଡ ମାସ୍ କମ୍ୟୁନିକେସନ
In Hindi, please. Yeah,
Sorry.
he is not. Yeah.
मैं सर उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय का पत्रकारिता विभाग का छात्र किशन कुमार साहू मेरा प्रश्न है सर कि एक समय था जब 10वीं पास करने वालों को भी सरकारी नौकरी मिलती थी फिर उसके बाद समय बदला 12वीं वो जगह 12वीं ने ली 12वीं के बाद ग्रेजुएशन आज के डेट में वो मास्टर डिग्री भी कहलाता है लेकिन सर जहाँ तक मेरी दृष्टि है मैं देख रहा हूँ कि पीजी करने वाला एक छात्र आज नौकरी के अभाव में पीजी करने वाला एक छात्र नौकरी के अभाव में 10वीं योग्यता वाली नौकरी के लिए भी अप्लाई कर रहा है तो आने वाले हमारे शिक्षा के भविष्य में और हमारे प्लेसमेंट के भविष्य में मतलब क्या आने वाला है ये सर मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ मेरा ये प्रश्न ही है सर
Very good. Good question.
Professor Talukdar, could we request you to kindly come on the stage? Also, Shri Anil Pradhan and Dr. Satyabrata Minaketan and Dr. Sanjay Kumar, sir, you are still here. Sir, could you please have you back in the expert panel discussion, please, because we have people asking questions and I'm very, very happy to see that. And I'm also happy to see that you haven't left yet.
Okay.
We had also Mrs. Panchami Manu Ukil. You have a question as well?
Hello?
Add to this. Okay, let him answer. Okay, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So to his point, because we belong to the same university.
Okay.
Utkal University.
All right.
So first of all, I would like to bring to your notice, kind notice, that you are one of the Argos's, members who is organizing this meeting. I think there is a printing error in your invitation or the brochure.
Okay.
That you have missed 3 or 4 important names.
Okay.
3 or 4 important names. One is you have missed Utkal University in the list of premium institutes.
Okay.
And second is you have missed Ramadevi University because now our president, honorable president, belongs to that university.
Yes.
And also you have missed Revencha College, from where there are so many, eminent persons across the world who make Odisha proud. So,
okay.
I mean, being a news channel, we expected a better, you need to actually understand what Odisha stands for.
And I'll pass the words to the team, Argus.
Absolutely, please.
Yes.
And you can please continue with his
Yeah.
question.
No,
I think that's a very valid question.
I want to add something to that as well.
Excuse me, sir. Could we please higher the volume of all the mics? Tikke mic volume बढ़ेबा because motte hi iti subuni. Or else monitor tikke volume बढ़े दियंतु. Please, Mr. Pradhan, continue.
Yeah, so the first thing is, you told about, she missed few of the names. I must say there are a lot of institutes here in Odisha. Samaste bahut bhalo achanti. Apon tinoti na koile, mu au charoti na koi paribi. Jodi ame dekhiba, mu nije Burla Engineering College ru achi, VSS UT ru. Burla dekhibe, NIT dekhibe, so lots of colleges are there. We must not blame someone for this. But both bhalo institution achanti.
I did not blame anybody. I am saying that there is a printing error.
Yeah, so I'm just telling a lot of good institutes are there. So we must not put ki these are first, second, third, only 3, only 4, only 5. But there are a lot of good institutes. Bhola lagla ki apon tinotira na bhi amuko joine.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Utkal University, I can continue for 1 hour. I mean, because that is like 17th oldest university in India.
And you are an alumni of that college?
Not alumni. I'm still studying. I'm studying law.
Obviously.
And he is studying journalism.
Thank you so
we
much.
Are all law
so I think we can start with the session.
Okay.
And I think you have asked a question. We'll directly go to. Yeah. Sir.
So let me address the. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. A little closer. Yes. So your question, if understand that correctly? Earlier on, after 10th grade or 12th grade, yes, that you were able to get a job, and now, even after graduation or master's degree, jobs are difficult to come by. Now, it's a complex scenario. It's not that simple to answer, but hopefully our new education policy will answer some of your questions and will help in that situation. I'll tell you one. Couple of things. Skilling, we talked a lot about skilling and tinkering. See, I think I told you, I spent a lot of time in the US. About 30 years I was in the US. And the main difference there between them and us is skilling ultimately translates into money. A plumber or an electrician or a carpenter makes as much money as a professor. So once we come to that level in paying for skilling, then only will the dividends come. It is not, because of our society and our system, that skill is not adequately compensated for. But that will change, because when vocational education comes in, penetrates at the high school level and permeates later on, multiple entry, multiple exits, people will be hopefully adequately compensated for their jobs. That is the big difference. So I think the prospects are great. This, as the Honorable Minister was saying, I think this policy is radical. It's probably the best thing that has happened to India in a long, long time. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Talukdar. We hope you got your answer. Yes, we can take your question.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I am Manas Ranjan of UG second year from Revenue University. So my question is, qualitative financial education can be considered as one of the major factors for development among various developed countries in the world. But sir, unfortunately, many developing countries and underdeveloped countries have kept themselves away from inculcating the values and essence of financial education in their academic curriculum. And sir, my question is there any such provision of financial education in the new educational policy of India? And if not, then is it the right time that India should realize the importance of financial education and to inculcate the values of financial education in the academic curriculum of students?
Thank you, Manas. So we should be taught how to earn money, save money, invest money, make more money, right?
Exactly.
I think it's a very important question, and NEP talks about experiential learning, but how do you translate it? And I think what you have raised is so important that people don't understand the value of money since the childhood, or unable to I remember we used to have gullaks during our childhood, but nowadays you don't find those things. And in curriculum, yes, there should, financial literacy. What you mean to say is financial literacy basically should be definitely included as part of the curriculum. This is extremely important. And if you don't explain this concept or the importance of this in early childhood, then when you become younger, then you really don't understand, so the value of financial planning and financial investment, whatever, because ultimately good financial health gives a lot of security to individual and to the family. So that is why it is very important. This is a very important point which you have raised.
So is it a part of the national education?
No, so I said that, I don't know exactly about it, but experiential learning is mentioned about it in the policies.
Eta NEP ro part no, eta NISP ro national gote policy achi schools pai, entrepreneurship in schools pai. Tadhere eta gote part achi financial literacy ta.
But sir, we don't have any separate discipline for it.
Yes, what we are saying is with the new education policy, the institutes can be free to choose and implement maybe say basics of economics for everyone. Is that what you're suggesting? Yeah, say economic studies. And it is not compulsory right now, but I think it will help everyone. So the national education policy gives us latitude to design and promote courses depending on the institution. So, and it clearly says that every institution should have science, technology, humanity. You cannot just have an engineering college. You, as a higher educational institution, you have to have social sciences, humanities, and STEM courses. So your suggestion that economics be included as one of the foundational courses is well taken. Hopefully the policymakers listen to what you're saying. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manas. Yes, please. How many questions? Yeah, we have one more there, two more here. Okay, let's make it the last 3 for ones. Let him ask his, and then I'll go for you. Okay, you want to ask first? Can we let him ask first because he has been raising his hands for so long, please.
Most of the dignitaries, persons in the dais, iPad or relinquish my homage or namaste, swagatam. What are the education policy for downtrodden children in 21st century? And also is there education acumen for slum area children in 21st century?
What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Ajit Das.
Okay.
Freelance journalist.
Okay, great. Thank you for your question, Ajit. So what is there for the downtrodden families? Dr. Satyabrata Minaketan to answer.
Hello. That in education policy, first is called RT is there, and Right to Education Act, it is already existing. And for RT, that for slum children, for socio-economic backward children, or for the scheduled caste children, the government has the opportunity. They can take admission in any institute, and the 25% seats are reserved.
Okay.
So that which says that government is going to, the state government as well as the central government, they are going to finance for them. And they will get the pre and compulsory education till class 8. And for, as you know, that for the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe children, that is the higher education in the management, also they are getting the pre-education. The government is sponsoring all the facilities along with the money directly is coming to institutional account, that is for their higher study. So all kinds already it is there, not in the NAP, it is under RT, Right to Education Act.
Okay, thank you, sir. We got your answer, Ajit. Thank you for your question. Please.
Good evening, learned panel members. My name is Ayush Karthike. I belong to the legal fraternity. I've got 2 questions, ma'am. Sir, as an agent of the state, my question is, whenever we talk about skill development, there is a psychological mindset that we always tend to move towards engineering, medical, law and management. What are the other skill development programs of these colleges or schools, or if you know about the government policies, in other faculties like arts and humanities? Because if there is no bread and butter option for me tomorrow, why should I be putting myself, exhausting myself studying in such kind of subjects? This is number 1. Number 2, we're speaking about the right to education, sir. And sir is here, he represents the online education. Upgrade is a big elephant now in the field of online education.
I couldn't hear the second question, yeah.
Sorry,
Can we all please maintain silence at the back because we are unable to hear the question. Ayush, please.
So upgrade is it's a big elephant now in the field of education. It's doing excellent job, sir. But when we talk about education or the right to education under Article 21, and any such institution or organization delivering this or imparting education becomes by default and by the category of cases established by Supreme Court becomes a part of Article 12. My question, sir, is can you please in very brief comment on the GST policy of private institutions? Why should upgrade or any institution charge GST when the same, because it is a part of the governance, education comes as part of the governance, it is exempted from GST by the legislation in the tax acts.
So online education is not exempted, so we are charged by the government. That's why GST is charged.
Definitely, sir. But the thing is, there are a few cases established by Supreme Court where a body imparting education is considered as a part
Yes.
a part of the authority under
so
Article 12.
Yeah, we are also trying to convince the government to, withdraw the GST charges. That will save a lot of money of the students as well, because, it goes to the government. It does not come to upgrade or any other education company that is charging the GST. So it's again a policy challenge. It's like now government is charging GST on paneer, masala, butter, everything. So I don't know what will happen, but we are trying our best to convince the government. So that is going on.
Thank you, sir.
And his first question was, what other than engineering, medical?
Why should I be studying a course which cannot earn me bread and butter tomorrow? I mean, the learned speaker before, I guess in the third session, said that the market is changing. Eventually, some of the courses of faculties will disappear from the society.
Can you give me one example of a course like that?
So, arts, humanities.
Arts and humanities.
Art, humanities, polity. Any other course, any other faculty other than the typical professional or the streamlined courses like engineering, medical,
so
law.
your question is, why study arts and humanities?
My question is, as an agent of the state, you're a professor, in your capacity, what policies can you frame or what do you exercise to initiate skill development in such courses?
Yeah, no, so I think there are two areas which are being mixed up. Skill, yeah, you can say skill development in maybe music or poetry, something like that. There are two aspects to it. One is financial aspect. Everything is not, basically everything doesn't translate to money. And as somebody else said, education is something that once you get educated or you have a certain skill, nobody can take it away from you. You can make a lot of money in the stock market and lose everything. But education is something, or skill is something, once you have it, it not only helps you, it helps your comrades and it helps society. So there's a societal aspect to it. And the other aspect which you're saying, the monetary aspect, that one is our society has to slowly change. As I said, in the US, a plumber or a carpenter or a woodworker makes as much money as a faculty member. So we are not at that level yet because of our traditional society. Once we start paying good money for skills, say an electrician is making a good money, half the money as a faculty member, then yes, things will happen. People will go into those skilling areas. So there are two aspects to it. I suggest that you keep those two separate. One is monetary benefit. The other is just doing it for the self-satisfaction, self-improvement, and societal improvement. We should not forget, somebody was saying, appalling statistics in terms of societal benefits for India. So we have to progress in that direction. What you do does not necessarily only impact you, it impacts society. Think about that, always. I always think, what action do I do? I'll give you one example from my own self. After I came back to India, after 30 years, somebody said, oh, you came back, and the amount of lives that I have changed, you cannot put a dollar value on it. Incredible impact I have had in imparting education to 10 generations of students, or 10 sessions of students. So there's some things you can put monetary value, something just you do for yourself, benefit of others, and benefit of society. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your answers. We can take two questions from there. One girl has a question. Okay.
Sir, if you don't mind, can I add something to my question? Sir, actually, I forgot to add that.
You want to add something?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, not a new question. I want to add something.
Oh, add
to my
something.
question.
Yes,
sir.
go ahead.
Sir, from the very beginning, we are listening about the advantages of national education policy. So, sir, can we tell that somewhere this national education policy have failed in the field of financial education? Because there is no clear-cut provision of this financial education in the new educational policy.
Okay. Let me just clarify this matter. Firstly, there's been only 2 years. National education policy is 2020. You've got to give it time. Any policy, if you think it will reap instant benefits, that will not happen. Policy takes time to develop. The reason the US is in that state, they've invested a lot. Somebody asked about research. We have not invested enough in research. That's why research is creativity. Once you invest, you will sow, you will reap dividends, but you got to give it time and patience. What you're saying, hopefully at some point of time, it will get implemented in the national education policy and you will see rewards. But not to me. Don't expect, in anything you do, any endeavor, don't expect instant gratification. It just doesn't happen. That's life.
Thank you, sir. I think we will take 2 of your questions together and 1 girl last, because we have to leave the hall by 5 o'clock. Yes.
Hello, sir. I am Pankaj Kumar Raut, Physics Department in BJP Autonomous College. Sir, my question here is, India wants to be like a superpower, as one of our guests told few times ago, that India wants to be a superpower. But for India to be a superpower, it needs to be much stronger in research and development. But recent Niti Aayog report says that we just spend 0.7% of our GDP on research, and recently also there was a GST hike on research items. Given these conditions, what do you think how we are going to develop our research ecosystem in our country? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pankaj. And could you pass your mic? Yes.
Yes.
3 questions together? Okay, okay. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear. Yeah.
Okay, good evening, sir. Myself, Vishal from BJP Autonomous College, and I am pursuing economics honors, and currently I am 2nd year. My question is, sir, we got to know that National Education Policy puts a great emphasis on integrating skills and academia together, as mentioned by one of the honorable chief guests. But sometimes we note that the syllabus of academics are so humongous that students and even teachers are not able to complete that in a designated time period. And in such scenario, integrating skills and academics becomes a cumbersome task. So, what measures should be taken to tackle such problems? And I am very much eager to know the suggestions from the honorable guest present over here. And thank you.
Okay, can we take your question? That girl? Is it on? So you can switch it on.
Hello.
Good evening. Myself Subhashmita Sahu. I'm from Ramadevi University, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication. So, ma'am, my question is, तो जो आमे तो पिला माने जो माने कि रूरल एरिया रे सॉरी अर्बन एरिया रे रहउछु तो आम पाखे एजुकेशन बहुत सहज रे पहुंची पारुछि किंतु जो माने सब रूरल एरिया रे अछंती तो से माने एजुकेशन पय तांको रूफ टॉप को कि ट्री टॉप ऊपर को जिबा को पडुछि तो तांको पाखे आमे केमती एजुकेशन को पहुंची परिबा.
Okay, thank you. Your name again? Subhashmita? Subhashmita. Okay, thank you. She asked how to make education reach to the people and students in rural area. Okay, so do you want to answer the first 2 or
okay,
the
right.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Subhashri.
Subhashmita, yeah.
Your question is, you think the world has become so small. The corona has taught, now the education is at your bottom, that is palm. Education is in your palm, okay, right? So that education, as you know, that completely online education system has been introduced, and any child can explore the education from any university or anywhere of the world. So there was time, there was no communication, there was no technology, and there was no source, and it was difficult. But nowadays, there is no difference between, much more difference between the rural and the urban. Everybody has become the smart. Either rural, but rural people are more smarter than the urban people. So that is urban. So there is no difference between, it is the attitude and the mindset. That is, we should change our mindset that we are in the rural and they are in the urban. But that is
आम पाखे जमी नेटवर्क टा पहुंची पार्छ आम कि माने ऑनलाइन द्वारा आम पढ़ी पारुछु किंतु सेमानक पाखे तो सेति पहुंची पारनी
ई जो कथा कहले केते परसेंटेज अछि जो केतिटा अपंच जागा थिला गवर्नमेंट इज टेकिंग द स्टेप्स डेफिनेटली आउ जोटा कि तांको पाखे नेटवर्क पहुंचवा कथा नेटवर्क ऑलमोस्ट वर्तमान आम केतेटा एग्जांपल नबा जे धरंतु जे हमरो माने 2%, 3% place re पहुंची पारिनी. सेटा पे government is taking the steps on technology. That is our technology is taking the steps. There was
Time was there was no road, there was no vehicle, but everywhere that already the road is existing and the vehicle is going. So e-buses already started, whereas other cities there was nothing. So point similarly, gradually we are moving. We should not compare. We should be positive all the time that what we have and that is a better system and we are going to be, because India is going from that is a developing to be the developed one. So it is coming up. It will be solved.
It will happen and we will be there. It takes time. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
So
sir.
a couple of quick,
Yeah.
quick comments on one was on research. Our GDP percentage spent
Yes.
towards research is very low.
Yes.
Yeah, so the policymakers, they are doing it, but with the new education policy, I don't know if, I think it came out, there are 3 tiers of higher educational institutions, HE1, HE2 and HE3. HE1 will be primarily a research institution, so I am almost certain that the government will spend a lot more money towards research. And research is intimately tied in with creativity. Our system, that answers the second question also, I agree with you. There's just too regimented, too many mandatory subjects, that there has to be some latitude and some leeway in choosing your subjects. They are headed in the right directions. In BTech earlier on, it used to be 200 credits to get a BTech degree. The AICT has already reduced it to 160 credits. So they are headed in the, it's not credits. Ultimately, it's what you learn. So this choice-based credit system, less syllabus will hopefully promote creative and innovative thinking. We are bright people, but our system is preventing us from truly creating stuff and improving research.
Yeah.
Okay?
And-
Okay, thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sirs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Here we come to the end of Argus Education Next 2022. Thank you for your presence. I'm your host, Shobna Mishra, signing off. Have a great evening. Namaskar.